Colin, how you doing? Colin, can you let me know if you can hear everything fine? Can you hear me? Is anything too loud, too quiet? Trying to get everything set up while we go. Typhlosion, hello? Huge. Do you want to hear the stream a little bit? Okay. Let me know if that volume's fine for stream. I don't know how much of the stream people want to hear. Maybe as we go through, we can discuss and we'll decide. Lorks, welcome in, welcome in. Good afternoon. What time is it? It's 4:30. Okay. And how long are we expecting this stream to go is the question. Okay, we've got a big win there for Polly. Well in, Polly. For anyone that doesn't know, Polymers Up is one of the founders of Dracoviz. And Ivy Pips, he's a Legends United player. You can see him wearing the red jersey from their... I don't know what the name of that team is, but I know that they have a red team. Right. I'm interested in Polly's Typhlosion. It's not a shadow. It is normal Typhlosion. And if the graphic is correct, he's also running it with a normal Whiscash, which is interesting. Very interesting. And while we do this, I should also get the bracket up. Rising Charger Bug expected with more Azu Darks and Spark Lantern nerfs. I agree. I agree. I think Charger Bug can be really good in this meta. I'm actually off stream while you guys are watching this. I'm actually just doing a quick scrim with Martine before his first game. So if I look distracted, it's because I am. What is he telling me to use? Yes. We have a few Europeans at NAIC this weekend, so the graphics wrong. Okay, that's what I thought, because normal Typhlosion was a little bit surprising. But we've got a few Europeans. We've got Zwilus, we've got Martine, we've got Aero Bubble. We don't have Maxi. Unfortunately, Maxi wasn't able to make it. And I don't know if we've got any others. If anyone knows of any others, then let me know. But we will root for our European counterparts, or compatriots, I should say. Charger Bug third usage. Jeez, was it? I need to check. ABA versus Mandy. Yeah. So yeah, I wonder if you're happy to soft lose situations like that. I wonder if soft losses. I think there's going to be a lot of play for soft loss. Right, what are we in? We're in an ape. Okay, no, redeem, hydrate. Yeah, I do need. I think my voice is already a little bit hoarse, and I'm not even starting. Not even started. Okay, I am interested to see what type of Annihilate people are bringing to this event, because especially on this channel, we have discussed higher attack Annihilate a lot. Momo, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream, Momo. Come join us for some NAIC watch party. We will hope you had a good stream, but we will go through what could be a really quite interesting event, because this is the first event. This is the first full event of the new Shared Skies season. And for anyone who's looking to play in this meta, either at Worlds, or if you play in locals in July, then this will be somewhat of a reference point for how this meta is going to be looking. So we've got our first feature of a Typhlosion. We've got our first feature of a Typhlosion. You can see there for Polly on the left. And I'm very excited to see how Typhlosion performs, because it is very squishy, but boy does it hit hard. It hits hard. Okay. If Feraligatr can be there, so can Typhlosion. I agree. I agree with you. I think that both of them have the potential for different roles. And by that, I mean that in this meta, Feraligatr can operate as an anti-mud boy, somewhat, because it's a little bit more free post-Lantern nerf, and Typhlosion can operate as an anti-charm, either in place of a steel type, or if you're maybe running Skarmory as well as Skarmory. There are different options, I think. Did I play in Henry's practice tournament? Look at the results. I didn't play, but I did see that the person that won used a Shadow Bastiodon, and I'm not going to say anything, but, you know, Shadow Basti. Funny. Empoleon and Superior. I'll be surprised if we see a lot of Empoleon and Superior. But we'll see. We'll see. Superior I'm not convinced by, to be honest. I'm not convinced by. But what I am looking to see is how many people look to use teams that have done well in the EU. That's what I think will be interesting. Because typically, NA does have its own meta, which is fine. That's normal. But we've seen some success from some European teams. Consistent success, I should say. We've seen some consistent success from certain European teams. And I'm just very interested to see if anyone is looking to lean into those in New Orleans this weekend. Mikey, it was good to meet you in Bologna. I hope you got back safe. Where are you now? Did you go? Are you still in Europe, or did you go all the way back? Umbreon, I think, is a good shout in the meta as well, for sure. Martine has just told me that Arrow misregistered his Quagsire, and he is running Mud Bomb Stone Edge Quagsire. Oh dear, Arrow. Oh dear. Oh, look, thanks for sending me the usage graphic. Let's have a quick look at the usage then for LAIC. This is what we've got. Can you see that fine? You can see that fine. This is Chargebug third in usage. Annihilate, as expected, top. But interestingly, it now drops below 50%. There have been a few events where it's been above 50%. And it's calming down ever so slightly into this meta. So that's interesting to see. Lantern is still there. Lantern is still there. Your expectation is that almost all will be running Water Gun. I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there will be a few people who are still opting for Spark. I wouldn't be surprised. Shadow Quag has risen in prominence. Desync used it a lot in some LATAM events. As you know, I obviously brought it to Bologna, and it did very, very well. And I think that especially after the Scald nerf, I think Shadow Quag is the best Mud Boy. I said on the last stream that I think Shadow Quag could win this event, so let's see if that materializes. But a good Shadow Quag that's running the correct moveset of Aquatail Stone Edge, I think has a lot of play into the current meta. There's not much that it can't hit. It's mostly walled by something like Poliwrath, for example, but we're not seeing Poliwrath in top 12, and even then, if I'm 100% honest, the Aquatail spam so fast and the Stone Edge hits reasonably hard that it's not the worst matchup. Of all matchups to be walled in, it's not the worst. Cress is probably the one that I'd be more looking to avoid because you can get one shot by it. So I think Quag is great. I think a lot of people will pair Quag with either Skarmory and or Altaria. That's probably what I would do. And if I were entering NAIC this weekend, I probably would have brought Altaria and Shadow Quag again. They were two from the Bologna line that I had that I think that I would definitely stick with. Azu usage got to be way lower in day 2 graphic. We'll see. We'll see. I do think Azu has play here. I think especially as people start to lean into Dark for coverage and for safety, I think Azu can catch people off guard, as well as the fact that Azu now has a slightly better matchup into Shadow Whiscash than it did before. If we remember that there are a certain number of players that would actually look to throw Scald into Azumarill to try and get the debuff to improve that matchup. They're less likely to now that it's been debuffed, and so Azu has a better play into Shadow Whiscash. Azu also has play into Shadow Quag because Shadow Quag has to throw Stone Edge, which is a little bit slower than Mud Bomb was on Shadow Whiscash. So I do think, watch out for Azumarill. It has play in my mind. Even if you look at, obviously, play into Annihilate, play into Shadow Gligar. If you're running a Charger Bug with Crunch, like I did, it has some play into Charger Bug too. Play into Skarmory. It obviously doesn't want to be into Lickitung Cress. With Water Gun on Lantern, Azu can hit back a little bit better if you can shield a Thunderbolt correctly. Azu can put in a little bit of work, dominating the Altaria matchup, play into Quag, dominating the Mandibuzz matchup, and very decent play into Vigoroth as well. So keep an eye on Azumarill for this meta. Keep an eye on it going towards Worlds, because there's a chance that it could feature prominently once again, is what I would say. Let's go back to Polly. Polymer's up. If you missed it earlier, Polly is he's one of the founders of Dracoviz. If you've been using Dracoviz, then shout out to Polly for his work on that as well. I assume you'd throw Crunch for the debuff as Charger. A couple of reasons why I ran Crunch. One, yes, debuff. Debuff was pretty big, but more importantly, Crunch allowed me to use Charger Bug as a safe swap and allowed me to hit back into a couple of Pokemon. The two main ones were Gligar and Skeledirge, and one less prominent one but still quite an important one if it happens is Giratina Origin. And with Crunch, Charger is able to actually flip all of those matchups if you invest shields correctly, which non-Crunch Charger Bug cannot do. It just will not do it, whereas Crunch gives you the possibility to, and there are some games where that allowed for some very important readjustments of alignment. Sergio, how are you doing? You're competing this weekend, aren't you? What time do you start? I suppose at some point I should also get up the bracket. Do I have the bracket to hand? Do I have the bracket to hand? Yeah, also worth mentioning that Polymer's Up used... Thank you. Polymer's Up used Shadow Typhlosion there. So a win with Shadow Typhlosion already. Right, here's the bracket. Hopefully you can see that okay. So we've obviously kicked off properly with Group A, and you can see that Dunebug has won his first game 2-0. No surprises there. I can see Pixel Cheetah lost. I think I remember watching Pixel Cheetah at LA. Bosox Guy has lost as well. J-Jan has got a bye and won his next game. Hal Stark with a win. This is the losers bracket. LNDS Harder. Oh, Desync didn't attend. Desync was going to play against Arjef in the first round. -1 means no show or no team registered. You registered a team to try and help with the kicker? Well, as long as it was from your main account, Sergio, then I'm sure that's fine. There are a lot of ones, minus ones, sorry. I think I read somewhere or heard somewhere that there were 70 no-shows, 7-0. Which is quite a lot. What else? Are we seeing anything? Is anything standing out? Iris, welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing well. I had a bit of a lazy morning this morning because this stream, depending on how long I go, could end up being a long one. I'm not going to promise that I can do the whole of this. This could be a long day, but I'll do my best. We'll see. So Arrow wins 2-0 for his first game. He's got eForce and Kylor in his next, and as I said a couple of minutes ago, Arrow has misregistered his Shadow Quagsire. I scrimmed against Arrow. When did I scrim against him? A couple of days ago. Let me see what team he sent me to scrim with. Okay, if Arrow is using the same team that he sent me, he is running Poliwrath, Whimsicott, Shadow Charizard, Chargerbug with Crunch, Skarmory, and Shadow Quag. And I'm told that he has misregistered his Aquatail on Quag, so he needs to run Mud Bomb. And because of that, looking at his team, because of that, I think that's actually pretty annoying for him. I actually think that's really annoying for him. Because his Aquatail is hugely important, especially in Gligar matchup. Yeah, welcome Felix, how you doing? Yeah, so these international championships, it's a little bit tricky because I think a lot of the players that play in the other games, they want to get some of the merch, the attendance merch, right? And so if they're unable to get into the registration for their own games, we've seen in the past that they've registered for Go instead, which typically has slightly lower attendance. The difficulty is that it means that a lot of the time we don't hit the kicker for Go, but to be honest, I feel like we probably wouldn't have hit it anyway. I think there were more spaces available for NAIC that weren't taken, so it wasn't like anyone lost out. You register your team online, Lux. You register everything online. The system that we use in Europe is through RK9. I think that's the same system that they use in NA. And you need to have registered your team by a certain deadline. If you haven't registered your team by a certain deadline, they'll put an asterisk by your name to say that you've got a game loss for not having a team. You then get, I believe, 5 minutes to turn up at your table. If you can turn up at your table with a team, then you can carry on competing. And it's either a game loss or a match loss, I can't remember, but you get like a last chance. But if you're seeing -1s, if you're seeing asterisks all over the place in the early rounds, it's either no shows or no team correctly registered. But the merch can be valuable. The merch can be valuable. I know, especially for Worlds, for the World Championships, but for International Championships as well. There are lots of scrapers, people who will try and buy your merch off you almost straight away. Look at this outfit from Speediest Chief. That is an outfit. They've coordinated on their on that red there. I'm hoping we can see some fun games on stream for the early rounds, and then maybe we can see some more recognizable players for the later rounds. So it's always nice to see familiar names, but it's also cool to see players that we've not seen before bring interesting teams and/or emerge onto the scene, I guess. And an IC is a great place to do that. We've had some good games already. I think the standard of the games that we've had on stream so far has been reasonably high, which isn't always the case for some of these events when you see the early rounds. So good in that sense that we're getting to watch some of the new meta perform almost immediately at the level that we want to see it. But I'm expecting some cool things this weekend. We've got a lot of very creative players at NAIC, and we've obviously discussed some of the thoughts as to what Pokemon we might see or we might like to see, but I'm always interested to see what these geniuses across the pond can cook up. So If you've got any other crazy shouts or interesting shouts, then chuck them in chat. I'd be interested to see if you've got a Pokemon that you think this Pokemon will be on the winning team. I want to hear it. Put it out there now, and if you're right, then I'll remember if you're right. So my one was Shadow Quag. I'm hoping, but also backing Shadow Quag to have another good run at this event. I think that I think it's got a really good place in the meta. Sergio says non-Shadow Gator. I think that's not a bad shout as well. I think non-Shadow Gator was one of the Pokemon that I was fearing in Bologna. Annihilate on the winning team. It may be boring, but honestly, if it happens, it happens, right? If it happens, it happens. There'll be a single Registeel on day 2. Ooh, that one is spicier than the rest. I think Quag, Gator, and 8 being on winning teams is like a reasonable take. Registeel into day 2, interesting. I'm interested to see if that comes true. Although day 2 is it 16 players or 24 players for this event? Sometimes they do the losers finals on day 2. If that's the case, then we might get. Hold on a minute. No, we can get loads more. I have no idea. Is it 32 players? I don't know. Does someone know how many players are getting into day 2? There will be 2 Shadow Typhlosions in day 2. Okay. Yeah, GBL is different because you're only limited to 3, I suppose. Okay, what have we got here? We've got Unovan Stunfisk is interesting, and also Whimsicott is interesting. You cannot view the teams online as far as I'm aware, Lorks. Once upon a time you were able to. I don't think you can at the moment. So the best that we hope for is we hope for usage graphics, and we hope for the DracoViz site to update when DracoViz is provided with all of the data from RK9. So let's have a quick look at these teams. So we've got Whimsicott, as we've just said. So that operates both as an anti-fighter, but also as the anti-Mudboy. As you can see, that this is Meteorphalion, and his team itself is slightly soft to an opposing Whimsicott as well. If you look at, Dugong can be hit, but can hit back. Mandibuzz, Annihilate, Whiscash. So if he's seeing some of these Pokemon on opposing teams, then yeah, Whimsicott can be a core breaker to some of those. So we already discussed Arrow. Arrow is also bringing Whimsicott. We can also obviously see a Basti here. My suspicion, similarly to the way that I was using it, is that it applies good bench pressure. It stops people running cores that they might otherwise want to run. For example, here, Lickitung, Azu, and Skarm all want to avoid Basti. However, I can't remember this name as player, so apologies to him. Was it Dexter or something? Unovan Stunfisk is interesting. Very, very interesting here. Dominant into Basti, of course, and very good into Mandibuzz, but not hugely strong into anything else, right? Like, it can hit Dugong, but honestly, after a debuff or 2, Dugong's probably fine. Whimsicott's obviously very, very dominant as it resists both ground and electric as a grass type. The Annihilate it just hits way harder. It just hits way harder. And Shadow Whiscash is laughing. So whether or not Unovan Stunfisk has play, let's find out. What is Dune running? Great question. I mean, I have no doubt that we're going to see Dune on stream, hopefully today. So we'll find out then. But I haven't scrimmed with him or anything, so I don't have any information. Hyper Beam Licky. Nice. Karim, how you doing? Oh, also, for anyone that hasn't done it already, don't close my stream, but open up the Pokemon Go mainstream as well. Make sure that you've connected your account to your Pogo account, and go and get the free drops. Make sure you remember to do that. Don't close my stream. Just play it on in the background. You basically just need to sit it on in the background, so that you can get the free rewards. So Looks like this will be a pretty neutral game throughout. The Whimsicots avoid the Skarmory. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Malcolm, if your drops are bugged, what I would recommend is refreshing the main stream, double checking that your Twitch account is connected. I had to reconnect mine to get mine to work. I had to refresh the stream and basically do it again, and then it worked okay. Yep, sure.
Just Dirk in this scenario here, forcing Meterfallen to at least shield up if he wants to maintain that lead. So that was really smart. He knows he can take at least one attack, and he's going to be able to.
Seed Bomb has been buffed for this format, remember? So Whimsicott is ever so slightly stronger than it was before. There have been players that previously would run Whimsicott with Grass Knot. There is now almost no basis to run Whimsicott with Grass Knot. Seed Bomb is preferable. I quite like this from Meteorfallion. He's banked that Seed Bomb. So Just Dirk would need to... Oh, Dexter was close. Just Dirk was is needing to remember that there is that Seed Bomb there.
Like we talked about, that icy wind coming through, lowering the attack of the Azumarill. Sending in that Azumarill starts that 60-second switch timer, which means Azumarill is
and honestly here,
you can see the kind of shade moving around the clock for Meteorfallion.
it really might depend on...
30 seconds, maybe 25 seconds away from the swap.
I mean, I wonder if it's gonna. I wonder if it will depend on a whimsical, on a Whiscash Scald here in the back.
Ice type is not going to be doing that much, and it gets the shield from Dirk, being able to throw off this.
Yeah, Scald debuff time. Exactly. I think that's exactly what might be needed for Meteorfallion here. As we know, Scald has now been nerfed. Its debuff chance is back to what it was before the buff. It's now at 30%, but 30% is still quite a lot. 30% is still quite a lot. Iris T, I didn't realize that they had given it Moonblast, so that is good that they've done that. That is good. But yes, agreed that it would have been nice to get the full team. Really? Okay, we'll check that. We'll check that very quickly after this game, okay? Good timing from Meteorfallion, making sure that the Scald comes out before the attack hits. Takes out this Skarmory, but has maximised the energy going back into the Azumarill. And with a shield advantage, Whiscash looks pretty good. So if he shields this correctly, yep, then it looks pretty good. Relative damage, and I mean, Azumarill's play rough is definitely the attack you want to shield up here. You're gonna see the bomb get fired off here. There's still that. Whose team? Dirk's line is weak to Basti. Yeah, it's a tactic that I tried in Bologna as well. You go, my team is weak to Basti. My opponent knows my team's weak to Basti. They know that I know that, so they expect me to play strong into Basti, and then they don't bring Basti. It's those kinds of mind games. It connects into Whiscash. Whiscash barely hangs on, looking for the mud bomb, doesn't get it. Azumarill needs one more bubble. Whimsicott's so close. Whimsicott comes in, the bubble damage applies, and just Dirk takes. Wow, look at that! Look at that. This is what I mean. Azumarill's doing bits, and Azumarill I think will do bits. I think Shadow Quag actually pairs quite well with Azumarill in this meta, so we'll see. I actually missed it. Did he Scald? Was he just hoping for a debuff? I got distracted. You can see at the very end of this replay, Meteorfallion does try to reach for the Whimsicott against the Azumarill, but he's just a little bit too slow. And that one moment, that half-second play, is what allowed Just Dirk to seal this game. But Azumarill put in so much work. Yeah, maybe he thought that the only win con was to debuff and survive a play rough. Yeah, and I think that this Azumarill has been around since the beginning of Go Battle, like since the beginning of PvP for Pokemon Go, and it looks like he's saying, "I'm back, baby." As this right, someone mentioned that Rise and Axon are already down to the losers bracket, so I'm going to take you away from this for a moment. Bear with me. Let's go and find Rise and Axon. No, let's not, because the games are starting. We'll have a look at it after the game. Interesting, interesting. So obviously, Ooh, so Just Dirk's actually played ABA weak to the Whimsicott here. Azu has the ability to hit back, but obviously Univin Stunfisk in the back wants to avoid Whimsicott more. So if Azu can do a job against Whimsicott, could be fine.
Team here with the Zoomer in the lead and his Unova Stunfisk in the back.
That's pretty bad though. That's pretty bad. And as I've said before, you really don't want attacks getting caught. And if you, well, you know, obviously it can happen, but unless it has to happen, you really don't want attacks getting caught. I think that is one thing that, from memory, I would say about the Bologna final, is that both Colin and I made sure to avoid pretty much every single avoidable catch. I think there are only a couple I can think of, and none of them were particularly impactful. They were all just standard play rather than that, which was a pretty impactful catch. Yeah, that Ice Beam catch is massive.
Can withstand a discharge, get to another icy win. And I really appreciate Meteor Folly and shielding that first discharge because he knew it would be the most impactful.
Going ahead, this is going to go through. It's going to still do a lot of damage, even though it is debuffed. As you can see, knocking it down to the yellow here, but another icy win is already ready.
Look at the work that Dugong's putting in. Do you know what I'm sad about? Not sad, but I really want to Titan to see some play. I would love to see... Whimsicott is reasonably high attack as well, so that's another reason why it's quite nice. Yeah, Elliot, I was wondering that. Almost 6,500 people watching the main stream, which, yeah, took me by surprise, that one. I don't know where all those viewers have come from. I'm obviously happy. It's way more than we usually get. So if those are legitimate viewers, fair enough, fair enough. One thing that NA has to its advantage is that NAIC is going to get a lot more viewers than EUIC because of time zones. EUIC, when it starts, the majority of Americans aren't able to watch, right? It's late, early hours of the morning for them. Whereas for NAIC, firstly it's starting on a Friday, obviously, but it's starting at a time when a lot of the other regions across the world are more likely to be able to watch. Yeah, exactly. This is perfect for EU. Who does this take out? What do we reckon? Does this Stone Edge take out the Gligar? Nah. No way. Not even close. 5%? No, not quite. Not quite. Stone Edge is a great move. People forget that.
Bounces off of that Bastiodon and the smackdown smashes Gligar. That's a KO.
The wall remains standing on Meteor Valiant's side, tying up that series 1-1 here. These are best of 3 matches. And
one thing I would say, actually, I don't know if I want to say it because I know you guys are going to hate on me for it. I'm going to say it. I actually don't hate Basti. I don't think it's that bad. I think in GBL it can get pretty toxic and annoying, but I think in Show 6, if you want to do well with it, you have to play well. Like it's not like an easy route by any means. I think in Show 6, it's actually, you got to get it right, and you can get punished if you get it wrong. And so I think that's a pretty reasonable risk to take, is what I'd say.
Average, I would say. But at least everything else, the Manabuzz doesn't want to see the Zoomer at all, Annihilate and Whiscash. So he's almost forced into.
If you think about it from the perspective of, it performs a similar role to Shadow Magnezone, but it hits slightly slower and less hard, but it can take more damage in return. But realistically, we don't have an abundance of steel types. Yeah, someone find Tom. Go get Tom. Where is he? I'm gonna message him. Someone go find Tom. Tell him to get in chat.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of service, and the service for us is making us feel.
Yeah, Sanyudigo, I agree. We're seeing some good games early on, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, I agree. Tap RPS teams for a Basti can be boring. I totally get that. But I do think that in Show 6, it's not as clear cut as that. And I think one really good example of that was Young Cass in Bologna, who led Basti into an Annihilate 3 games in a row and won 2-1. Against a Mind Joke as well. Not against someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Against a Mind Joke, won 2-1, leading Basti 3 times into an Annihilate. So if you can play it with skill, it's just like any other mon. Decisive game number 3. Very good lead for Gligar, and it's very difficult for Meteorfallion to do anything about this because, okay, this is actually pretty good. No, okay, there's no way. I was going to say this is good to get the Annihilate out, but there's a Unova and Stunfisk in the back.
You said earlier that there was an ABA team. This is an ABB team for Meteorfallion. He's luring out that Annihilate with the Dugong because it has such a good matchup, but the Bastiodon also does not
This is,
against the Annihilate.
do you know what? A lot of people are talking about ABB, ABA, how to play, and you know how to construct your lines of 3. And to be honest, for reasons like this, ABB can sometimes be hard. Because in this, forget it, he's given up alignment. Why would... That's surprising. That's very surprising. I was about to say this game should be a guaranteed win. But he's given away alignment, which makes it a little bit tricky, because you can just come in with Basti here. You can take the first dig if you want to. I mean, he doesn't want to, which is fine, but you don't need to. You now need 2 more digs to take this out. And then as soon as that Unova and Stunfisk comes in, Whimsicott cleans it up. Please no shield this. Wow! Just, okay, listen to me, everyone. Never, ever, ever throw Aerial Ace into a Basti. Just do not do it. The risk reward is not even close to worth it. It's not even close. Don't let your attacks get caught either. But don't throw Aerial Ace into Basti. It is so painful. We were just talking about the caliber of play, and now we're starting to see some Game 3 nerves coming in. No, K9, I'm not saying don't run ABB. I'm just saying that there is more than ever just as much merit to run ABA, if not more, to run ABA in this meta, because realistically, from our perspective here, this should have been bread and butter for just Dirk. All he has to do is keep alignment, and there's no way to win. Whereas when you run ABA, you can cause your opponent to make predictions in the back that then you're able to change the way that the outcome of the game, what the outcome of the game is. This is very good from just Dirk. Ooh, interesting shield. Come in with, you can bank the bank. Interesting. Interesting. Do you come in with Basti now? It reaches the dig. It reaches the dig. That's pretty massive. If I'm honest, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the Unova and Stunfisk should be fine. 1, 2, yeah, okay. I hate everything about this match. I'm going to be honest, having just discussed the level of play that we were seeing in early rounds, this one was a little bit uncomfortable to watch. But the outcome was probably as it should have been based on the teams. I think there were a few interesting events mid-game. But realistically there, I'd be curious to understand just Dirk's logic of letting the Annihilate lose against the Dugong, because you know that they have a Whimsicott. You know your Gligar is very dominant into a Whimsicott. You know that your Unova and Stunfisk is extremely weak into Whimsicott. So curious to understand why he no shielded. The only thing my expectation is that he felt that Gligar was so good that he would rather have the extra energy on Gligar and sweep the whole game with Gligar. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. But it did make it a little bit riskier than it had to be. Maybe Meteor Fallion could have not thrown the grass knot into the seed bomb into the Gligar. And in my head, I need to watch it again to see the energy. But in my head, if you bank the seed bomb on Whimsicott, if you come straight in with Basti, start farming down that Gligar, reach a flamethrower to get on the Univern Stunfisk, which can maybe get your shield back if you're able to, and then you'd have a seed bomb that you guarantee CMP to take out the Univern Stunfisk. That was, in my head, what I thought was going to happen. But he stayed in with Whimsicott. He gives a fast attack away by throwing an attack, right? He throws a seed bomb into Gligar, that gives it a free wing attack. That allowed the Gligar to reach a dig against the Basti that I think maybe it wouldn't have reached. Probably wouldn't have reached that dig if he'd gone straight in with the Basti. So let me know if you agree. Let me know if you agree. Did you read that the same way that I did, or was that settled? Because that was just what I thought. Okay, yeah.
Stunfisk is one of the worst matchups for the fire types in this meta, and it has a great matchup against Lantern. And
you got to remember when you're playing all of these games, think about, like, we've talked before about efficiency of shields. You want to shield a move that gives you, that prevents the most damage most of the time. Most of the time, that's what you'd like to do. But also think about when you're throwing your attacks. Where is the most efficient use of your attack? Oh yeah, SJ, I was going to do that. Let's do that now. I'll flick over to the bracket. So Rise gets a bye for his first game, but then loses to Monarch. Monarch's a good player. Monarch's a good player here. And so now Rise is into the losers here. He's got Sharky. So the real problem with losers bracket, the real difficulty is that you just have to play way more games. And that's just, like, honestly, that's just hard. Seeding made Go so much better for players who already have points, because you ideally can avoid playing as many games. I'm very interested to see whether top players currently perform as well if they were to play in a Swiss format. I'm just interested, because the seeding does make a difference, because you just don't have to play as many games. If we go into Group E, what group was Dune in? He was an early group. I'll go back up to Group A in a minute. Axon is here. Wins his first game as well. Loses to the Gym Jammer. Shout out to the Gym Jammer, whoever you are. You've just beaten the world champion in NAIC, so that must feel pretty good. That must feel pretty good. And Axon is now up against Ivy Pips, and as we say, a lot of games now to make up for that. Rather than, look at here, it would have just been a very quick 1-2. Dune? No, you're joking. Dune lost against Derp Ficus, who we watched on stream. We watched Derp Ficus against Rogue Leader, and Derp Ficus played well. If I'm saying that wrong, let me know, but interesting. And then Dune is here. Long runs to go. Should tell you whose bracket looks... I don't want to jinx him. But I'm going to scroll down to group... Oh god, I can't remember the exact group. Not G, not H. We have a lot of groups. Wow, Magic Mason vs Pranav would have been good. Here, Group K. Group K. Martine here, leading the charge for the Europeans. And on paper, you've got a couple of notable names. But on paper, I don't think it'd be untoward of me to say that Martine looks like he's probably the favourite for his group, right? So let's see how Martine gets on. we'll keep track of that.
These teams, though, I don't know, Amanda. I
Yeah,
feel
Tristan is in the same group, San Diego, but one nice thing is at least he's on the other side of the bracket. So if he's ever going to play against Martine, it's winners finals. And to be honest, if you're playing winners finals in NAIC, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. So Crimson, yeah, Crimson. Crimson's a good player too. I still think Martine's the favorite there, but Crimson obviously has a shout here as well. He's seed 3 in this group. Chen Yu here, also a good player, but Martine's got the benefit of only one of Chen Yu or Crimson or Triptando, or the others, of course. Tommy W is a good player. Only one of them is going to make it as far as the winners finals if Martine can get through. Is this EU bias? This isn't so much EU bias. This is me saying, hey, look, I'm supporting my EU and caster compatriot, and I do think on paper he's got a good chance in this group. What have we got here? This is group F. No, that wasn't group F. That was group L. M. Here's Zizwilis, another European. Murphy, love you too. Love you too. Arrow lost? Jeez, I'm a bit torn on this because, I mean, these top American players winning has no impact on me personally, but there is something about wanting to see top players get to day 2. Like we want to see the games as strong as they can be. And if they're losing to players who are playing better than them, so be it. As long as we see good games, like, we can't complain, but it's a little surprising, I suppose. I think a lot of us were expecting to see all of the players that you guys have mentioned in day 2, but just because they're in the losers bracket doesn't mean that they won't be there. The one thing I would remind everyone is that Arrow misregistered his Quagsire, which probably has a pretty big impact. Okay, do you know one thing that would really annoy me is that the way that Enhoff swings on her chair? It's like, even to me here, maybe it would annoy me more as a caster than it would as a player, because as a player you're not looking. But I can just see it out the corner of my eye constantly. What do we think of Registeel in this meta, people? What do we think of Registeel?
It looks like we'll be able to water gun down, makes it even better. Gonna come out with a charge attack stored and kind of the alignment that he wants.
I mean, honestly, Lantern was so comfortable there. Like, embarrassingly comfortable. Look at the health, look at the energy. You can't farm this down. For me personally, I think I'd have to see a very special spicy team to justify Registeel in this meta. Why? Okay, this is interesting. I don't understand why you throw Icy Wind there, I'm going to be honest. Why would you throw Icy Wind there? Tell you what though, that Gligar doesn't have a huge space to operate in. The one advantage it's got is if it's quick, it'll get an attack off before Tapu Fini will. A quick one for people who are building Cresselia. There are lose scenarios for Cresselia against Dugong if you don't have a good enough Cresselia. So check your sims for your Cress. Dugong. Okay, hopefully that's running smoothly. Oh, is this Moonblast?
Or anything else that would potentially be running. Going ahead, throwing this bulldoze here. It's going to be a dig. It's going to be doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough to knock out. And a Surf is reached.
This is interesting, right? Because we get the Surf here, and Hoff is definitely going to pick up the knockout against the Shadow Gligar. But this Tapu Fini is just weak enough for that Cresselia to come in and Psycho Cut down. Yeah, this Tapu Fini is tapped out.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if. I mean, Enhoff is someone who's used Tapu Fini for a long time and knows its matchups well. But for me, if you're not running Nature's Madness,
I think the double water strategy from Enhoff is actually.
I mean, I wouldn't be running Tapu Fini regardless, but if I were to run it, it would be with Nature's Madness, personally.
Then you also have the Tapu Fini and Dugong to support it, but I just think Munchlax saw it coming, right? He wasn't fooled, wasn't tricked, and had all the coverage he needed.
I think, like you said before, I mean, these trainers have been around since the beginning, and if you are, you can start to analyze each other's plays.
Yeah, honestly, with Dog, it's like it's annoying. It's annoying. Yeah, SJ, she's not running Nature's Madness. She's opted for Moonblast, which is what she's probably used to running on Tapu Fini, but Tapu Fini struggles in the meta as it is. And I think if people aren't sure about Moonblast and Nature's Madness because you're looking at the Sims, just remember that the Sims don't accurately illustrate how impactful a debuff is in a game of 3 Pokemon. If you can debuff and leave that matchup, that has a massive impact that a sim might not be able to reflect.
However, this is not quite the target that I would be looking for here. I mean, I think at least going to be able to debuff it before anything goes out, but Munchlax says, no, I'm going to go ahead and throw this first, forcing you to make a decision. Are you going to
Okay, on paper here, Munchlax looks pretty good, especially because that Grass Knot has landed, the first one, undebuffed. You expect Munchlax to win this matchup. Enhoff will be looking to rely on Lickitung here, basically, because if that Annihilate gets aligned onto Gligar, that's then very tricky.
I do like the Lickitung Annihilate combination, but I do think that controlling switch advantage is probably at the front of her mind, especially considering that Munchlax has Vigoroth.
What do we reckon?
Yeah, going ahead and
What do we reckon here? What's the outcome? I think my gut tells me Munchlax should have this.
One cycle cut before now throwing here. This Grass Knot should not be enough to knock it out at this point. Honestly, it's
Watergun Lantern. People, don't build weak to Lantern, right? We said that Spark Lantern has been murdered, but Watergun Lantern very much here to stay. And truthfully, I don't really see much point in running Tapu Fini when Watergun Lantern just does the job better. Interesting.
Smart attack here, however, giving a lot of energy already to this Lickitung, just continuing to slobber away now at this power. Which
This is
super effective, but it's not the same type
this is interesting, and I think this is quite smart.
Going for the body slam now, Enhoff trying to chip away at the water and electric type Pokemon, trying to whittle it down. Does peel this protection away from
But he just needs to not rely too much on this Lantern, because Lantern is not the win con in this game. It's that Gligar. It's that Gligar. Yeah, Murphy, I also think that once we get Primarina in, Tapu Fini's all but gone. Once Primarina Comde hits, there's pretty much no reason to run Fini.
Unprotected Surf does connect into the Lickitung, does do a bit of chip damage, taking it down to the red, but Lickitung is still very much in this matchup. Throws the body slam into the opposing Lantern. I think this will be enough to pick up the knockout and reveal Munchlax's final Pokemon.
It is not quite enough, but one more lick should do it. And yes, let's see what will come back in. In comes the Gligar, and Gligar is actually going to be so difficult for the Annihilate in the back. Once again, Munchlax really reading this team composition perfectly, saying, I don't need to even use the shield here. It's not going to knock me out.
Yeah.
I'm going to have so much energy for
It's a tricky balance, right? If you've got a signature Pokemon that you genuinely think is good, then sure, right? Sure.
Hoping for a boost. She still has 2 Protect Shields though, so maybe 3 Night Slashes is the recipe for Enhoff to win.
This should be fine for Munchlax, right? 2 Aerial Aces and a Moonblast on that crest. Yeah, we agree? Just Aerial Ace, Moonblast. She can't shield this, really.
You can see Enhoff wondering if she's going to use that shield or no, letting it go.
Yeah, don't forget the Cresselia in the back still has a Moonblast loaded for Munchlax 2000.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's a balance. Like, if you want to use your signature Pokemon and it's not great, you're somewhat shooting yourself in the foot. Which makes it tricky, right? So I would personally do what Munchlax is doing. He's got his signature Pokemon on the table right in front of you as his plushie. And that's all it is.
If somehow she was able to get to a Night Slash in time, that attack would have been able to go off first.
Exactly, but then you have the question of pacing, right? Because Gligar is also very similar pacing to the Annihilate. So if you go for the extra counter energy and you wait for the Cresselia switch in for the charge type priority tie, does that then mean that you're
Right, should we have a flick back to the bracket?
And also, Amanda, we've seen some players.
Has anyone got any updates that they want to highlight for me? What team am I running in GBL? I actually haven't had a huge amount of chance to do GBL, but I would probably run something along the lines of...
Yeah, it takes a lot of skill. And if you're
I'd run Shadow Typhlosion because I want to test it out, and then I'd run 2 meta Pokemon with it, because you can't properly test a Spice Pick unless you run it with meta. So something like Azu, Umbreon, Shadow Typhlosion is probably what I'd go with. But I haven't done a huge amount of GBL yet this season.
A lot of math, I think, that it goes on in the players' minds, making sure they're getting maximum energy and just the maximum potential out of each Pokemon before they let it go back into its ball.
Sometimes it all comes down to just a half second, as we've seen time and time again. Let's take a look back at the replay from that series. This is Enhoff versus Munchlax 2000.
If anyone has any notable games that they want me to highlight, shout and I'll go find it. So we've seen here arrows dropped. Gordon the Flash has also, sorry, not dropped, he's just lost the winner's side. Gordon the Flash has now lost. Shadow Brady has lost in his winner's side. Some big games down in this losers bracket C already. Sankailo's a good player, yeah.
Because there's really bad and then there's pretty bad. And the
Rise.
matchup is pretty bad.
Rise is needing to make his way through the losers bracket. J Mills also down in losers. We got Pocket over here. Man in the Planet. Kelsey and Shiny Dialga. There are quite a lot of memorable names, right? Kelsey, yes, she's a stream queue. We've got Pocket and then Kelsey's games on stream coming up. Mango into the winners. Did I play Mango recently? I think I did. I think I very recently played Mango in a practice. Martigalde and Richie, the LATAM representatives. Yeah, this is the thing. It's obviously a stacked tournament, but there's yeah, Mango does do a load of practice. I'm trying to remember what his team was. I remember playing against him, and his team was very soft to Azu. So I wonder if he's changed his team since then, because Azu seems to be pretty popular here. Azu was basically a free safe swap against him from memory. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't think anyone... I think a lot of players really do struggle when it's a new meta, because you've got no frame of reference to work with, and practice tournaments, whilst they're helpful, they only give you it's a microcosm of what you're expecting to see, because it's everyone running quite random things in a bubble, right? In a bubble. So Worlds, like, we're going to have tons of practice tournaments going up to Worlds. I've no doubt. But then you're going to play against people who don't play in and don't care about our practice tournaments. And that makes it tricky. Wild to do this huge event a few days after the move update? Is it? Is it? I don't know about that. That's Pokemon. That's Pokemon. For anyone that doesn't know, TCG is having their NAIC in their first new format as well. They've had Twilight Masquerade that is legal for the first time today. So they're also in a brand new meta. VGC has exactly the same thing. This is just how competitive Pokemon is. Has anyone asked to scrim and asked you to run specific Pokemon? Yeah, lots of that. Lorks, exactly. Smaller groups can have isolated metas, and they're metas that are in a bubble, and they can over prep based on those, and it not be reflected in a larger tournament. And you've got to be careful about that. This is why when you look at tournament usage data from Discord server tournaments, just be a little bit mindful, right? There's nothing, obviously get practice in, right? But don't be surprised if tournament metas have different usages to
I was taking notes
sorry,
as I was
official
saying,
tournament
I didn't
metas
know that.
have different
Yeah,
usages.
exactly right. I think that makes such a big impact. You don't have as many pure water types. I think the only pure water
Yo, Murphy, wait, you're playing? You're not there, right? You're not there. PV. David's making me stretch. I should stretch. Wow, look at that. Caleb, if Maxi had turned up, Caleb would have been playing Maxi
I think that's absolutely
in his first game.
because when there's Quagsires out there, when there's Whiscash as
Oh, they didn't remove you.
well,
Okay, okay.
obviously the Sparks are not going to be doing as much damage to those because they're also ground type Pokemon. So if you're having water,
Adib here
a little bit
knocked
faster
Caleb out
rather than relying
of LA,
solely on those charge attacks.
and they will likely pair here if both of them get there.
The antithesis to electric typing, right? Never a matchup that you want to see if you are on the electric side of that. But
For anyone who doesn't know, Maxi wasn't able to attend NAIC because his bag was actually stolen a couple of days before the event, and it had his passport in, and so he wasn't able to fly, and his insurance doesn't seem to be helping him out with any of the losses because he's lost his laptop and things as well. So if anyone is interested, just check his Twitter, because he has put a GoFundMe out. Just if anyone is kind enough to donate, then please do help Maxi out. Right, who else have we got that we know? Iamero. So okay, none of these games have played. These are all buys here. None of this group has played yet. This is Group I.
this is honestly, Amanda, this venue, I feel like you can stand on
This
one
would have been
side
a great game to
of the
watch.
hall and almost
Yeah, it's rough. It's really sad as well. It's really sad because Maxi, he was really excited for NAIC, and he hasn't been to many EU events because he was like, I'm gonna focus on NAIC. So that was quite heartbreaking to see.
Pokemon fan, this is where you should be.
This is where you should be, or at least you should be watching it online. Just a reminder, if you are watching it online, make sure to enable those Twitch.
Yeah, that is. If you couldn't hear Amanda there, just remember that if you haven't done it already, also open up the official stream. Make sure you get your Twitch drops. I believe that the Twitch drops give you some TMs. I think most of you know my stance on TMs.
It's so unique too, right?
I
Because
won't.
there has been a Swablu community
I won't force it, but
these events in Pokemon
take
Go
advantage of the free
you might
TMs is
not
all
have
I'd
an
say.
event for several months. It might be hard to find
Also,
Swablu in the wild, especially
remember
with
that
other
today
events
is the
coming
start
out. So
of
take
the
advantage of this
new
moment where you can get this Pokemon and you can get candies in order to power it up.
the
And
new
charge
event
cards
in
as well.
game,
So definitely a great reward, and we're so grateful that
which I will show you once I
TCI works
remember
so
where it
hard to
is.
deliver that to the players.
And speaking of players, we have two new ones up here. We're gonna have out of pocket a player that is pretty
The Slumbering Sands event.
and Eight the Great going up
This
against
has
Shadow
started
Great.
today for everyone,
Shadow Quagsire, it's on
and
both teams here.
make
It's
sure
both teams,
the
and
key
that's what it
Pokemon
looks
to
like
pick up
this
here
Agency
is a
as
Vigoroth.
Out of pocket used it
Make
in
sure
the
to get your
season.
Vigoroth
We found
in this
time.
event. It doesn't
See on Eight the Great.
always spawn otherwise. It can be a little bit tricky. Vigoroth is a Pokemon that has very different matchups based on its IV spreads. So if you can get a variety of spreads of Vigoroth, keep them. It does have a costume. It has a whatever that is, beach cap, visor, it says. But there are some very interesting Vigoroth spreads that produce very different matchup results. So I would recommend you pick up as many as you can, and any that get close to 1500, you may as well save them, no matter what the spread is, because there are some pretty wild spreads that I've seen people try. And so just because it doesn't look like a conventional PvP spread doesn't mean it's not got potential.
Well, you talked about the Mandibuzz in the past. That was one of your picks. We haven't quite seen it.
Yeah, Lorks, it's mostly manual. It's mostly manual. There's no correct answer. I haven't looked into it in enough depth to give a recommendation, but two things that I would highlight is that very high rank Vig picks up Cress, and very high HP Vig, as in even higher than a normal bulky Vig, picks up some interesting matchups too. Those were a couple of things I've noticed, but I also noticed that if instead you opt for some attack, then Mandibuzz matchups can be a little bit easier. Okay, this is a great lead for Shadow Basti, and it's a normal Gator, so Mandibuzz can come in, and it still can probably take out with 2 attacks, and you need to land probably a Hydro Cannon and an Ice Beam here. Pocket's going for the bait. He's getting the shield off the bait.
Faster to get to, and he needs to burn shields and deal damage as quickly as he possibly can.
That is true, but the fast attacks from
0, 12, 14 sounds reasonable.
This Mandibuzz in the sky, this dark type, just being able to just absorb all of that, getting all of the
Okay, one thing that I would say that I don't like here, and I've said it before, pay attention. If you're using a Mandibuzz, don't go to 2 Dark Pulses if you can avoid it. If you go to 2 Dark Pulses, you have lost energy. If you lose that energy, you lose out on an aerial ace that you wouldn't otherwise lose out on. Because the 4 energy that you lose by going to 8 Snarls means you lose an aerial ace later, so don't do it. Throw way earlier. Make sure that you throw earlier so that your timing doesn't force you later on to go over 100 energy.
Even though the Mandibuzz doesn't have a great matchup against the Charjabug, it was able to get so much energy in that, still being able to basically put it into the yellow if Out of Pocket doesn't want to shield this, which it looks like he doesn't. He knows there's that Bastiodon in the back. Wants to say, okay, I'll just get a lot of energy on this Charjabug, and then we'll see what we can do here. 1-volt switch, 2-volt switches, 100 energy, and catching onto the Vigoroth.
This is
actually puts Eighth Grade in a great position because he can.
This is greed from Pocket there, trying to force that farm down.
This is overall uncomfortable for Out of Pocket because now the Cresselia
Benry Bunter, thank you very much for the sub. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to have you here. Okay, so Vig does, despite the counters being resisted by Cress, Body Slam is a great move. Murphy, thank you for your Prime subscription. Appreciate you, dude. Vigoroth spamming Body Slams can do a lot of work against Cress. What Vigoroth cannot do is it cannot unload that energy onto Basti. And that's another reason why I think Basti is pretty good, because if people are running Vig, not only can you murder it with Ape, which Ape the Great has, but all of that energy that is otherwise universally applicable doesn't have really anywhere to go on Basti. Lorks, that's roughly the kind of thing I'm talking about, yes. Yeah, that kind of thing. I can't remember the exacts off the top of my head, but you're in the right ballpark for sure.
I think it's already at it, but the problem is that SmackDown is just going to be doing so much. The charge attack does so
Look at this.
chip damage is
Let's as someone said, let's remember that this is Pocket's team with his Basti replaced by a Shadow Quag. You're a certified Vigoroth hater? Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
It sounded like you said bug pulse. Like,
Yeah, Sanyadigo, I agree with you. I agree with you.
See the Stone Edge come through here, and somehow another Bastiodon is getting a Stone Edge knockout onto a meta Pokemon that is traditionally a counter. We saw that earlier.
Yeah, Pocket getting his own medicine.
Bastiodon taking it down. Now we're seeing Bastiodon take down Vigoroth too. Who's gonna?
Yeah, K9. Those kinds of spreads. It's those kinds of things that I do think are worth thinking about. One thing I would say, just because you mentioned Trev, is that post Seed Bomb buff, Trev will now beat Vigoroth. But honestly, Trev's not particularly easy to bring in this meta. It's not particularly easy because Shadow Gligar's still everywhere. Feraligatr still beats it. We're seeing Mandibuzz, for example.
Just think about it though, right? If you look at this matchup,
Elliot, yes, we have. We saw Polymers Up win with Shadow Typhlosion earlier today, which is exciting.
And if you look at this matchup, he had the charge mode for the Cresselia and the Mandibuzz. He had the Vigoroth for the Bastiodon.
Yeah, it's the Vig Trev matchup keeps flicking between the two.
A little help against the Cresselia. He had the pieces. He just needed them in the right order. So if you're ready to game number 2, we've got a new order as our leads come onto the field. This looks like a Vigoroth versus Mandibuzz matchup.
SJ, if you're still around, how come you're not competing in this? Actually, any Americans, how come you're not competing in this? What reasons do people have for not wanting to compete in NAIC?
counter away, going for that rock slide, which will do a little bit more. And it looks like Aid the Great choosing. He's got 2 seconds left. He is going to use that.
Fair. Was Travel Award a possibility? Have you got Travel Award? I haven't actually looked at the NA leaderboard, but I know that obviously lots of people go for NAIC because of the points potential. Benry, this is in NOLA. This is in New Orleans, Louisiana, which some people say is the Paris of South US, maybe. It's a very New Orleans is very. It's got a big drinking culture, New Orleans, I think. Oh, okay. Well, SJ, you probably did it quite efficiently, right? You got a decent amount of money for your competitions. You didn't have to pay a huge amount for going to events where you didn't earn money from, and then yeah, you're absolutely right. It makes sense to save money for Hawaii. Lots and lots of big names at this event, though many of them have already actually dropped. Yeah, I think New Orleans, from memory, has quite a lot of French influence, culturally speaking. But I've never been, so I cannot verify that. Never. Yeah, never been. It's the New Orleans of America, yeah. There is a bar or two in New Orleans, yeah. Exactly.
Mandibuzz coming out, trying to squeeze this Dark Pulse within the Hydro Cannon intervals and deal some damage to a Pokemon that his Bastiodon absolutely does not want to see. Dark Pulse does connect. Gonna look for a Hydro Cannon here any second out of pocket. Actually gonna pivot. I like this play even more because now Feraligatr is ready in the back.
So one nice thing about Basti is that you have to land 2 digs from a Gligar. And if anyone was wondering, and you haven't heard me say it, one of the reasons why I was running Shadow Basti over normal is because it has a way better Shadow Gligar matchup. Because 2 digs are still necessary to take it out, but here, Shadow Basti would have won. Shadow Basti here wins this matchup. That's why I was running it. The Smackdowns and the Stone Edge would have taken that Shadow Gligar out.
But I think this looks pretty good for Pocket.
Yeah, Pocket knows that he already has a charge attack stored on that Feraligatr. Feraligatr is definitely going to win that charge attack priority over the Mandibuzz. It's just coming in. It's just deploying it. This bird is about to have a bird bath and get knocked back into its ball.
Exactly right. Feraligatr does prevail for out of pocket in the end.
Yeah, Shadow Registeel, one of the reasons why Shadow Registeel is never going to be good is because when you flick towards shadows, right? One of the things, if anyone's ever wondering why do you run Shadow or not Shadow, one of the things that's definitely worth looking at is what breakpoints do you hit by running a Shadow versus what bulk points do you lose and how relevant are they? And so just using Shadow Basti as an example, you're hitting multiple breakpoints with the Smackdowns. So example 1, Smackdown against the Lickitung does 2 more damage per Smackdown. So you then check the bulk point, but Lick only still does 1. So that matchup is way better. Similar, you take 1 wing attack damage from Gligar, you still survive 1 dig, that matchup's better. With Registeel, exactly as you say, K9, the lock-ons do 1 damage. And most of the time, your attacks that are 2-hit knockouts are still 2-hit knockouts. Your charge attacks that are 1-hit knockouts are still, obviously, 1-hit knockouts. And so Shadow Registeel really doesn't benefit a huge amount. Speaking of Registeel, actually, I was speaking to someone the other day, talking about, do you remember when we had Noctowl Trev? Do you remember? You remember when we had Noctowl Trev Lantern meta? There was one Pokemon that I was desperately trying to get for that meta that I wasn't able to, that I thought at the time would have been very funny. That was able to hit all of Trev, Noctowl, and Lantern for super effective damage. And not take super effective from any of them.
will Out of Pocket
If you can tell me
shield
what
this up?
that
Out of
is,
Pocket has really been
I'll be
his,
impressed.
MVP so far, and it looks like he correctly shields that up. Blue guy
It can
needs
hit.
a little more energy and see what comes in. Throwing that ice beam. It's about time we see it. No shield.
This
for
game
Ace the
3,
Great.
game
What
3,
a
game
heads-up
3.
play by Out of Pocket, hoping for Hydro Cannon. 8 the Great takes an Ice Beam instead, and now the pivot into the Gligar. How do you feel about this?
I was just going to mention that because I think if you're 8 the Great, you're saying, well, this worked out great for my advantage.
For anyone who
because
didn't hear my
ice
question,
wants nothing to do with that Gligar.
it was
Don't
what
just come through,
Pokemon
doing a nice chunk of damage.
during
Meanwhile,
the
Out of Pocket just
Trev.
continuing to chunk away here. Gonna go for those aerial aces 'cause they are gonna be
To be
more
fair,
effective.
A slash
Shadow
would be
Tentacle
correct now, but it
does
wasn't
some
around then.
damage as well, so this aerial ace is
Well, I mean,
gonna
it
hit.
existed,
It's gonna
but-
hurt a little bit more than if it was a regular Gligar.
I think Out of Pocket is just working with.
But you're along the right lines, Iris. You're along the right lines.
He knows Shadow Gligar has a
But it's
terrible
funnier than that
matchup
one.
against the Steel Flying type Pokemon, so he sends a Gligar out here to deal some damage where it's most useful. Does hang on from the Dark Pulse and get to the Aerial Ace. And
Interesting
the
one
bonus,
for
right,
you.
is
If your
the
Shadow
downside
Gligar
is that it
chases
barely has any
too
HP
high
to
an
take
attack
down,
stat,
but by
your
whatever
Mandibuzz
means,
matchup is
it
considerably
Decision
worse.
to make both,
Bear that in
I mean,
mind.
the Skarmory does better, but the Annihilate at this stage, one counter will be
Male
able to
Metal
do it.
cannot
Getting a
hit
counter advantage on anything
Trevenant
is
for super
pretty
effective,
good.
or
This
Lantern for
Quagsire
super
is coming in
effective.
already at an Aqua Tail, so spammy here. This is going to connect, and it looks like no Protect Shield from 8th Great.
I think
Quagsire
Out of
can
Pocket
take out Ape
desperately
with
wants
2
to tie
Aqua
up the
Tails,
Protect
which
Shield
is
situation
awesome.
here. He knows that 8th Grade has a
Awesome.
double Protect Shield still available to him. It's gonna be really tough.
If you shield this correctly,
Probably knows this is
you're
gonna be a Shadow Ball
laughing.
coming through, and the pressure is starting to mount. 8th Grade
Good
not
shield.
letting up, but the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket comes up. He's able to pace to another Aqua Tail. We see the switch into Skarmory, reaching for the Feraligatr to counter swap.
This is going to be actually closer than we think here. There are 2 Protect Shields left on 8th Great side. This Hydro Cannon is coming through, but I think the winning condition is on Annihilate here. There's no Gligar left to it. Skarmory wants to at least get to another Brave Bird to be able
Which
to
one are you
knock out this
talking about,
Feraligatr.
David? A
But
slash?
Will Quagsire have enough in the tank to handle both of these Pokemon in the back? First one going through.
I'm
Just a
honestly-
Sky Attack.
It's just a Sky Attack. I'm kind of confused because I think if you throw the Brave Bird, you get the knockout.
Yeah,
and much
Sky
better
Attack's a
than
mistake
what
there,
it is.
especially versus a
Now, Out of Pocket's able to
especially
launch
versus a
a double
non-Shadow
high
Gator.
cannons, force
Shields
Pikachu,
down.
and potentially even get a knockout.
Crazy.
This is very close here. Not going for the Brave Bird might have been the condition here as we see the second one going through. There's so little left on the Feraligatr, but the Quagsire has some energy left in the tank. This is not
Oh.
quite enough to knock out.
Oh my gosh, and he throws!
Ooh.
He throws the energy!
Oh my
Throws the energy, and
goodness.
he might have
Oh my
slightly
goodness.
thrown the
He
game
thought that the
away.
Steel Wing could take out the Feraligatr.
Skarmory just giving a little bit more energy to this
Oh
Quagsire,
my
but
goodness.
Aqua Tail onto the Annihilate. This is huge for Out of
I don't
Pocket.
think
Critical mistake there at a
I
very
don't
important
think
moment.
Pocket would have allowed it anyway. I think Pocket would have pressed the Aqua Tail.
Outsped, outclassed, and Quagsire gets a back-to-back
Okay, so
knockout
SJ, what
in
happened
Out of
there
Pocket
was
series.
8 the Great misplayed
Incredibly
twice
close. We really need to dive into that.
and lost because of it.
Aqua Tail enough to knock the Skarmory out of the sky. Continue
It
on
was
with the winning
2
side
pretty
of
bad
the
misplays
bracket.
actually.
And
A Brave
just
Bird
the
straight into the Gator would have saved all of the shields.
there. And unfortunately for 8th the Great,
And it would have been a guaranteed win.
I've been in this position before.
So,
It's a
but
high
you can only
stakes
play against your opponent, so Pocket will take it. My question for anyone who missed it the first time, or who still hasn't got it,
mishap. You see,
was
I need this Feraligatr
what
down.
Pokemon was I considering during the Trev, Noctowl, Lantern meta that was able to hit all 3 of them for super effective damage and not take super effective damage back from any of them in return?
Was trying to budget his HP. He saw his Skarmory getting weaker and weaker and weaker.
David, you are spot on.
He would lose the
It
game
was Regice.
if he allowed the Feraligatr
I was
to
trading
felt like
desperately to get an extremely high rank Regice to run Blizzard Earthquake
landing in Out of Pocket's favor.
This is
to
exactly
try and catch people off with something that they almost certainly would never have played against in the Great League.
2 Aqua Tails, 1 for the Annihilate, 1 for the Skarmory. Out
I
of
was not
Pocket.
able to get a good one, and you pretty much need
But it was a
highest
really,
rank
really
Regice
good game.
for it to be worth it.
That was really good.
I'll be here all weekend.
Be here all weekend. Quagsire able to get to the double Aqua Tails. Like
It
you
does
said,
sound
the
like me. Yeah,
fastest
Regice is
speed,
something that you could
water
see me
ground
playing
types.
for sure.
Affectionately call them the Mud Boys, right? When we look at Whiscash losing a little bit of its punch with Scald, still the same amount of damage, just a lower chance to debuff the opponent. We looked at other.
Does anyone want to check the bracket for me and direct me if there are any interesting further updates? Let me know if there's anything else worth
Yes.
worth discussing.
Maybe you could even argue slightly the coverage because Stone Edge is so solid against the Mandabuzzes, against the Manteens, against even the fire types like Skeledirge. You can really put a hurting on fire type Pokemon with Quagsire. And I feel like that little extra bulk, that shadow factor, makes it a little more dynamic than maybe Swampert.
Let's flick over to that bracket.
I believe so as well. Another thing with Quagsire is that you can run Mud Bomb on it, or you can
Axon
run
out? You told me that Axon was Group F, right?
There's a little bit of flexibility on what you want your charge attacks to do. I do think in this particular meta, Stone Edge is almost vital because Quagsire
Wow.
is a ground and water type.
Ivy Pips beating Axon 2-0. Axon gets as far as what round? Loses round 3. That's no points. That's 0 points. Does that affect their leaderboard? Was that relevant for him? Did he need points?
I wonder how he feels about Bastiodon kind of switching allegiances there, going to play for the other team.
Is the Travel Award close? Travel Award in NA is nothing like it is in Europe. So obviously Dune is pretty comfortable here. Nighttime Clasher is not playing. Let's go listen to Pocket first.
First of all, how do you face a Bastiodon? It has so many pressure.
My team actually does really good into Bastiodon. I have 2 water types, Quagsire and Feraligatr. I have Vigoroth, and I have Gligar.
So Olympian, welcome in, dude. How you doing?
That my opponent rotted against me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wall, it's a risk, and you were prepared for it, you know? Now, what's the secret for a comeback? It's not easy to lose the first one and then keep your mind calm
Iris,
enough
that's
to
the
win
question,
the next
Iris.
2.
That is the question. He's definitely invited. Whether he gets the Travel Award, I don't know. I don't know.
To my opponent, he took the risk and he got the Basti where it was needed. As he decided to bring Basti, I was more prepared for him to potentially bring it the next games. So as you saw with my Game 2 team, I was triple strong against it, just because I was expecting at least...
Kelsey next on stream. Awesome. Awesome.
Outstanding team reading for from your part. And last, why use regular Feraligatr and not the Shadow one?
I like the bulk
Good question.
that regular Gator gives. There's a few matchups like Altaria, Gligar, and a few others in the meta where having the extra bulk from a normal Gator.
The interviewer, I believe, is Pedro.
It worked totally. And there were
I
amazing
can't remember
matches.
his
I'm
in-game
hoping to
name.
see you like go to the end because you have so entertaining gameplay, and hoping
I think
to
his
see
name's
you
Pedro.
go all the way. And right
Let
now
me check.
we're going back to the customers.
Thank you,
If anyone knows
And I like what
knows
I
him,
have
then
to say about the Feraligatr. I mean, he keeps calling it the Gator affectionately. What an appropriate Pokemon for here in New Orleans, right? Right?
Swagron, right? That's what I thought it was Swagron, but I wasn't 100% sure. But what region is he from, and is he a caster in a different region?
After seeing that parade beginning, Quaquaval is at the top of my mind, right? What an incredible show.
I mean, for me, like, if we're talking about Gator-like Pokemon, I'm gonna go with Skeledirge. I mean, I think that's a pretty good pick.
I'm trying to find the graphic that they
I mean,
posted of the
let us know what you
casters.
think. Hashtag play Pokemon, use it. Maybe give us some reasoning. Maybe we'll feature the tweet.
Some Crawdon, some Corphish.
Ooh, look at
right?
this. Yeah.
This is easy.
Will's on a roll.
I'm on a roll here.
Okay.
And yay, we want to hear your responses as well, so make sure to type those in the chat. But I'll tell you what, we're going to take a look back at some highlights from the
Here we
previous
go.
matches. Don't go anywhere. More live battles coming.
Pedro Carrizo is his name. Swagron username from LATAM region. So quite a good opportunity for him to be able to host this. Next up, Kelsey versus Shiny Dialga. Whilst we wait for that, let's go. Firstly, reminder to anyone that missed it when I said it a few moments ago to go and get your Vigoroth from this event. That is the most important catch from this event. You're able to get it in Shiny as well, and it's wearing a visor if you care about that. Kamala is also available for the first time as Shiny. For the leaderboard, Dunebug, he's still in. He has lost a game, but he's still in. Eric is not playing. Eric is currently out for a walk with Teresa. Chris Reisner, rise to occasion. He is still in, but has lost a game. Lyle is not playing. He is saving his pocket money for Hawaii. Arrow has lost a game. J-Jan has maybe lost a game. I think has just lost a game.
And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably
Jajan has. He's just lost to Hal Stark.
I convinced my mom on Mother's
Magic
Day
Mason. How are we doing, Mason?
the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can
Mason was very fortunate that Pranav did not attend, and so he got a bye. Mason hasn't actually played yet. Okay, Mason hasn't played.
and I have very fond
Chen Yu
memories of,
was in
Pokeball.
group
Favorite Pokeball, probably Ultra Ball.
I or
I
something.
like the black and yellow. I look up to
J?
Lyle Jeffson
No.
Elite a lot.
Okay, here.
Peers of mine, like
Chen Yu is up
all
against
other
Tommy W. Big game, big game.
win matches, and they both have done so well. this
Jengles, is
season
Jengles playing?
that
I
it's like
don't know where
I'm
Jengles is.
trying so hard
I don't know
to
who this is. Okay, I'm
I would battle Ash, catch
my
him,
familiarity with the NA
but
players
watching
is
his
dropping
journey
off around
over the
here.
first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon
However,
let me
if we look at top
show
8,
Ash,
so the
I think that's
key
really
question, one of them's Pocket.
traveled is probably
Oh, Aiden's Pocket. That's Pocket.
as of, for most North American trainers, but especially me from the East Coast. It was
So
basically
if we look at top
almost the other
8,
side of the
top 8 is Travel Award.
I'd say the
And
blue
let's
one. I
remember
really
that
like the color blue in general.
before EUIC,
It's, definitely also
Emmy Weedle was nowhere near
so
Travel Award
just the straight up blue
for
is
EU.
very nice.
but 500 points. Wow. So you can look at 841.
I wouldn't need to really call her.
Well, let's not look at Chen Yu or Mason because they're playing. Let's look at Lyle because he's not playing.
I couldn't just talk to him.
Chen Yu 100 points. No, okay, actually let's look at Chen Yu. Let's say Chen Yu gets 100 points. Right, that's not an unreasonable number because it's an IC, so you get more points. I can hear Rise. Here he is. How many times have we watched this? Is he going to talk about Sizor?
Like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Sizor.
Told you.
I like the sleek metallic look of Sizor.
The sleek
There's a
metallic
lot
look of
of amazing
Sizor.
people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community.
Okay, so if we're looking at, let's say 941.
Shoutcasting, I don't
Could 941, could 950, let's say, is that going to be the cutoff for Travel Award? Probably higher for NA.
and it's given me a lot
Probably
of
higher.
so
But the real question is, who, if they win, could overtake
would be trainer tips
roughly 950?
I challenge you.
NAIC winner is 500 points.
About Pokemon events,
So you can go all the way down to 450 points, and you can start to look at some of these names here.
and such,
Lots of them,
more so than winning prizes.
Cindy,
or
Mushroom Queen, they are in this event.
having people genuinely excited to see
So
you
these
succeed,
players here,
developing these
Sergio,
friendships
if
is one of the
Sergio
most
turned up,
exciting for me. High school
have the
following
opportunity,
so
if
many
they win,
members,
to go straight into those Travel Award spaces. All of these players here,
if I won the
many
World
of them, 8 the Great, we've just seen on stream.
that would have to be my mom.
Many of
My
them,
whole family's been really supportive of me. It's
shout
not
out to
just
SJ,
traditional
many of
things.
them are at the event.
Pursue Pokemon
And
Go YouTube,
Caleb,
Pokemon
actually, that's
They've,
this
had
is a big event for Caleb,
for that.
because Caleb has the opportunity to go
As my starter.
up into those top
Charizard,
positions if he can
another
place
favorite.
high.
I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So, can't
So
go wrong with
that's
Charizard.
interesting, especially, David, as you say, especially because a lot of the big hitters have already dropped games. Where is Axon? Does anyone know where Axon is? Is this Axon here? 354. He doesn't need the points, as we say, he's already got his invite. I don't know if he's got Travel Award as well. And if you haven't got your Twitch drops as well, remember to go and do that.
Crescent City of New Orleans. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am so happy to be joined by my casting partner today, Alpha Phoebe.
How are you feeling this morning, Stephanie?
I'm ready. I'm energized. I'm excited to go ahead and get into some more battles. How about you?
I am also excited. There's so much energy. Honestly, really emphasized by that marching
There's
band
so much
this
energy,
morning,
guys. There's
and
so much
just
energy.
continuing
Okay,
to
so
march through these battles. That
some
was
big
another
games.
amazing
Again,
three
if
sets
you
of,
guys
three
see
sets of
anything in the bracket
battles
that
that
you
we're
want me
going
to
have
draw
three
attention
for
to,
you
let
just
me know.
shortly. We're moving our way through
We've got Kelsey coming up next, and then you can see we've got our first winners final. Hal Stark is going to be up on stream against Derp Ficus. Derp Ficus has already been on stream in his first game here in Winners Round 2, where he played against Rogue Leader. He then beat Dunebug. He's won his Winners Round 4, and he will be in the Winners Round 5, the Winners Finals, against House Stark. And honestly, when you can take Dunebug out, you got to feel like you can take anyone out, right? You got to go into these games with confidence. We're going to also watch LNDS Harjeff. He'll be playing in his Winners Finals for Group B. Not a surprise, right? Not a surprise. He's not got a perfect run this time. He's actually only played twice already. One was a bye. Although, you know, if you want to cancel out the -1 versus the 1, then, you know. But that'll be good to see what teams these players have brought. I know a lot of you are very interested. Evil Sankailor against Ilum. That is a big Winners Finals there. We've got two players that I personally don't know as well, right? You got Monarch, who beat Rise and then lost to Bubble Wrapper, and Spartan, L17. Do you want me to have a... Does anyone know these players? I will have a quick look at these players. Bubble Wrapper. We've got a good top cut here in Milwaukee.
And even into that Gligar with ground typing, not actually resisting fire damage.
And
super effective against it, but it doesn't resist it, so those incinerates, as we heard earlier.
Who was the other one? Spartan?
The best fast attack, even though it's 5 turns.
Spartan with a top cut all the way back in Mexico City 2022. This was a long time ago, but they are now NAIC Winners Finals in a pretty hard group. Had Monarch, had Rise, had J Mills as well, so they should be very proud of that. Right, let's go into these games. So we've got two players that we know in Kelsey and Shiny Dialga. Shiny Dialga very recently performed, I think got a high top cut placement at, was it LA or Indy? Can't remember exactly. Pretty standard team here. Nothing is standing out as particularly spicy. Both sides, to be honest. Both sides fairly standard meta, as if it were pre-meta teams. But because of the Lantern Spark nerf, we are able to see a few more for Alligator. He played in Indy, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And Kelsey on stream too.
Ice Beam into that Shadow Gligar is double super effective. However, honestly, Hydro Cannon's such a strong move. I'd be surprised to see that for Alligator actually reach for the Ice Beam. And then Shiny Dialga's Annihilate
Just gonna flick my fan on.
And Shadow Ball. So both of these Annihilates don't have Ice Punch for the Flyers, but looking at Kelsey's team, she does have that.
This is Kelsey's first tournament? No way. Kelsey's a great player, so Shiny Dialga will need to be tip-top ready. Kelsey's very good. Any Zards on stream yet? Not that we've seen. Not that we've seen. My understanding is that Arrow brought Shadow Charizard, but he is also down into the losers bracket. We've got Eris and Susie as our judges for this game. Some EU representation, and actually we had Ilya early as well. So let's get into these games. So let's see. The Charger Bug doesn't have it. I don't think it has Crunch, so it's not going to be able to hit that Gligar at all. Now, Kelsey could have reached for the Body Slam there before this dig, but hasn't done so, which means that dig can land and Gligar can switch out. And you know what happens when you chip and dip like this and go into your own Lickitung. There's almost nothing Kelsey's going to be able to do to regain that alignment. One thing, note for everyone, okay? If you see a Lickitung on your opponent's team sheet, check its CP and check whether or not it's got a best buddy ribbon. Matchups changed based on that information, so make sure you, to the extent you can learn as much information about it as possible. So immediately, I would be looking at Shiny Dialga's Lickitung, and I'd be recognizing that it has a best buddy. Kelsey's Lickitung has a best buddy ribbon. No, Shiny Dialga's does.
to
It's weird because from Kelsey's perspective, I can't see the best buddy ribbon on the Lickitung.
It doesn't actually seem so because Shiny Dialga now has his switch.
I can't. Can you on Kelsey's screen? I can't see the best buddy ribbon on the other Lickitung, but I can see it on Shiny Dialga's, which is what's throwing me. I don't know if there's no best buddy ribbon there, right? But they both were running best buddy Lickitung.
Sticking around for a while. Kelsey K building up to 2 charged attacks, 2 X scissors before
What are you saying, that they're not equipped as best buddy and so it's not appearing?
And then we are definitely
Maybe
going to
that's
see that
maybe.
Shadow Glide
Well,
come
that doesn't make sense because Shiny Dialga has.
come in. Just that one ice shard, that one fast attack
You can turn it off?
that Gligar did so much damage. This is an interesting match.
I honestly had no idea you could turn your best buddy ribbon off.
Really going to have to rely on these.
Regardless, in team sheets you have to specify if it's best buddied or not.
These Shadow Claws do new
So make sure to read the team sheets because that can have an impact. I had no idea you could turn best buddy ribbon off.
by a Pokemon that is so attack weighted like Feraligatr, you can still do a significant amount of chip damage, especially with how fast Feraligatr is getting to these moves.
One thing I really liked from Kelsey K was
You can bring as many best buddied mons as possible, but obviously only one of them can be best buddied for the tournament.
So she could potentially use
In
it
in-game,
to
yeah, but
knock out the
where can I turn that
Feraligatr.
off?
Shield comes up from Shiny Dialga. This is going to be his first shield used. 1 shield on each side, but he's pacing.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with being able to do that.
However, Kelsey K
But it's fine.
can use her last shield here, reach another drill run, which would threaten a knockout, and then Shiny Dialga could potentially face a quick charge attack. Oh, instead, actually switching out here, throws an X scissors.
So Kelsey, when she came in with the charge bug there, probably needed to just come in and throw an attack rather than get a volt switch through, because now you're putting it into the Gligar, which is
Dialga an opportunity to be able
obviously
to
not
throw an
ideal.
aerial ace, which is going to threaten the knockout of
Team sheets will show CP in best buddy, so make sure to check the written team sheets just in case, like you've got here, one of the players hasn't got best buddy ribbons turned on.
which is fantastic for it.
That was 3 wing attacks to reach this aerial ace, so that was going to be just enough time for the Shadow Gligar there.
But here, look at this screen, right? On this screen here, look at the back, yeah? You're looking at the back. You're not seeing any best buddy ribbons or anything. So that information is somewhat obfuscated for everyone else that's trying to watch this game. And that's why I'm a little bit hesitant about this ability to turn best buddy ribbons off, because it does make a difference. Best buddy Lickitung makes a pretty tangible difference to the way that it plays, but both players have best buddy ribbons on Shiny Dialga's screen, and neither Lickitung have best buddy ribbons on Kelsey's screen.
Really knocking out the Lickitung, trying to do the best that it can, but it keeps getting aligned against this Gligar.
In-game settings, general. Okay, let me do it.
And this Dugong, I think if
Oh yeah, show Pokemon ribbon awarded to a best buddy. I didn't realize that that was in-game, in battle. I thought that that was just like on your Pokemon selection screens or in your storage. I didn't realize.
4 wing attacks instead of 3. The damage from that 3rd ice shard might have been enough to knock out, and given Kelsey K a massive energy advantage going into that Feraligatr. I'm not sure exactly how much energy Shiny Dialga left with. If he had a Hydro Cannon loaded, I think that Dugong was low enough for a
One
knockout.
example of a matchup that changes with best buddy Lickitung is that you might be able to reach the bulk point back against a Shadow Gligar. If you're using a Shadow Gligar, you need to be mindful that a best buddy Lickitung potentially claims that bulk point back. That will change the way you play that matchup. Know that information in advance, and you're laughing.
So definitely a strong player. Also did very well in Peoria back in the Midwest earlier in the season. But now let's talk
The Bansaw, welcome in. How you doing?
We have
Good to see you.
into Lickitung. Feraligatr doesn't
The
love
advantages of the non-best buddy one?
are resisted by Lickitung.
Not in my mind, none.
To
Best buddy ones are better.
knockout with super effective power whips.
5 Shadow Claws, 2
If you
each
can
Hydro
build
Cannon.
high-rank best buddy Lickitungs, they're
Feraligatr
just
is
better.
going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto the Lickitung. It is not the Shadow variant, so 2 do not quite threaten a knockout. Instead, we see a switch into the Lickitung for Shiny Dialga, and this is actually very interesting as a counter comparison to that last game. We see Shiny Dialga being down on energy, but up on health because of that Hydro Cannon.
And Lickitung versus Lickitung, we've seen it before, Nick, but we are going to see that.
Yeah, David, I agree. And also Registeel. There was argument to run a higher attack Lickitung in a Registeel meta because you potentially reached a Lick breakpoint. But Registeel is almost non-existent in the current meta, and so there's less need for a particularly high attack Licky, in which case you just got to start going for that bulk. So if you can get rank 1s, if you can get best buddy rank 1s, like, just get your bulk. It's not clear at the moment whether Lickitung has the same relevance in this meta as it did when it was top premium meta. And sometimes when people aren't sure about a meta, they will resort to safe, bulky picks like Lickitung. Whether or not we'll see as much of it in Worlds, let's find out. We'll see. That is a great swap. Not only do you catch the attack, but if you all notice, the entire Volt Switch goes through. That's 16 energy for free. So that's a superb catch. Caught it perfectly. Didn't just catch the attack, did it a turn beforehand so that the attack also went through. It meant that Kelsey's Charger Bug didn't reach another X-Scissor, which makes a massive amount of difference. And Shiny Dialga is backing up the performance from Indianapolis with a very dominant play here. This is very good.
Interesting charge attack priority there, where Lickitung is surprisingly winning the charge attack priority. It doesn't win it very frequently. It is extremely bulky, but able to peel away that shield.
I'm not sure what Phoebe is talking about Licky winning charge attack priority. For anyone who isn't sure, Lickitung never wins charge attack priority versus Charger Bug. If something like that happens, that is a mistake or a bug, not actual gameplay. It is not a close attack stat that should ever happen.
Feraligatr can only throw resisted attacks with Hydro Cannon, with Ice Beam. Of course, we're going to be going for that heavy hitting.
No, yeah, there was if anything like that happens, it's an error. It's never. When Phoebe says Licky usually loses CMP, no, Licky always loses CMP. There is no spread of Charger Bug or Lickitung that can ever flip that otherwise. So if you've got situations where it looks dodgy, that's the game lagging. If you have the 25-7-3 Lickitung, sure.
Trying to make a catch, but was not successful. And Shiny Dialga waiting it out, and there is
the catch there was a little premature from Kelsey. A little premature.
Effective damage to clear the Dugong. Kelsey K going for a win condition, but just not working out. Shiny Dialga looking so excited.
Big win. Big win for Shiny Dialga, and also a member of DracoViz, of the DracoViz team. And yeah, exactly, SJ. I think that's more likely what happened. It's that there's an ever so slight pause, or if the game is being a bit funky, some input lag that meant it didn't register in the correct way. But just making sure that none of you guys think that Lickitung could win it. Just make sure you learn your CMPs in advance. All CMPs that you can, every single Pokemon that you're taking to an event, make sure you know its attack stat, and make sure you know the ranges of attack stats of the relevant Pokemon in the meta. For example, if you're taking a Charger Bug, go and have a look at what a Vigoroth's attack stat is. Go and have a look what a Guzzlord's attack stat is. Make sure you're aware of what your Charger Bug does against these based on what attack stat your Charger Bug has.
Kelsey K try to make that catch, and we can see Shiny Dialga say, like, nope, I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm gonna be patient.
So what round was that? That was a winners semis, and do we have the first winners Do we have the first
We are
winners
back
finals
into
coming
a
up?
tournament at this point where Worlds qualifications are being determined based on the number of championship points people are earning.
Oh.
So he has made his way into his group winners finals. So that I would
If
imagine
anyone,
maybe
by the
120
way,
CP or
if
something
anyone is aware of what
getting
team
that
Axon
first
ran,
so
let
far.
me know. Otherwise, I assume we'll just wait for Axon to do his recap stream, and he'll probably talk through his teams. But regardless of the fact that he didn't need points, when you're Axon is a winner, right? He's a winner with a winner's mentality. Like, you never want to lose. You don't want to lose at any point. And given that it's the last event before Worlds, he's obviously going to try and take stock, work out what went wrong, and come back a lot stronger for World Champs. So it's probably worth listening into. I don't know if he'll do it straight away, but whenever he does do a recap stream, like a proper one, understanding how he learns and adapts and analyzes losses, because that's the way to improve, right? XL Pokemon, yes, XL Pokemon is fine. Generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, if there is something that relates to an aspect of the game that is publicized within the game, like the existence of XL Pokemon, the game talks about that plenty, then it's generally fine. But the game doesn't talk about exact stats. It never mentions IVs. It never mentions, 110.2 attack on a Gligar. It never mentions any of those numbers, and so that's why casters are encouraged to not talk about those. They're not specifically within the game. They can be seen as confusing for newer viewers, and or endorsing interpretations of the game that aren't officially sanctioned in the game. Right, IVs technically have never been called IVs by Niantic or the Pokemon Company.
So
We call them IVs.
I really enjoy watching the video game and the trading card game, so I would be in for that 2018 LAIC rewatch. It's always, for me, so fun to see the different Pokemon that the different games bring to the action.
Crimson vs Trip in Group K. That will be a good game. That will be a good game. Have we got any update on Martine? Actually, let's go check. Martine watch. Let's go. He is Group K, I think.
I know right now that video game
Or
is allowing one
around
restricted
there.
Pokemon, but back in 2018, was it 2 restricted? Was it no restricted? I have no idea.
And that was the meta before
Oh.
Sword and Shield.
Martine is here in Group K, but has not played his game yet.
Shortly after 2018.
Right. So
If anyone notices an update for Martine, let me know. Let me know.
I know those are
EVs to Pokemon again. Again, is your appraisal? Is it your EVs? Is it your IVs? Undecided. If they were to ever introduce items that could impact your appraisal spreads, would that make them EVs? I don't know. I don't know. IVs on paper make sense. Individual values, comparable to the main series games. If you're able to manipulate them with items, arguably, you're saying, well, these maybe now are effort values. Unless the effort values add on or there are lots of complex ways they could do it that just aren't endorsed. So it's why it's difficult to ever talk about it with any form of certainty. But this is going to be a good game. For anyone that remembers, I said Quag plus Azu. Looks like it could be a reasonable pairing in this meta. Dirtfikers has opted for a non-Shadow Quag rather than a Shadow Quagsire. Whether that's through choice or availability, we don't know. But I think that this team looks pretty good for Dirtfikers. As in, not necessarily this matchup, I haven't looked at that, but just the team itself, I quite like.
Another powerful opponent though is House Dark. Definitely a well-known name.
Oh, I actually didn't even look at House Stark's team yet. Let's have a look at it after this. I think this is a good team. I like this team.
Really need some good solid wins to be able to pick that up.
Dirtfikers must have been cooking with the Shadow Magnezone to make it so far into this tournament. We have a very
I like this team.
Once before Quagsire and Aquatail Stone Edge. Shadow Magnezone, I don't believe
The jerseys look worse.
in that first matchup, but maybe we'll see it here.
Oh,
against
very, very similar team.
That's another Shadow Magnezone.
Very similar team, but doesn't have the Quagsire, has opted for Licky and Altaria instead of Quagsire and Skarmory. Fighter, anti-fighter. Again, a very balanced team. A very, very balanced team. Fighter,
Definitely
anti-fighter.
a possibility. Like looking at these two teams,
Both of them. Both of them very, very balanced teams. Both teams fit the template, the team building template that I've spoken about a lot. It'll be interesting to see if we see any Annihilate mirrors. It'll be interesting to see if we see any Shadow Magnezone mirrors. Regular Quag Blaze could just be availability rather than choice. We don't know. So House Stark is playing a soft ABA team to Shadow Magnezone here. He's perfectly happy to see Shadow Magnezone in the lead because Licky can put in a decent amount of work, and he is correctly CMP'd on the first wild charge. So that is very, very big for House Stark. It means that he can survive the wild charge, and if he lands this body slam, it will do a ton of damage to the Shadow Magnezone. So Shadow Magnezone is going to shield, and is it going to try and Volt Switch down? No, it's going to get out because it knows that there's another body slam, goes into the Shadow Gligar, but remember that it's a shield down. Shadow Gligar is able to have play with 2 shield scenario against Azumarill. 1 shield down, no chance. So House Stark's going to come out of this pretty comfortably. And remember, you have to remember at all times that there is a move banked on the Shadow Mag, but no but with sorry, there's a move banked on the Shadow Magnezone and a move banked on the Lickitung, but with barely any HP. So don't forget that. Don't forget that. Also remember that the 2 shields for House Stark will help annihilate a lot.
There is no energy on House Stark's side. Ooh, going for a mirror shot bait.
I don't like this bait at all.
The question is, can Dirtficus farm down after the mirror shot lands? It is neutral damage, resisted by water, and super effective against the fairy. Dirtficus instead going for another mirror shot. House Stark, no shielding again. Azumarill is knocked out. In comes the Annihilate.
Yes, and there it is. The Annihilate, it's actually not the worst matchup in the world because Annihilate...
So because of that shield advantage, House Stark's okay.
Even to something as
Yeah, it's a questionable bait there.
on the Annihilate, it's not as if it's walled. You can still utilize that energy somehow.
And because the shield advantage that House Stark has, he's in a pretty solid spot. Throwing the
Was that a CMP catch? I didn't see Dirtficus' team. If that's a CMP catch, that's insane. That is insane. That is insane.
Gosh, a switch charge attack tie?
That is a switch. That is a catch. That is a charge attack priority. That is the type of play that has now put this Azu definitely within Shadow Ball and counter down range. That's awesome from House Stark. Like, this is the first game where I'm like, you should go back and rewatch that. Rewatch exactly what happened there, because if you can do that in your gameplay, you will become a better player. People who talk about RPS and alignment and what can I do to improve, this is the kind of play that's top level play.
In Utrecht, I believe, and here now done a second time by House Stark. It is incredibly impactful, both getting in a little bit of
Licky pretty much always wins CMP against Azu as well. That one's normal.
Large amount of energy.
That one's normal.
House Stark with a huge smile on his face as his Annihilate goes for that final
Tom, how you doing?
punch on the Magnezone to give him that game.
He's wasted the boost though. He's wasted it. He's wasted the boost. But yeah, as I say, that play, the anticipate, and to be honest with you guys, there's no reason. Again, there was no reason for Dirtficus to allow that catch to happen. So whilst I'm giving a huge amount of credit to House Stark for that, because he did pull it off and it was awesome to watch, if you are using an Azu like that, please don't let your attacks get caught. You will get bullied. You will get bullied. And then you'll have some dude who's running a watch party criticizing your plays, and no one wants that, alright? So make sure you see the animations come through, avoid those situations, because you needed that energy into the Annihilate, and you could have bubbled down that Lickitung and you win the game if you do, probably. Have I been live since the start? Maybe not. Maybe not the very beginning, because I was eating and lying down, which are two of my favorite pastimes, to be honest. But now that we're getting into some good games, I've got a little bit more energy to keep going, so I probably won't finish anytime soon. I don't know how many hours we've got left, because I do appreciate that there are a ton of groups. And I don't know what's... Let's say this stream goes on till 6 PM local time. That's midnight my time. That's 5.5 hours away. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I can promise you guys that. I don't know if I can promise you that.
But how much percentage of power of will?
Also 100%.
That's 200%, Stephanie. That's way too much percentages.
It's too many slices.
Phoebe with the song quotes there.
There's 2 whole pizza pies of percentages.
Our battlers are ready on the stage.
CMP sack definitely is. It's definitely a feel-good moment.
So let's go ahead and see how these trainers are thinking about playing out this lead matchup. Gligar, of course, with a dig, can threaten the one-hit knockout on Magnezone, which is just silly. Magnezone should have the power of Levitate like it does in the video game series to be immune from ground-type charge attacks.
I think that would be way too powerful. Interestingly enough, we see Houstark going for a wild charge before the Digistone most frequently, at least for Paula. I've seen her build up to multiple charge attacks and then throw, shielding the first charge attack from that Shadow Gligar. Instead, Houstark...
Here's the Shadow Mag. Difficulty here is, what do? You can't swap, you can't hit it for super effective, but if you let this play rough go, it starts to put Magnezone into a range where an opposing Shadow Magnezone will farm you down once you take the Azu out. Look at this. Look at how low that Magnezone's gone. And that's into a dominant matchup, right? So that's why we've got to be careful about Shadow Magnezone. But at least you're going to be able to get a wild charge off. But your Magnezone's gone. And the stream has stopped. So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Houstark's going to come in with his Shadow Magnezone. He's going to farm down the opposing Shadow Magnezone. And he's going to shield the first wild charge. Then Gligar is likely to come back in on the side of... yeah, no, I know it definitely can't be me because it's come up with this screen. So this definitely isn't me. But Shadow Gligar will then come back in for Derp. Was that his name? Ficus? Derp Ficus? And then the back lines actually may be a little bit tricky for Houstark, because I think that there was an Azu on the left side. No, that Azu went down. It was just the Gligar left. Is that right? Or was there still an Azu on Dirt Ficus' side? Can anyone remember? There was an Altaria on Houstark's side, but that Altaria is going to get stuck against Dirt Ficus' Azu, right? Because the Gligar will come in against... Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Altaria versus Azu.
I don't think I've ever... I have a lot of bunnies in my yard, Alpha B, but I don't think I've ever seen a bunny take a bird out of the sky.
We're back.
That would be quite the vicious rabbit.
I think there's something that's happened to the game because Houstark is gesticulating and Dirt Ficus is almost apologizing. But Houstark should still win this. Just double mirror shot? No, oh, it's a CMP tie. Okay, Houstark looks... Okay, we have no idea, right? We have no idea if there was... We have no idea. Oh, the power went out in the center. Oh, okay. Houstark is shaking his head. Is this going to be a rematch? I don't know. I don't know. As you maybe saw in Bologna, there was a game where I thought I was going to have a rematch, and they said play it. So I don't know. You have no idea.
Is going according to plan.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what if there is a dispute on the stage. But I want to go back into kind of the flow of that game, because at the very beginning,
Jord, I'd recommend you hold on to it. I wouldn't do anything with it at the moment. There could be a future update where Sableye is given an attack that means that it's no longer preferable to run return. So just hold on to it, and see if we get any future updates is what I'd recommend.
Able to no shield 2 charge attacks, basically pick up a one-hit knockout with the Ice Beam because it is double super effective. And the end game there, pacing.
Yeah, earlier.
So much energy
Yeah,
in it,
nothing untoward. Just a little,
instead opted for
very
the
brief power
fearless
cut.
stick.
Yes, a zoom roll into Altaria is it's like
Yeah,
it's
that match of mine.
really
Yeah, well,
we have been seeing these two
is what it
Pokemon
is.
in the Go Battle League, in the
I have.
Championship Series.
I am past the stage in my emotional journey that I'm not concerned about that anymore. But Stark is definitely looking like he's not happy with the situation, so we'll just see. Yeah, Josh, Josh and Colin, I'm glad you like noted like how macabre Elliot's comment was.
The one-hit KO.
Yes, and we can see there is that final knockout. The Shadow Gligar standing victorious at the end. Altaria, I'm trying to take a look at Altaria into Derp Ficus's team. Doesn't really love to see the Skarmory. Doesn't love that Magnezone matchup either. Quagsire
Yeah,
hit really hard
yeah.
against it. It's pretty neutral into the Shadow Gligar. I'm not sure if that's the answer for House Stark here.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you were talking about before.
Okay, team. I'm going to put a poll in chat because I like to ask you guys the important questions. So if you're just watching on the side, make sure you pay attention to this Twitch poll.
My specific lore, I think I've probably mentioned it a couple of times on the official cast, but in ages old, in a galaxy far, far away, Altaria used to be able to beat Azumarill, which is just silly. It's a fairy type versus a dragon flying type.
Okay, the Twitch poll is going to go up. I'm going to leave it for 5 minutes.
Double resisted by the fairy, but before level 50 was a thing.
Get your answers in the poll now. Do we like the Legends United jerseys? You can see how Stark. He's in Team Yellow. I don't know if it has a particular name. What do we think of the Legends United jerseys? They have 2 other colours as well, as far as I'm aware. The red ones and the blue ones for the EU. I don't know exactly what the teams are, but yeah, Legends United is it's just a faction. It's just a factions team. So on the EU side, you've got players like Inadequates, and on the US side, House Stark, Rise, Accent, etc. Okay, no rematch. We're going into a game 3. We're leading Shadow Gligar into Shadow Magnezone, which with shields is actually perfectly fine for the Shadow Magnezone. House Stark is going straight for a Mirror Shot bait. That's an interesting play, but he does draw the shield, which is interesting.
And very differently from the last game, this time House Stark, instead of going for the Wild Charge and Dip, he goes for the Mirror Shot bait and pulls the shield.
Ooh, but Derp Ficus says no baits here.
Yeah, that's a pretty big shield to get.
Very clearly going to need to shield that to be able to throw.
There is zero bias in my polling language.
Waiting until just before the
I don't know
Gligar gets to another
how anyone could suggest otherwise.
No shield from Derp Ficus, and the Wild Charge connects. Now going for the dip out to bring in the Lickitung to absorb the damage from this dig. Lickitung is so bulky it can handle it.
And importantly, House Stark left the Altaria on his bench. He has Azumarill.
Okay, no, it says probably not a fair way to vote on it. Hey,
Shadow Magnezone would
I
be
ain't the government.
potent in the end game
I'm gonna
against
phrase it
Shadow
how I
Magnezone.
want to phrase it.
Be a mirror match between the 2 Azumarills in the end.
Ooh, so we were gonna see which bunny will stand
For me,
supreme in
the
the
2 issues that I take
We
is
have
that
Magnezone
I don't think
and
Legends United is a particularly...
able to do a lot of nice neutral damage with its fast attack.
It's just not a particularly impactful team name in a Pokemon team.
Knocking out.
Look at that.
Now the defenses have fallen. Look at
We're seeing Shadow Magnezone versus Shadow Magnezone. You have to shield the potential Wild Charge, because it will take you out. It will take you out. Gets the attack drop, but it doesn't, honestly doesn't make a difference. The Wild Charge is still going to do... It's still going to do tons. Yeah, so Legends United, I'm not entirely persuaded by the team name. I'm not entirely persuaded by the logo, which looks like it belongs on a Clash of Clans game. The players are superb. Great bunch of players. Super, super high quality players. So absolutely nothing against them, but just some of the branding wouldn't be my choice. Is that's just my view. That's just my view.
One stage debuffed, however, it is super effective. Shadow Wild Charge into Azumarill does about 2/3 its total health, and then an immediate switch into his own Azumarill.
Yes, and this Azumarill is just so healthy, even though Dirtficus has a very significant energy advantage in this matchup.
Big plays from House Stark, and we are seeing, we talked about this earlier, right? We are seeing now the prominence and power of Shadow Magnezone in NA events, which is good to see because it has done very, very well in EU. It is it is the best electric type in the meta at the moment. If you have a Shadow Magnezone, start practicing. It's a little bit of a tricky Pokemon to use, but when it's used well, its skill ceiling, its ability at the very, very top is extraordinarily impressive. Like, it's very, very strong.
Azumarill doesn't have to face it with that Lickitung because Lickitung is just so safe.
Chipper says, Legends United is like a pub quiz team name when no one can think of anything good. I think that's pretty spot on. I think that's pretty spot on. Right, should we flick back to the bracket? How are we doing? I'm going to press refresh just in case we've got any updates from these groups. So still, it looks like Martine hasn't played yet. So let's scroll to the top where we might have a little bit more movement. So this is now this is completed with House Stark winning. House Stark is the first player. House Stark is the first player to get into. Let me know if that's worked, Josh and Colin. Cool. House Stark is the first player into day 2 of NAIC. There are, how many groups were there? 20 groups.
Maybe a little bit unsure of whether House Stark would try to throw those wild charges
20 groups, wow.
After switching out.
That is a lot.
Really like though him throwing both of them before because
and then we've got LNDS Harjeff coming up on stream, I assume next.
Impact of like Skull debuffs or maybe a Moonblast debuff, but
Sankylo or Ilum.
Your attack stat is through the roof.
As we've said, Bubble Wrapper and Spartan here. We've got any other updates further down? Out of Pocket and Shiny Dialga, as we saw both play earlier. That'll be a good game to watch. Mango and Marta Galde. And then Group G, we're still relatively early on. So these guys would have had a much later call time. And they will... is it 24 or 36 players on day 2? Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. My guess... I mean, if there's 20 groups, does that mean there's 40 players? I don't know how it works.
I see a picture of us. Whoa! All aboard the hype train for NAIC. That picture was posted by our co-caster Amanda, and that was so much fun. We got.
If anyone knows how 20 groups filters down for day 2. Oh wait, can I check final stage? Oh, here.
5 of us that went. I had the largest bag. I had a Snorlax-sized shopping bag experience.
Yeah, choo-choo. It was a ton of fun getting able to shop and, you know...
This looks like 32.
Silly photos with the rest of
this indicates there are 32 tomorrow.
That Pokemon, that is a Marshadow heading to the airport. See you all in NOLA soon for a great day. We saw Ivy Pips on the stream earlier. The Marshadow and the Dratini. Marshadow making its debut in Pokemon Go. And also...
Marshadow is coming to Pokemon Go during GoFest this year, if you have a ticket, I believe.
And we have some more
and
with some swag from what it looks like to be the
we've got a TCG player.
Bag. You know, you get that play mat, you get
or is this a Go player?
This
is a TCG player. Stretch? Okay, fine. Fine.
In 2024.
Yes, and we can see another trainer saying we have officially made it. Let's go. Pokemon Go lots of PvP, so that's
okay.
Very, very exciting. All smiles.
We're going to have a top 32 tomorrow. And do we remember how many points? Quick question. How many points does top 32 get you at an international championship?
Flying in from Boston with some of our friends over in the VG cast, and being at the airport, kind of coming in at your own time and able to skip the line because there was no line was so
The
great.
answer
It
is
made the experience so fluid and definitely
160.
Massive shout out.
So a big 160 points guaranteed for anyone making top 32. Can there be a redeem for snack time, Solly? Honestly, that is a great shout. I wish.
It was so convenient.
I wish, but I'd also need to have access to a snack, I guess. I'm looking around. What have I got near me? We have some Twilight Masquerade here. Twilight Masquerade. If anyone is a TCG player interested in TCG, we have 2 boxes of Twilight Masquerade from Bologna.
The man himself, LAIC champion, LNDS
We have
versus Rocha Babyface.
2 incredible trainers from the Latin American region. These 2 are
we have
super
three
some of the
three silver medals
has to offer.
and a bronze.
So hyped for this matchup that we have on one side. Our double
We
player
have
of Shadow Gligar and Mandibuzz.
no
On
food,
the other side, though, a singular flyer,
which is
but
very sad for me.
in that Talonflame definitely is going to be looking to try to find that charge above.
Yeah, I like these 2 teams. I think they really show 2 different team building styles.
Should I open Twilight Masquerade, these packs? Should I open them or should I just leave them? That's the question. I've also got a ton of prize packs from locals. Oh. I've got loads of prize packs from locals. Again, just sat there. Yeah, I've got no Strout Waffle left either. Petition for me to hang my medals and not chuck them in a box? Ugh. I mean, I guess. I guess I could. I don't know where I'd hang them, to be fair.
But on the side of Rocha's, maybe something a little more interesting with that red.
Oh, I also got a mat, didn't I?
Still relying on that Whiskash.
This is the mat that we got from Bologna.
Yeah, Talonflame, like I was trying to hint to
Oh, this is...
earlier in the
No,
cast,
this isn't.
one
This
of the
is...
Pokemon that can
This is
hit
a
that
stock...
endgame.
I actually don't know where... Okay, anyone know which event this one's from? This is not the Bologna one.
Often, instead of Flame Charge as its coverage move, it's running double.
This is from an
Fly,
older event.
Brave Bird as well as Fly. Brave
Colin.
Bird,
Strout... Strout Waffle?
also very hard hitting.
Stroop Waffle?
It's a little bit
Strout Waffle.
play if you go against a steel type,
I assume it's not
as
Stroop
feel
Waffle.
like we
I mean,
see on
might be.
Rocha's own side, so it won't have to face off against that, of course. But Azumarill is a little.
That's Stockholm? Okay.
a little
I think my other
rough
one's in the other room.
The ability to land a super hard hitting Brave
But they all just end up somewhere on the floor.
Plushies now, just on
In a
Plushie's
corner.
own, I think Cyndaquil has the edge over Jigglypuff being a fire type attacker.
Okay.
versus that very normal
Here he
Jigglypuff.
is.
But
This
we'll
is
have to
the
see
one and only player to go entirely unbeaten in a regional event. Also the LAIC winner for this year. It's LNDS Harjev on the left.
Skilled battler, very popular, not just in the LATAM
The-
community, but globally.
The U part is pronounced differently. Can you write, Colin, how I should pronounce the O's?
tournament. Our players are giving each other the thumbs up. They
Strout
are
Waffle?
ready to duke it
Stroop
out here
Waffle?
on stage in
Stroop
winners
Waffle? I don't know.
finals of Group B. It's going to be a Lickitung into a Azumarill, a positive lead for Rajef.
Yes, so being able to hit.
Okay, we've got a neutral lead here with a Vigoroth in the back. So this is a soft ABA to Annihilate. So Harjev would have been saying to himself, if I see an Annihilate in the lead, stay in. I'm fine with that, as long as I avoid it for the Vigoroth in the back. The difficulty, well, the difficulty is what do you do firstly versus Talonflame, but also are you scared of the Annihilate in the back? Because what he might have wanted to do is see any safe swap from Rocha Babyface and bring a Vigoroth into it, and now that's harder to do because it's a Talonflame. Ooh, Brave Bird Talonflame as well. Ugh. Brave Bird Talonflame I think does have play. I think it's just a little bit trickier to use. Stroke Waffle. Stroke Waffle. Is that better? I'm gonna refresh this.
Going for another Incinerate, does not quite make it to the charge attack. Rarjef actually being very patient and waiting to throw the body slam until right before the Talonflame has its attack ready. We see Rocha going for another Incinerate, perhaps Wade knowing that
And look at
Rarjef is
this.
going to switch out here.
Because you've got access to a Brave Bird, you're getting shields that you wouldn't maybe otherwise get. Thank you, Colin. Thank you.
And getting to almost another fly. Will Rocha Babyface be able? Is he willing to shield the Talonflame? No, going down with an entire charge attack of energy is always.
Now what do you do?
But now being able to bring in that Azumarill and then saving the Registeel in the back, but I don't know.
One of the really nice things with Talonflame that runs Brave Bird is if you lead it, you can get a very, very early shield that you wouldn't maybe get if you ran Flame Charge. Because the Brave Bird, the fear of landing a Brave Bird can be pretty big.
Two, sometimes three charge attacks, and you get outpaced. The digs from that Shadow Gligar come off just a little bit faster. We see a no shield from Rarjef. It'd be interesting to see if he goes for a lick down or a fast attack down from the Shadow Gligar.
You can see how Jeff's celebrating already.
In excitement, he's gotten the final matchup he looks for.
Yeah, honestly, I'm also surprised at seeing these Reggie. I can't remember who it was earlier in chat that said that they expect to see a Reggie make day 2. It's getting close, but I'm not expecting to see many at all. It's just, in my mind, it's not the meta for Reggie.
Dig is going to be coming through before this next charge attack. The question becomes, does Rocha Babyface have the opportunity to try to catch the next
Fair enough, fair enough.
I think that is going to be his best win condition here in the end game. Going to be able to reach one more Zap Cannon, actually opting for the Focus Blast. It's a little bit less energy. It makes total sense. Both would knock out. A debuff is not impactful at this point in time. The timer is just coming up from the Azumarill, and it's going to not be quite
Not able to make the catch.
able to come through.
And the dig lands. Do you know what's annoying for me? The last time that I played against a Reggie in an event, and I had my Gligar aligned to it, the Reggie was running Flash Cannon. And it ended up winning the zeros against me. And I was like, of course, of course.
And nod of acknowledgement from Rocha, recognizing that is going to be the end of game number 1. Not quite able to pace in that end game. Bubble not quite doing enough damage to pick up the knockout into.
These are not their teams. The teams on the back are old.
Solid game by Rarjef. He really
Neither of those teams are correct. Okay, so whoever's on graphics for NAIC, you're stealing a living right now.
be outpaced there because Body Slam is so
What do you mean ELO? It was against EJB at Gdansk Regional.
That was where that fist pump really came in, recognizing I can see my path to victory. It is clear. There's nothing I need to cut.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we don't see, 2 reasons why we don't see a huge number of Shadow Magnezone. 1, accessibility, and 2, it does have a high skill floor.
How am I going to proceed into this next battle?
Stroke waffle.
Not a trainer like Rarjef is
Stroke
very talented,
waffle.
but
Stroke
not
waffle.
always
Stroke waffle.
Rocha-
Stroke waffle.
Rocha also very talented. He got 9th place in April in Mexico City.
So
This actually isn't the
Harjeff
first time
has
he's been to US
the
this
LNDS
season.
shirt. Is that right? And Rocha Babyface, what team is he part
A
of?
bunch of his team members show up to Vancouver. I think they all did fairly well, but if my memory serves me correctly, that was a regional that was swept by a Canadian himself, Lyle Jeffs.
Yes, Canadian defending his Canadian territory.
7-Eleven Gaming.
Not to let someone else
7-Eleven Gaming is Rocha Babyface's shirt sponsor there.
Here at the event this weekend.
As I say, the teams behind these players are not the correct teams,
Going to take this
which isn't entirely helpful to viewers in the crowd.
here in New Orleans.
Martine won his game and Trip won his game, as expected, as expected. EU in full force. Has Zweilous played his as well?
I was a little bit surprised, but it makes sense if you look at Rarjef's team. Because
Yeah, the teams are from the previous trainers. Yeah.
This charge attacks, it's really slow to pace to them. I think a safe swap Talonflame makes a good amount of sense. But maybe he should rely on other Pokemon. If you pull out the Azuma with the Talonflame, what do you want to play in the back? And I think Annihilate makes a ton of sense. but does he feel like Annihilate has good play into Rajev's team? Look at the team composition.
Right.
Rocha has brought
The
into game number 2 here.
the ever-loving.
Switches in
Ho ho ho! Look at the alignment potential here.
Azumarill, but the
My
Azumarill
brother's messaged me to give him the Netflix password, so give me a second.
Just fine seeing the Azumarill here. This is exactly where he wants to see it. So we're going to see an Azumarill mirror match. Both of these Azumarill are running the same moveset with the charge attacks of Ice Beam and Play Rough, which are the two charge attacks that, beyond Azumarill's bulk, these charge attacks are what make Azumarill so meta relevant. Azumarill doesn't function so much as a water-type Pokemon. It functions because it has access to a very tight charge attack with same type attack bonus, and then Ice Beam is such fantastic coverage for this Pokemon.
I've played a good number of Azumarill mirror matches. Of course, Azumarill's been around for a
To be
long
honest,
time.
there's a big advantage here for
Very
Rocha
peculiar
Babyface
interaction
because
between Azumarill mirror matches is
the
you have the
alignment
biggest
is
Azumarill
less
that
important
is
for him
bulky,
than it is for
does
Hajev.
not come down to a
Talonflame has
knockdown. It actually
perfectly
comes
good
down
play
to a
into
bubble
both.
down.
Annihilate has perfectly good play into both, whereas obviously Vigoroth cannot be up against Annihilate, and Chargebug really doesn't want to be up against. Oh, actually, this is a little bit uncomfortable because the Azu's not in comfortable farm down range here.
Really tough now having this go between these are two
'Cause now you're gonna have to give a
for
shield,
me.
potentially.
Either have to bring in
You actually
Vigoroth
don't need to.
resistant
You could let it.
Incineration
You
or
could
resistant
no shield this if you
Talonflame
wanted
pick
to.
up this knockout. What am I going to do? So instead of bringing in this Talonflame and allowing it to really ramp up.
Uh-oh.
and
Uh-oh.
use the-
Uh-oh.
in exchange,
The
he
hard
does
swap.
into the Annihilate.
I was
You had alignment.
Rocha threw energy
You had alignment and you hard swapped, and this is what happens.
Bring in the Annihilate, completely farm down, no shield, 2 rock slides, and come out with 100.
This is why I'm not a fan of Vigoroth.
He's going to come out with 100 energy and a Shadow Ball loaded to go into whatever Pokemon he so chooses. Second rock slide comes through. Easy no shield from Rocha Babyface here. The Annihilate's just barely into the yellow and is going to be able to get a full counter down.
Yes, that is so much energy that this
Wow, you're
Annihilate
coming out
has.
there with what, 77 energy?
Decide which Pokemon is going to absorb
77, and neither of these Pokemon can comfortably farm you down without taking a ton of damage.
hits instead. Brings in the Azumarill,
No, you don't even-
gets
wait.
out, so this Azumarill is going to have to take
He doesn't need to throw this.
Night Slash. It is
He
resistant,
needs to have remembered
is in
that the
such
Azu is on 0 energy, and he just should have counted it down.
Now it is Chargebug against the world.
I like this play from Rocha, throwing the Night Slash, pulling the shield.
Because then you potentially get 2 Shadow Balls up against the
To reach a Shadow
Chargebug.
Ball afterwards.
I mean, you got Brave
A
Bird.
little bit of chip. Actually, no, just immediately switching, going for the Brave Bird.
You've just
One
given
to go to
2
100 energy. No shield from
I mean, it
Rocha.
doesn't make a difference, but some timing here is a little bit dodge.
Almost all of it. Chargebug able to get to one more Volt Switch, but Rajaf, I think,
Doesn't make a difference, but
Talonflame
got to
has
be a little bit
so
careful there
much
on
energy.
timing, potentially, and potentially next time, got to be careful.
Super effective Volt Switches into a Talonflame. I just don't have enough runway left in this battle to be able to make anything happen.
And you might have been thinking, okay, Rajaf still has a second shield. Why doesn't he shield that? It's because Rocha only needed to do one more Incinerate to get to the next Brave Bird.
What are our
That
thoughts
time,
on this
one Volt
Brave Bird
Switch damage
Talonflame?
applies, and then that next Brave Bird comes through, so the same result occurs.
What are our
to
thoughts
Rajaf.
on Brave Bird
It's a five.
Talonflame?
Unfortunately, it's a Brave Bird, and he secures, and Rocha secures victory in this game number 2.
And we see the Night Slash again. That Night Slash play getting rid of that Azumarill and really just leaving it on the back of Chargebug. And again, Chargebug just having a really rough time in that endgame matchup.
Yeah, and it was really interesting play there from Rocha, saving that Talonflame, getting an immense energy lead by bringing it into the Azumarill, just using a singular shield to prevent that Ice Beam from landing.
The poll is going up. Team, let me know what your thoughts are on Brave Bird Talonflame versus Flame Charge Talonflame.
Forced to super effective Volt Switches, but you take really hard-hitting neutral damage from those flying type charged attacks.
You do fly, and again, a lot of times.
Colin, he was already at 100 energy, wasn't he?
Lots of things for neutral damage.
Wasn't the Talonflame already at 100? So he just has to come in and throw a move.
That you want. Sometimes
That was what I thought. That was the only reason I said it.
Going with
His Incinerate was irrelevant.
neutral charged attacks and a lot of like bulky Pokemon. That's a really good recipe for victory as well.
I think Rajaf had a solid idea there, switching into the Vigoroth. However, Rocha reading how much Rajaf has leaned into that Vigoroth so far, bringing his best answer to it. Going into game number 3,
there was once where I was running a Brave Bird Talonflame and they counter-swapped a Registeel, thinking that, oh, I can't put any charge attack pressure on him. But I landed 2 Brave Birds, and with an Incinerate that took the Registeel out before it got to a move against me. So again, team, I think, K9, you're potentially... I was going to say you're potentially going to see Registeel in day 2, but Roger Babyface hasn't come in yet with Talonflame for some reason.
A little bit of chip with this body slam might actually potentially looking to stay in this matchup,
which is very surprising.
We see Roger Babyface shaking his head, and maybe just thinking like feeling like he's forced to stay in here.
So much energy is loaded on Rajef's Charger Book. I think he's basically at 100 energy.
Now, if you come in with a Talonflame, can you catch an X-Scissor and get an Incinerate through? Yes! Yes, he did it! That is superb. Absolutely love to see that. That is tasty. That is tasty. That is the 100 energy basically gone. I squealed. Squealed like a pig when I saw that, because I was like, hold on a minute. This is going to be dirty. And this is game over. This is game over. There is almost nothing that can happen that will see Rocha Babyface lose this game.
Only a singular bubble, going for slightly suboptimal timing so that he can get this Ice Beam off before the Talonflame reaches another charge attack. One more Incinerate means that this Talonflame
I don't know if you need a Brave Bird here. Maybe Fly's enough, but maybe Fly wouldn't be enough, so maybe fair enough. But remember, there's an Azu in the back. Even shields. And the awesome thing is you reach another Brave Bird. Which is sick, right? Which is sick. And now you've got an Azu. As soon as it reaches an Ice Beam, you're laughing.
Even though Gligar has a really great energy advantage, that is an Azumarill that it is facing on the other side of the field. Azumarill just needs an Ice Beam to knock out.
Talonflame wearing a shield and sword. It is a Brave Bird able to knock out the Charger Buff, able to knock out.
Look at that. K9, well done. We will see Registeel tomorrow.
Double super effective damage into
but the Talonflame. The Brave Bird Talonflame. Holy. An Appleton? That's a Grass Dragon type. New Pokemon.
Like deep breath out and just looked up at the ceiling. You could tell that was just a really intense battle.
We talk a lot about different interesting plays players can
Oh, what was the outcome of the vote? Well, it looks like a shade more of you prefer the boost from Flame Charge. But the shield pressure that we were getting there from that Talonflame, threatening just basically instant knockouts, it's pretty cool. Elliot, if you would like to be banned from this chat, don't test me. Don't test me. So as soon as Talonflame got given Fly, I was a big proponent for Fly, Brave Bird, Talonflame. And everyone was like, no. But the difficulty was, at the time, the meta didn't really have a huge amount of space for Talonflame. And in the teams that it did have play, Brave Bird was a little bit less useful. But I was like, one of these days, you're going to see that the Brave Bird Fly Talonflame can slay. Because there's always a reason. Not just because Brave Bird hits hard, but that is obviously a big reason. But have you clipped that? Great. But because the energy cycles between a 45 energy move and a 55 energy move are really efficient versus a 50 energy move in Flame Charge and a 45 energy move in Fly. Exactly as K9 says, synergy of the energy is way nicer with Brave Bird Fly.
Representing your community and being able to take down who is theoretically the I keep saying this, the top
Yeah,
dog from your
I'm gonna be
region
honest.
it
I'm gonna be honest, Yuri. No, who said it? I'm gonna be honest, Chipper.
I think you just like dogs, Alpha Phoebe. I think you like talking
So,
about
for anyone who's not sure, the Pokemon Go channel has over 6,000 viewers,
that dog in you.
I do got that
which is
dog in
more
me,
than the
but
main Pokemon stream, which has 4.6k, and the TCG stream, which has 4.1k. And I don't want to be cynical, but when the Go stream, almost immediately, like really not long after it started, got up to 6.5k viewers, I was like, that's interesting. Where have these viewers come from? These are numbers I've not seen before. So I'm not gonna say anything, but I'd be interested to see. I'd be interested to see how many of these viewers are people using multiple Twitch accounts to get different drops. Potentially. Could be front page inflation, but also when you've got drops available and you know that the drops are across various different games and things, like I wouldn't be surprised if you've got lots of multiple viewers here and or bots farming drops. Who knows? Maybe that's the cynic in me. Dawnwings and Duskmane Necrozma coming out this month. Actually, they've already come out. They're just coming out for me this month.
After a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community.
You didn't get a notification in game about NAIC. That's pretty bad. You should.
When I won Worlds, I wasn't
Okay,
really expecting
so this
that
is the game.
to be the tournament that
Can you?
I
Oh wait,
won.
I've got to.
I went
I'll
in
just show you.
knowing,
This is
know,
the
I have
game.
I know what I'm doing,
This is on the
and,
announcement
you know,
page.
winning
This is
is
NAIC, and this is all your details for NAIC.
So
And I got
I
this.
just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually
I
have
just
a
press the main
tradition
button.
to get
I
tacos,
press
before
announcements.
day one,
Nope.
so
I
I'd
press
have to say that would be a tradition we
announcements.
always did.
No.
I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was
There.
just the culture around it, like all the energy.
And it's just
hard to
there.
top that. The best thing that happened to me
That's
this
all your
month,
information.
would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so you know, incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on Twitch.tv.
Have I had the drop research come through? I redeemed the drop. Where is it? Yeah, 2024 Pokemon's EUIC champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have
I don't know if you can see that.
and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother. And
It's in the daily. It's in the far left tab of the events,
Pokemon is something that I really
and it's giving me. I mean, nothing particularly impressive, to be honest.
started with Pokemon Go since like the day one, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city. And
So if you haven't got it yet, make sure you do your redemption from the main channel
start to practice against
to get your free TMs and maybe Stardust and whatever else it's giving you.
fast.
I'm not 100% sure.
What was the first game?
But we've got a couple of minutes now until the next games. What do we want to do in those minutes? Do you want to go through the bracket?
I like to be on stage.
Do you want to see me
I like to watch the screen after that.
sweep some noobs in GBL with Shadow Typhlosion?
Games like be with
Perfectly happy to do that.
and the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life like forever.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that?
It's not easy to keep your mind focused on
Let me get my phone size correct here. Okay. Where are we at in GBL? I can't even... Wow, we're in a game already? Awesome. Who likes my mug, guys? Well, talk me through how that works. I got kicked out of the game, but the game was playing anyway. Wonderful. We have the shield. We're coming in with Typhlosion here. We're coming in with Typhlosion. Four, 5, 6. Seven, 8. I'd like to see Shadow Charizard do this. I'd like to see Talonflame do this. 9, okay. Oh, wait, what do you mean? They're not single move, they're just not running Swift. 2. We'll shield the next one. 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just CMP because I'm gonna have to shield theirs anyway. If I can snarl down after this, that'd be awesome. I don't know if I can do that. No, I can't snarl down after that. Do I come back in with Azu is the question. Probably yes. Oh wait, I was supposed to shield that one. I needed to shield that Basti Stone Edge. Uh-oh. This is gonna get close. Oh no, I needed to shield that Stone Edge and I forgot I was supposed to shield it. That's my fault, team. That's my fault, because I was supposed to shield the Stone Edge, but I was too busy thinking about the Azu. That should have been a win. My bad. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I can only apologize. That's on me. That's on me. Let's go back.
That lower side bracket are not regional champions. They are not trainers that are renowned around the world.
All I'm saying is if I was playing that properly, Shadow Typhlosion winning zeros against that Basti. All I'm saying, okay? Show me another fire type that's doing that in the meta. Did you like it, Elliot? No, you can't double up. You can't double up the drop, as far as I'm aware.
Legends, right? We have so many more battles yet to go, so let's go ahead and jump down to the stage because we have 2 new players that are ready to throw down. Let's take a look here at our we're gonna have E4
I have lost once to a Shadow Camerupt. That is fair. I have. I won't lie to you.
So this means whoever will be winning this is going to go on to day 2 of this stacked, incredible tournament. And we saw for Alligator earlier on, but I'm seeing a Skeletors on Sankylor's side.
Exactly right. Sankylor bringing these Skeletors.
This is a big game. This is a big game. One sec, I'm just gonna see what Martine's.
Are definitely going to make an impact, but Elam on the opposing side, this is a bit of a surprise. Look at that 4th Pokemon down the list. He's got a Carbink Commanda. We actually caught up with Elam last night briefly. He was looking for matchups like this. He wants the Skeletor.
If anyone is following the bracket, can you let me know if Martine is when Martine has his next game played as well? We're gonna try and keep track of how our EU players are doing. Martine tells me his Tina slayed in his first game, which is good to hear. Right, pretty meta team again. Nothing standing out other than we are obviously featuring Watergun Lantern. Can we see Fighter, Vigoroth, Anti-Fighter is your Azu, Flyer, Altaria, Anti-Flyer, Lantern. No steel type, so Lickitung is a bulky option. No steel type, so Skeledirge is your anti-charm instead. And bear in mind that the Azu is a fairy, so you've already got dragon coverage. And then Lickitung is your anti-mud boy in the back, supported by the Altaria and the Azumarill that we know, so covers each other well. Very balanced team. Here, interesting, Fighter, Annihilate. Anti-Fighter, nothing clean. There is no anti-Fighter here. So if I had an Annihilate on the other side, you'd be like, hey, I'm pretty good into this team, because Vigoroth is obviously walled by the other Annihilate, but that's why he's running Mandibuzz, because obviously Mandibuzz is better versus Annihilate. Does that mean Poliwrath has more play? Maybe. Martine's dropped into losers? One sec.
Mandibuzz doesn't need the air/fast attack. You can just rely on the aerial aces and use the snarls in the meantime. But I think you look at other Pokemon like Cresselia being very common, maybe even Lickitung, right? You want to pace those attacks as quickly as you can and hit for super.
No! Shadow Mimikyu is a very good player.
It's going to be interesting to see if Elam can line up.
Okay, Martine, what do you have to do now? Okay, Martine potentially, if Chenyu wins this, would be against Chenyu, maybe here. If you can see that. And on this side... Wait, Crimson dropped out? Crimson dropped. Crimson didn't turn up to his game, or he just dropped out. If anyone knows any more about that, let me know. This is a bad lead on paper for E4 for Sankailor, but Lickitung can get Skarmory reasonably low. So it's not the end of the world for Licky. Just a no-show by Crimson, just not fussed, fair enough. Ilum looks pretty comfortable here. You can see the backline as well, looks very comfortable for Ilum. Though what I would say is that the Water Gun of Lantern has a lot more play into Charger Bug than Spark Lantern does, and let's bear in mind that Quag doesn't run Mud Bomb. So Quag doesn't run Mud Bomb, which is good for Lantern, but it is still a very reasonably comfortable win for Quag. Sankailor happy to stay in here against the Charger Bug, because its damage is obviously a lot more efficient into these Pokemon than it would have been into Skarmory. So Lantern makes a lot of sense here, because you can potentially do a big... you can potentially, I think you might be able to reach your Surf before it reaches its second X-Scissor, which is pretty good. If you were really bold, almost too bold, you could try and catch a resisted X-Scissor on your Azumarill, but it's uncomfortable because then you can't really bubble down. So it's sensible to just throw the Surf. Comes in straight with the Azu. Bear in mind that Ilum's switch clock is up, so Ilum can go into Skarmory whenever it likes. Sankailor cannot allow a Play Rough to land on that Skarmory. So, and he's a good player. Well, we'll see. He shouldn't allow it. I mean, he's lucky that he chose the Ice Beam. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He's very fortunate there. It actually works out pretty well for him. And again, you don't actually need to throw the Play Rough. You just want to chip this Quagsire, because then you're going to aim to Water Gun it down. That's the play with Lantern at the moment. The Lantern approach is just to Water Gun down anything. This is not a good bait. This is not a good bait. He doesn't need the Azu. Ilum needs to realise that he's trying to play for the Lantern water gun down. And now the Azu will reach another attack. Oh, why did he? He was at the Ice Beam. Okay, that was a big misplay from Sankailor. He was at the Ice Beam, he just needed to throw it. He just needed to throw the Ice Beam and then he just goes straight into... Look at how much an Ice Beam would have done. You would have water gunned it down immediately. This Stone Edge is going to hurt. God gave us hands so we could throw. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. That is a big throw into a game that Sankailor had otherwise potentially flipped. Which is painful.
You made such a good call out, Amanda. You said that the Charger Bug safe swap is actually very, very safe. I think the only thing that he doesn't want to see is a Pokemon like Skeledirge, right? So if you're able to consistently safe switch that electric and bug type Pokemon, you can apply pressure, you can manipulate energy, you can try to take away Protect Shields and get yourself into a soft position. I just think that Elam as well, his energy management on the Quagsire was really a difference maker because it comes out late here. We think, oh, this Quagsire has a ton of work to do, like you said. And not only is it able to pressure the Azumarill, it also gets a knockout on the Lantern.
I mean, Elam, I think we kind of called it wrong, perhaps, as a misplay, throwing that Aqua Tail, because he did have to throw 3, but the pacing still allowed him to hit that Stone Edge on the Lantern just enough to knock it out and secure game number 1 for Elam in this Winners Finals Group C.
Sankailor potentially lost in the sauce there with the Aqua Tails as Elam was able to get to the 3rd Aqua
Yeah,
Tail.
this is the thing. This is the thing about Quag, and this is one of the reasons why I really like Quag, is because of its pacing and because of its ability to confuse your opponents on how much energy you've got on it. Martine says he got hard RPS'd and he's not a fan of his team. But I'm hoping that he can make his way through a round or two, just get a little bit of confidence and keep going. Do we know how... Do we know how Zweilous and Trip and Aero Bubble are doing, I guess? NES, oh, it's Boom. The meta's mostly the same. We're definitely seeing some Water Gun Lantern, and we were just saying that Sankailor probably should have won that game if he had, if he was on top of the counting, because there was a win condition for Water Gun Lantern there. I think everyone going into this next meta needs to start practicing against Water Gun Lantern more than you've ever practiced against it before, because now it's going to be very prominent. So awesome lead here, and this is the thing. You don't care what attack you're running as a Lantern into a Skarmory, you're always winning it. And this is pretty good for Lickitung. Lickitung is generally very, very favourable into Shadow Quag because it doesn't actually have to land a Power Whip.
And now it looks like Sankailor is going for a bait of his own. Will Elam be able to call this? Because it's such a risk if he doesn't shield.
Yeah, I think you let it through, right? You bet on your opponent trying to play the safe and smart way.
Stone Edges, for the record, do a ton of damage, but from here, I think 2 Aqua Tails is sensible, and you'll pace to them very, very quickly. Martine is using Wiggly Tina, yeah.
We're about to find out as another one is going off here. The Aqua Tail from a Shadow is at least enough to get the shield off of the Lickitung here, because the Lickitung wants to be able to knock it out. I like this counting as well, throwing right before the next Aqua Tail.
So you can see here why just going straight body slam for a Lick is fine. You give up a shield, but you maintain the alignment that you really needed, that was important. Look what's in the back, team. Look what's in the back. A lot of people have opted to run slightly higher attack Carbink on the basis that it reaches a Rock Throw breakpoint against Lantern, which can flip the shield scenarios against Lantern, but that was when Lantern was running Spark. Now that Lantern is running Water Gun, this game's over. Very, very over. Brave Bird is not going to do much from a normal Skarmory into a Lantern. This Lantern is going to cook. So, Boehm, to answer your question, Water Gun Lantern all of a sudden meta.
Rocks at the Lantern, trying to chip down, but the water guns are really just
I still
peeling
think it's
away the
safer and
AD.
healthier for the meta than Spark Lantern is, so I don't mind. But if anyone's thinking that you're not going to expect to see any Lantern, think again. Think again.
He's going ahead and saying, "Hey, Lantern, eat rocks here," as the next charge attack goes.
I would
through.
shield this, yeah.
Getting that
Yeah,
last
yeah, yeah.
shield from Sankey as well. He's recognizing the power of Lantern to the
Yeah,
tune
not
of
just that, but also Gligar. The Gligar matchup is obviously much, much, much better as a Water Gun Lantern
here as well for
than it
Elon.
ever was as Spark. And although Altaria matchup is a lot worse, one of the main reasons to not run Water Gun Lantern was because of the existence of Spark Lantern. Now that Spark Lantern is basically gone, Water Gun Lantern's free. It's laughing. It's nerf. Spark Lantern nerf became a Water Gun Lantern buff.
I think he's gonna have to swap out at one point, and this is the problem.
You know it did. You know it did.
We just saw it again. Elam's using this Skarmory as sort of like a charge attack shield here, hitting a little bit of damage, but he might actually be able to make it to an attack.
Wait, does this reach a Brave Bird?
Different than the end game.
Okay, very smart from Sankylor not to get greedy. Not to get greedy there. Is there any other breakpoint hit with a higher attack? Yes. Yes, there are. It is worth checking your Lantern breakpoints. I don't have an exact spread yet in my head, but there are Water Gun breakpoints that are relevant.
About to pew pew down this car bank. The rock slide goes through. Doesn't quite even knock out the Azumarill. I think Azumarill's just gonna take it on his own.
Yeah, Azumarill almost had that game in its little bunny paws, but instead Lantern comes in to finish things off.
Genuinely, Ilum was fortunate to win game 1. Sankylor now has some momentum. If I were Ilum right now, I'd be a little bit nervous. I'd be a little bit nervous because that Water Gun Lantern is so free. So free. The best answer to it is probably the Quag, and even then, without access to Mud Bomb, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. It was, yeah, and not just ABA week, hard ABA week. Hard ABA week to Lantern.
And that's exactly what Elam tried to do there, saying, okay, I played so strong against those Pokemon last time, there's no way he's going to at least do this again. Carbink is free to roam around in the skies. Unfortunately for him, Sankylor just called it completely here. This Lantern doing so much work.
I think, and if you flip the table around, right, you look at Elam's side, he was running the Quagsire Charge Bug in game number 1. Maybe he felt like Altaria was a great pick to counter those two, and that's why he brought the Carbink, because he was expecting Sankylor to reach for his Dragon type. But like you said, the mind games within the mind games, it's not always explicit, right? Like, it's not written down. It's very hard to kind of see this, but in retrospect, it starts to click. It starts to make sense.
I am.
Trainers make these choices. So going into game number 3,
I should hit F5 after this game. I'll do it. There you go. I'll refresh now.
Just seeing the fairy and rock type.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you see a Pokemon, you say, it's so high risk, high reward. Do I want to make that call?
Licky double water is so annoying. Yeah. This is the only problem with my Typhlosion dream. My Typhlosion dream is very much being thwarted by a rise in water types.
They're in the winners finals. So once again, these two players have not dropped a whole game yet. Unfortunately for them, one of them will be knocked down to the losers bracket after this decisive game 3.
There's an Altaria Water Gun breakpoint. Yeah, that sounds about right.
On the right, let's see if Carbink finds its target. It's got a Lickitung on the opposing side.
This is not necessarily
So this matchup is IV dependent.
Lick damage is going to be doing a nice amount to the
If the
target.
power whips land,
Lickitung just has so
there
much
are
to its name
win
that
cons for both sides. Actually, there are win cons for both sides.
The Azumarill, not quite able to do so, will be able to tank this Moonblast. However, there's also a possibility of a debuff. We'll have to see if Elam gets that.
I really admire Elam's timing there. The one-turn switch into Azumarill, he threw 3 rock throws, and then the charge attack to deny an extra bubble from coming through. Very, very well played by him, because that's one of the hardest things to master.
Okay, good that neither of them threw on alignment, so neither of them gave a free fast attack through.
Is good news for the Lantern in the back, but Sankylor doesn't know there's a Shadow Quagsire back there as well.
Yeah, that does negate a lot of that energy that it will be throwing out. Going for the discharge, this is obviously going to be the...
Yeah, why run anything different, huh? When you've got access to Licky double water, why run anything different?
Azumarill go down, but Elam still has a lot of energy on the charge book, and it's gonna get thrown at whatever comes in. Does he want to take it on the Licky Tongue, or does he want to get an energy?
The thing is, Elam has adjusted a lot better in this game for that Lantern by running ABB rather than ABA. And so with shields and Quag's pacing, Elam looks like he's got a chance here. Elam, I think, currently has the advantage, but let's see. Let's see. Elam should have this game. You just go straight Stone Edge. You just don't mess around with baits. You don't need to. Just go straight Stone Edge. Your Stone Edge paces really nicely.
I really like this play. This is very aggressive by Elam to go straight for the Stone Edge, but he's anticipating Sankey-Lore would predict the Aqua Tail.
No. Definitely don't throw here. You don't need to bait. Just go for Stone Edges.
Yeah, you can see both trainers are very locked in at this moment. This is decisive, and any small wrong move.
This is uncomfortable now. Okay, he's fortunate there, but that game's over if he no shields that. So he's fortunate there.
Elam's favor a little bit as the Aqua Tail was shielded up. No more protect shields remaining, and this Surf is about to go in, getting that last shield off of that Quagsire.
I think that Elam has identified the Lantern as the
God, scary.
He's going to deploy his second and final protect shield here. Look for the Stone Edge. You know what? Just fire it off, right? Because the Mudshot's dealing so much damage, and the Stone Edge, as you saw in game number 1, absolutely pummeled the Lantern. He's going to fire it off here. It is not enough to knock out, but the Mudshots are still ending up.
Mudshots will add up. They're going for a combination play here. Going for that power whip. It is definitely enough to knock out that Quagsire. Getting it off of the field here. I think there's some energy on
Remember, there's a Surf on the Lantern. Remember, there's a Surf on the Lantern.
Completely rock slide down and hope that it's
okay. I was going to say, if it had reached a power whip, yeah, was Body Slam enough? If Body Slam took it out, you reach that.
So he cuts off the power whip, securing this game, and now Carbink is
wow. Imagine if he'd thrown Body Slam and reached the whip.
Even though it is super effective, look at it. Look at this tank that is this gem here.
Wow. That would have been crazy. That would have been a crazy end to that game, wouldn't it?
Winners Finals Group C. Elam advances to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, which I'm sure he's very happy to have accomplished.
That is a big victory for Elam there. The Watergun Lantern was causing him problems there. But you're right, Colin. He ran the same line again. Elam adjusted really well.
I told him that he should just win, and he wouldn't have to do that. He said he didn't even think about that. So
Dudu, it wasn't that Power Whip would kill. It was that Power Whip plus Surf could have got close. Do you not think? Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe Bink lives anyway. I also didn't actually see the damage that the Bink was doing to the Lantern to see if it was a high attack Carbink or not. I wasn't watching. But yeah, maybe Elam's fine regardless.
As we take a look back at our game 3 replay, there was a moment here where I think Sankey-Lore had a win condition.
But David, I agree. I think that there were definitely win cons in earlier matches for the Watergun Lantern. So definitely keep an eye out for Watergun Lantern. Maybe if you get a chance, go and have a look at some IV spreads for it. See if there's anything that you like the look of. Are there any breakpoints that are relevant to Watergun that you hadn't ever considered before? Because Watergun Lantern, you're going to see plenty of them at Worlds. I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
We talked about Elam quite a bit and his accomplishments getting here today. But it's important to note, like Sankey-Lore was much closer than it looked on paper.
Yeah, on stage is
in the middle of the battle, you see trainers sometimes taking notes, and you're like, what are they writing?
Honestly, it depends. I think for me personally, I feel like I've played on stage enough now that I'm not as deterred by being on stage versus being on the tables. Even on the tables, you're against some brilliant players, and it's you know, you're just as nervous going into some of those games.
And as you think back to the series as well, you remember game 1.
On stage, you can sometimes get a bit of an adrenaline rush. Maybe that helps. Other players might let the pressure get to them. I think it can be a bit of both. It can be how you're feeling on the day. It can be who your opponent is. It can be how your team has been performing so far. Some people will just have stage nerves, as you normally would. and others will relish the opportunity to be on the camera.
Tennis, right? We have unforced errors. Sometimes you have to capitalize, and even the best players make mistakes.
Trip 1, and he is into his final. Let's go have a look. Let's go have a look.
What a controversial pick.
Okay, we'll refresh here. We'll start from the top. We've seen already that we had House Stark win Group A. Doonbug is up against J-Jan. We've got Doonbug or J-Jan will be dropping after they finish their game on table 39. In Group B, we saw LNDS Harjef lose to Rocha Babyface, to the Bravebird Talonflame, taking Group B by storm. LNDS Harjef will sit in the losers finals waiting for one of these 4 players to come and meet him. In Group C, we've just watched Ilum beat Sankailor, but struggle potentially against a Watergun Lantern. Will Sankailor take advantage of that? He goes into the losers finals of that group. Shadow Brady versus Arrow and Gordon the Flash versus Stud Muffin. Some big games down there in this Group C. Whoops. Big games there. Group D. Group D, we are expecting next on stream. We've got Bubble Wrapper and Spartan. And in the loser side of the bracket, we've got some notable players. Munchlax, Rise, Monarch, and Jay Mills, all vying to stay in NAIC. In the losers bracket, remember that every 2 rounds is the equivalent of jumping 1 round in the winners bracket. So every time you're trying to get from top 16 to top 8, for example, if you're in the losers, it would be top 16 to top 12 to top 8. So they're playing almost double the games down here, which is why ideally you avoid going to the losers bracket for as long as possible. In Group E, we're going to have Out of Pocket against Shiny Dialga. Both have performed very, very well this season, so that'll be a good game. And in the losers bracket, you've got Kelsey, Mathmagic, 8 the Great, and Rageface 090. Mango Martagalde, they have a lot of time to sit and prep for their game. Polly, Ivy, Richie, and Jim Jammer are down in the losers bracket. Steiner and Teddy Bear in the winners side of Group G. And a few familiar faces: Flying Pizza, PDX Dragon in their losers bracket. Group H. We'll flick to the battles very shortly. Group H. Again, Caleb loses to Adib, not for the first time. Happened very, very recently. I think it was in LA. Adib makes the winners finals for Group H. That is very big for him. Caleb is sat here. T. Wastel. He also beat Caleb last time. If he can win this game, he will have that rematch against Caleb and potentially knock out Caleb again. Caleb last time, he lost his 2 games to Adib and to Astel, and we'll see what happens this time. Group I, Saver Avocado versus Freezing Sun. Don't know these players. Recognize Mama Climbs, Izuku as well. Jangles is here, Mastasian, Iamiro. Some good players in the losers bracket on their side. Group J, Magic Mason, unsurprising, is up into the group finals. Somewhat more surprising is that Elite didn't make it. Elite has lost to Zimmy Kid, so Elite is into the losers bracket of Group J. K, Shadow Mimikyu beat Inadequance to face Triptando into the losers, into the winners finals there. And in the losers, you've got Tommy, W, Martine, potentially Chenyu coming through as well. So hopefully we'll see Martine have a run. Otherwise, we'll be Triptando fans for the remainder of that group. Zardi, unsurprising, up into the winners finals of Group L, and then a couple of familiar names in the loser side, and then Group M and below have not played yet. We've got Z Zwilus there, and then Group N, X Gerald X, Aerobubble, another European, Torian we've seen. Lots of these players we've seen as well. As you may have noticed, it's Axon has dropped. He is no longer in NAIC. He has gone, I think, 1-2 this event. So there was a little bit of a shock.
One distinction I want to make as well: if you have a keen eye, you notice that this is a crunch for Alligator for Bubble Wrapper and an Ice Beam for Alligator for Spartan.
That's going to be obviously going for the crunch, but that's not what we're going at.
Okay, we've got a good lead here for Bubble Wrapper. And Spartan's gone ABA to it. Not a hard ABA, but soft in that both Quag and Alligator don't have particularly positive matchups against Lickitung. But you've got Alligator on both sides here. I overheard the casters say that one of them is running Crunch. Don't think that that makes a difference really here. But that is a good shield for Spartan, and that can actually change the outcome of this game. That shield makes a massive difference, because now if you can start spamming Aquatails, you can potentially take Switch. And you might reach another Aquatail as well before the Power Whip.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. Couldn't have said it better. Next Aquatail does connect. Lickitung does withstand it. Switching in to the Alligator.
I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Gets queued up. What's Spartan counting? Does he know? He doesn't know. This is Power Whip.
Shadow Claw does less. Shadow Claw does less than the Mudshots would have done. This is a normal. It is shiny. Bear in mind it's shiny. But you're potentially going to get Shadow Claw down here, which isn't pretty. That is too much energy on a Gator. I've been in that situation where I'm facing a Gator on this much energy and it's not comfy. At least you don't have to deal with Ice Beams, but Hydro Cannons are still going to rack up. That swap was a swap.
Put himself a step behind by taking that Power Whip just a moment ago.
And the thing is, with the Shadow for Alligator, the Hydro Cannons are doing more damage, so actually the Mandibuzz cannot tank it as comfortably as it could from a regular one. Yes. It does know that it's not Ice Beam one.
For anyone who is running Mandibuzz in this meta, pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. Mandibuzz is very HP dependent in your matchup against a Water Gun Lantern. You want to be trading for a very high rank Mandibuzz. For a very, very high rank Mandibuzz, you need a lot of HP to give yourself a better chance versus Lantern. Lantern's no longer running Spark. Slightly longer to get to the Thunderbolt, which gives Mandibuzz a little bit of an advantage. Mandibuzz with Snarl and Dark Pulse is also hitting back for neutral, but if you don't have the HP stat, then Lantern will still beat you. Also, pay attention to what's just happened on the screen. Quagsire has just beaten the Gligar in CMP. Bubble Wrapper needs to remember that. He needs to remember that information because that is very, very key for this matchup. Gligar and Quag are very close in charge attack priority, particularly where Shadow Gligar runs high attack. And so winning that CMP can be massive.
Wasn't quite sure how that would end up. Quagsire taking down the Gligar, and there is so little health on two Pokemon. I think we're going to see Mudshot down number 1, and probably Mudshot down number 2. Wow, out of nowhere.
Okay, where was the mistake there, team? Where was the mistake there? Spartan correctly shielded the first Power Whip.
I mean, you take a Power Whip on for Alligator, you get that third.
Where were the mistakes? Because then he landed a Power Whip. Where could things have gone differently? You've got to look at that game. That game was close enough that the game could have gone differently. So Bubble Wrapper needs to take stock.
I think opponents just lose track of how quickly that Pokemon generates energy. You saw the surprise on both of those trainers' faces when they hit that charge attack priority one more time. Unfortunately for Bubble Wrapper, didn't quite go to his favor. When that Power Whip hit, I was like thinking of the same thing.
Yeah, I think you're all spot on there. If you're a Licky into a Shadow Quag, you can actually just go for the body slams. If you can get a shield by getting up to the Power Whip, awesome. Spartan got a little bit fortunate by then attempting a Shadow Claw down. But Shadow Quag is pretty cool.
Yeah, basically, we're talking about MVPs, most
yeah, K9, spot on, spot on. Get shield, cool. Don't get shield, cool.
We're going into game number 2 here. We have the Charjabug versus a Mandibuzz here. This is much more in favor for Bubble Wrapper here. We'll see how Spartan responds.
Yeah, we were all hyped up.
Okay, Bubble Wrapper comes in with the Quag. For Alligator has to be careful of the Stone Edge, so you probably do consider baiting here.
And we've seen how much Quagsire can put in that work. We've seen
But if you can land that Stone Edge, wow. Nick, really? Really? Nickname? I'll check in What a no shield! That is massive. Bubble Wrapper has made a big call there. He could even no shield this if he wanted to, and then Spartan would have to double shield to force switch. But Bubble Wrapper's perfectly comfortable maintaining switch, which is sensible, because you don't want the Charger Bug against the Basti, and you don't want the Licky against the Mandy. But honestly, watch out for the Basti here. Watch out for the Basti here. Gator OP, but watch out for the Basti. Once this Gator goes, it ain't pretty. Ooh, but he's given up. Interesting, interesting.
That's okay. I'm going down anyway. That Charger Bug's coming back in. Might as well at least save some energy on the Quagsire.
This is the genius of Spartan as well, because he knew
the uncomfortability here is that you haven't guaranteed that Gator is gone, which you kind of wanted to do.
There's one Pokemon his Bastion did not want to see, and that's a Feraligatr, and they put in a lot of work. Feraligatr is very weak for
But yeah, you're right, Blaze, that Gator doesn't have energy.
Knowing that, okay, this is to my advantage if I can play this correctly. Able to get to an aerial ace. This is big. It's not going to be that big of a thing overall.
Ooh, okay, he's going for the full undercharge because he's just going to go Basti in now. He's just going to farm this down with Basti. And he's coming straight away. Smart. Pay attention to why he came in straight away. It's because he made a catch, which means switch clocks are misaligned. He doesn't want to give the benefit of that misalignment back to his opponent, so he's going to come in straight away. He's not going to wait for the switch timer to end. He's going to get as much energy as he can on the Basti. Remember that the Feraligatr doesn't have any energy, so he also can't throw immediately into the Lickitung. However, he's got some energy on that Quag, right? So Spartan needs to play this sensibly. Spartan needs to play this sensibly, not waste where his energy is going.
Even though Lickitung is bulky, it's not going to be able to withstand so much more. Neither one of these charge attacks doing that much to Bastion.
I've never seen somebody swipe the rock type bubbles that way as well. So Spartan definitely.
This Basti's putting in work, right? Because the Quag is pretty close to another attack.
How much damage it does? Not too much. Oh, I love this play a lot. Firing the Stone Edge.
The Quag is pretty close to another attack, and the Feraligatr doesn't have energy, so the Quag can take out the Gator potentially with just an Aqua Tail. With just an Aqua Tail, come in and throw your Aqua Tail. Well done. And now you should be able to comfortably take out that Lickitung.
You're in the middle of your Shadow Claw. I'll just slide on in.
Because you.
And now Spartan's in a solid position because.
Oh, he just mistimed it. He just mistimed it, but I don't think it would make a difference because the Basti's the Basti would probably smack that down. Well played. Well played. That was a much better game from Spartan, I think. And that's the power of Basti. It was an AB8 week to Basti team. He didn't see Basti in the lead, but he got stuck against it in the back, and it punished. So, as I said earlier, Tom, cover your ears. In show 6, Basti has play. It has play. Right, what did you say to me, Nickname? What did you say to me? Let's go and check. Group letter. Where's my group gone?
Capitalizing on the moments, the mind games, and as you take a look at the replay as well, it just becomes
what?
So obvious that Spartan.
Did Doonbug lose so they shut down the bracket? Give me my bracket back. There it is. Okay. Doon lost 2-0 to Jjan. Bear in mind that Doon didn't need any points from this, so I don't know what team he was running. I don't know if he was having a little bit of fun. It doesn't make any difference at all to the leaderboard. If we go back and check, I'll just search it. We go back and check the leaderboard. 500 points would have to be earned by any of these players to overtake him. Lyle and Eric aren't playing, so the only way Doonbug doesn't finish in first place is if Rise to Occasion, who's already in the losers bracket, wins. And even then, Doonbug might have still got points. Yeah, Doonbug's got points. So there's no way Doonbug can lose. Doonbug gets a few points here, and that means even if rise to occasion, wins, he probably won't overtake him. If anyone knows exactly how many points Doonbug gets, tell me. This is... They don't say what round this is, so I don't actually know. I guess this here is top 32. I don't know. I don't know. Quick thoughts on the England squad? I have no issues with the England squad. I don't recall seeing anything that gave me any... I don't think there was anything that gave me any pause from that England squad. I don't know when matches start. Next week for the Euros? Yeah, I think we've got a good squad. No Spurs players, yeah, that's true. What other sports events do we have coming up this summer? Germany's on Friday. Okay, cool.
It might not be as easy to execute.
You know, I was talking with Caleb Pang, one of our co-casters, one of the battlers, and he was telling me I had to bring Bastiodon.
Here they are.
Bring it to this tournament, but how do you deal with a Typhlosion or a Skarmory or all of these different Pokemon?
Oh yeah, we've got the Olympics and Wimbledon.
Comfortable with. So we'll have to see if he can make it very far with that Pokemon in this tournament.
Cricket World Cup. Blaze, all I saw is that USA won a match against Pakistan and they've gone crazy for it. Yeah, this is a big game for these players. So Pocket and Shiny Dialga played in Indianapolis, and Pocket will be... He's changed his team, hasn't he? Pocket's changed. He's got rid of the Basti, and he's gone for the glorious Shadow Quag. As I say, Shadow Quag is going to win this event. We'll see, but that's my prediction. Shiny Dialga has brought a Medicham plushie on stream, so we'll be supporting Pocket in this game. NBA finals as well. I'll see loads of sport. USA beating Pakistan is like me beating Doonbug. Yeah, fair. Shadow Quag is honestly insane. It's so good. It's so good. I don't know if it... Does anyone know? Is it still in Rockets? If it's still in Rockets, keep catching. Keep catching. We've got a Rocket event coming up in at the beginning of August as well, so it's worth catching it. If you're playing it in Worlds and you want a better one, go and grind. Shadow Quag has so much play. Maybe by Worlds people will be overcompensating to cover it, but it hits pretty much everything. There's barely any Poliwrath. We've not seen any Poliwrath, have we? I would just say, Orcs, to just go for as high bulk as possible, because the high bulk can improve your matchup against a high attack Shadow Gligar, which can be relevant. You don't want to get full farmed down by wing attacks, which can happen if you drop too much bulk. But for anyone looking to build their teams for Worlds, consider Shadow Quag, and if you're not bringing it yourself, or even if you are, definitely prepare for it, because it is, in my opinion, the best Mud Boy in the meta at the moment. And that Stone Edge, it hits. It hits. Yeah, I've got two good Shadow Quags, one with Mud Bomb, one with Aquatail, but Aquatail Stone Edge is the play. Arrow, for anyone who's forgotten, accidentally registered Mud Bomb Stone Edge Quag for this event, which is painful. This is a massive lead for Pocket. Leads Vig into Lickitung. He's very, very quick to counter-swap the Quag. Now, interestingly, you have to be very careful with your shields here as a Quag, because you can't take a dig. If you land a dig, you're probably going to end up losing switch, because Gligar can take one Aquatail. So I'm interested to see how Shiny Gligar plays this. Sorry, Shiny Dialga plays this. Now that you've shielded the dig, Quag is laughing. This is a huge shield for Pocket. If he'd let the dig go, he would lose this switch. Also, have a look. Pocket was comfortable there, throwing on alignment. So he was comfortable that his Quag will win CMP against this. You have to match this shield. Close, close, close.
the double Aqua Tails.
And now CMP is relevant.
The aerial ace from the Gligar, he's just one
If Shiny
hit
Dialga
away,
shields,
and we've seen
then Shiny Dialga might back himself to win CMP. He's not going to shield. He goes, okay, I'm probably not going to win CMP. This would be a match-losing shield, so he's going to let it go. But now look at this. Licky has to throw an attack into this Quag. Quag has a ton of HP. Has a ton of HP, so Quag is going to start spamming off these attacks. Aerial Ace would potentially knock out, but it would lose CMP potentially. If he baited, what, as in if he'd gone for double Aerial Ace, it would get, it's IV dependent, which is why I'm telling you, you need to have a good Shadow Quag. If you double Aerial Ace. Or triple Aerial Ace even. Can we see? Look at where this Lickitung, where's this Lickitung gone? Look how much damage that Shadow Quag just put out into that Lickitung. Absolutely filthy. And then here you can just go for body slams. You don't even need to throw rock slides. Because you've got another Quag that you're just going to meet with it in the back.
Really huge, right? Because Out of Pocket's able to strip away that final protection, reaches for his own charge bug because he recognizes that the Vigoroth definitely has a solid match.
What would be interesting here is if Pocket can CMP the Charger Bug, he can learn if he wins CMP, which might be helpful information later. So I would be trying, if you can, well, obviously it's hard, but like ideally you want to learn that information. So he's now learnt that his Charger Bug gets CMP. It's almost a bit fortunate that they both happened to throw it at that time. Shiny Dialga might have actually been over farming on the basis that he didn't want to give away that information. But that is good information for Pocket to learn. Or, well, it's good information for them both to learn. Better information for Pocket on the basis that he did win it. But, yeah, 100%. The amount of work that Shadow Quag put in there is insane. So, as I say, go and check. Do you have a Shadow Quag? If you can get a good one, well done. Well done.
Doesn't want to be taken out by those volt switches, but even though this is taken out, tag team here, Charger Bug out, Vigoroth back in for that counter damage to knock out the Lickitung and get game one for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, they say that
big game, big game.
Rhyming themes and stories, and we began that game the same way that we ended it, right? The Vigoroth into the Lickitung, and that was because Out of Pocket was able to control the mid game and put his Pokemon in a position to succeed. If he gives up that Shadow Quagsire versus Gligar matchup, this game gets a lot more dynamic, a lot more interesting, but Out of Pocket does not want to give any advantage to his opponent.
I mean, if you look at the Pokemon that are like the most popular here, Shadow Gligar is super popular in this tournament.
Okay, we'll put a prediction up for this next game. This is for game 2. Who do we reckon? For this game 2 winner, prediction is up. If you want some channel points, if you're feeling confident, put your answer in the prediction there.
Because that is we talked about the Doomsday scenario, right? The Vigoroth into the Lickitung. The opposing Doomsday is that Annihilate from Shiny Dialga versus the Vigoroth by Out of Pocket, because Annihilate double resists the body slams, it resists the rock slides, double resists the counters. So basically, Vigoroth is helpless.
Gengar Life was running Water Gun, Acid Spray, Mud Bomb, Shadow Quag in scrims. He's a pioneer. Matt, he's a pioneer.
I think that is not a bad call. However, when you are at this point in the tournament,
If you want to bet your channel points on the game 2 winner, we've got Pocket and Shiny Dialga for game number 2 in the predictions now.
I've played so many games so far, and even though I'm doing this risky thing, it's really paying off.
Don't leak strats.
So at this point, though we haven't been able to see all the matches at
Got an in-person tournament this weekend. Any suggestions for show 6? Yeah. Shadow Quag. Probably with an Azumarill is what I would do.
What's the worst case scenario, and how am I counteracting it with my remaining 2 Pokemon that I'm choosing for the
Probably Charger Bug as well. Charger Bug's pretty good at the moment.
Team of 3, you kind of choosing a mode of attack, which Pokemon you're going to stay into, which Pokemon you're going to switch out of, and how you compensate for bad scenarios. I think that's what a lot of the best trainers do, right? They have a plan. They have a plan, whether it's a great lead, a neutral lead, or a really tough lead. They know exactly what to do, and they don't leave anything up to chance. They control their own destinies. Going into game number 2 here, we're going to see
Right, here we go.
His Shadow Quagsire into Gligar.
Good lead for Pocket. Very good lead for Pocket, and Shiny Dialga is not switching out, and it's game over. There we go. This is why This is why you can't be safe swapping Licky into Vig teams, and you can't be swapping Vig into Ape teams.
I mentioned this to you a couple times before. I mean, we say avoid the really tough matches.
Just go.
In other finals and other tournaments, right? If you make a critical error like this, where your opponent's able to not only come in like out of pocket did with his Vigoroth into Lickitung,
Team Aqua, no. I personally would not run Finny. I would run Azu or Watergun Lantern. If you want the water fast move pressure, Watergun Lantern. If you want the typing, Azu. Personally.
it's almost impossible to come back.
And the big thing for Out of Pocket too is he recognizes there could be an Annihilate on the other side. He doesn't need to have much energy on the Vigoroth. The Vigoroth was on a hunting
Yeah,
mission.
you just can't.
Able to completely knock it out. Even Undercharge wants to get one more counter in for whatever is going to come in.
The Annihilate can obviously sponge the rest of the damage.
Getting that Lickitung out of the way. In comes Annihilate, but Vigoroth has done its job.
But that Licky is very gone, and remember that Quag has energy as well. Charger Bug can come in. Just Pocket needs to just make sure his Quag needs to make sure his Charger Bug doesn't get its attacks caught on the Gligar. That would be bad for him. The Gligar comes in straight away. That's quite a pretty good snipe. Which makes it a little bit trickier for Pocket here. So that was very, very good from Dialga. Pocket needs to get out of there and start spamming these Aqua Tails. If he can remember exactly how much energy the Gligar is on, that will help, because if he can CMP on one of them, it puts a lot of pressure on Dialga. Okay, he actually lets this go, which is now a little bit uncomfortable. This is now a little bit uncomfortable. I would have... That's uncomfortable now. Pocket really needed to CMP on the Aerial Ace there to preserve the health.
For sure. Aquatail connects into the Shadow Gligar. Annihilate comes in. Does... I guess it's going to be forced to take an Aquatail here. No, Shiny Dialga using that Protect Shield, like you pointed out, Amanda, trying to capitalize, trying to close with this momentum that Annihilate offers.
Will he be able to reach another one? Not able to reach another.
Oh dear.
Countered down here. There's one Protect Shield remaining on both ends, and it's going to be an energy race here as well.
Is this going to be bait dependent? I don't know if the discharge is going to be enough.
Will he be able to reach two before the next Night Slash is reached?
I think he's got it, right? Because
should be fine. Yeah, this discharge takes it out. You've got a shield. Okay. Good effort from Shiny Dialga. That was as much as he could do there. That was as much after the Vig into Licky. That was all he could do. So that was a good effort, but that's awesome for Pocket, and Pocket makes day 2 NAIC. Pretty wicked.
I want you to kind of freeze frame in your memory those two trainers standing up and exchanging their team sheets, right? We talked about Indianapolis and Out of Pocket knocking Dialga down to the lower bracket. We just saw what just happened. This is how rivalries are born. This is how rivalries began, and I definitely expect Shiny Dialga to see Out of Pocket on the next tournament bracket and circle his name.
Yeah, I think that he even said it before when we were talking about it. He was like, you know, opponent that I would like to play again is Out of Pocket. He got his opportunity, but it's just another goal now for him. He's like, okay, he's beaten me twice. I'm going to get him in the next tournament. Out of Pocket, meanwhile, really predicting.
Right, what is...
Very precisely, being able to get these Aquatails, being able to just...
What is coming up next? Let's have a look at... Should we have a look at the bracket?
I'm telling you, I really felt like Out of Pocket was in control in the middle game, but like
let's go have a look.
Amanda, this Annihilate with energy, that's
Vig is the way, says PvP David. Reminder, we are in a Vigoroth event. If you don't have a Vigoroth, even if you do have a Vigoroth, keep catching them, so that next time someone tells you a genius IV spread, you've got a better chance of having it already. I don't seem to have any Slakoth spawning on me, which is very sad for me.
We talked about it maybe being a little bit of a misplay.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. Arrow has beaten Shadow Brady. He's up against Stud Muffins before the losers finals is going to be against Sankylor. Matt Beer, welcome in, dude. How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone, from Matt Beer's stream. I'm Matt Beer's biggest fan, so I'm jealous I couldn't be there, but I hope you had a good stream, dude.
your opponent can see it coming, right?
Tired and a little
We
drunk?
talked about there's so many things that are actually being played in the opponent's mind as
Was
well.
that your stream related? Were you doing something fun for your stream?
If I was in Pocket's position, I would do exactly the same thing, and I can't think of many people who would.
Who?
Especially
Let me know in chat. Are you Matt Beer's biggest fan? Because I'm pretty sure it's me.
Okay,
But
this
let
is
me
the-
know otherwise in chat. If anyone's going to
this is
contest
what I
that,
really wanted anyway.
let me know.
If you know, I was gonna say hand you a lemon, but that's not a lemon. That's the Dialga already just handed them the lemonade.
Yeah, we are in a Vigoroth event at the moment.
I like to think of
Make sure to catch your shiny Visor Vigoroth
similar to chess.
for Great League. Make sure to catch your Shundo Vigoroth. No, your Shundo Visor
But there's no way to
slacking for when it gets buffed.
There's no way to get like extra turns all of a sudden or get an extra protect shield. Like the
He took a
Warriors
shot
do
every time someone threw an alignment.
through the matchup
Is this
every
true?
time.
Did you do it? Pay the prediction?
If your 3-turn fast attacks or
Tom,
1-turn
don't tell me what
fast
to do.
attacks, you're still
Oh
moving
wow,
those
you were all
turns.
right. Well done.
So you have to
Choose
find
outcome.
this window
Pocket.
to kind of wrestle away momentum.
Complete
It's like
prediction.
he's
There you go.
working
There you go.
hand. Sometimes it's a big flashy play, like a no shielded shadow ball in the annihilate.
What, the
meter.
Moose has
That's
had
a
2
big
hugs with
deal.
Matt Beer? How much did he charge for
Then
those?
you look at other smaller
What
plays
redemption
where
option was that? That's what I want to know.
where you try to eke out an advantage.
Okay, we got.
That's where a lot
Remember,
of
we saw
players
Spartan. We watched
are
that.
mindful of not giving away
Rise,
too much.
no!
When you say switch
Rise
up,
to occasion. Did not
give away so much.
win.
Yeah, I mean to kind of expand on your chess analogy here, we're gonna see.
So
how
Axon's
all
out,
opponents
Doonbug is
in
out,
this last
Rise
round
is
that you
out.
and I have been casting, have been checkmating their opponents. Check it out. Don't go anywhere.
Kelsey's out. Who else? These guys are waiting. Holly's out. This is just what happens, isn't it? Everyone's got to go out at some point. Okay. That seems to be most of the updates. These ones were ones we'd seen earlier. What is this music? What are they playing? God, it sounds like we're in a Transylvania series. Sniper Mike, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, quite a lot of big players. A lot of big players that are out. All I know, Doodoo, all I know is that if you were playing, you'd still be in. Okay? That's all I know for a fact. Let's go check the end of this bracket. So we've got Shadow Mimikyu Trip coming up on stream. Yo! Martine's still waiting down here. Has Group L kicked? No, Group L is off. Group M. Zweilis has won his first game. He's got Dez is the best coming up. Matt Beer, they're lucky that you're not there. They sure are. They sure are. Kind of weird that NAIC is right after the move update, SJ says. It's the same with the other games, right? I think I mentioned it earlier that TCG also has their first rotation with Twilight Masquerade set being eligible from today. So that is a brand new format for them. They've got no frame of reference to go on either. So this just seems to be a Pokemon thing, I think. There'll be some events that are very, very established metas, other events that are brand new, and I guess top players need to be able to perform in all of them, or at least have some consistency across both new events or new metas and established metas. One benefit, I suppose, is that at least NAIC gives us some insight before Worlds, because it would have been worse to have Worlds in a new meta, in an entirely new meta. Matt Beer, fun fact, Fareed and myself are wearing the same t-shirt. That is correct. Once I finish a couple of hours, I will give it back to Matt. He will then wear it, and he'll give it back to me. And yeah, honestly, it feels good, Matt. It reminds me of you every day. Did Crimson drop out after losing? Potentially. Apparently he didn't turn up for his game, so whether that was intended or whether he forgot, who knows? Who knows? EU friends are doing they're doing okay. Martine is into the losers bracket. However, Trip has got his way into the winners finals. My understanding is that Martine has brought Giratina and Wigglytuff. I personally wasn't sure about Wigglytuff in this new meta, but we'll see. We'll see if Martin can keep grinding. He's personally saying he's not enjoying the team as much as he would have liked, but you got to get gritty at this point. Z's Wireless has won his first game in Group M. The group looks very winnable for him. The group looks winnable for him. Would not be surprised at all if Z's Wireless gets into day number 2. As long as Z's Wireless doesn't win, then it doesn't affect my travel award. Obviously, if he does win, huge congratulations to him. But I think the only way I can lose out on travel award is if Z's Wireless gets first and Martine gets second. So it's unlikely, so I'm happy to support them. But if it gets close, I might get salty. Okay, Group N. Nothing particularly spicy or exciting in Group N. Ray, he's a player that comes to many EU events and NA events. Aero Bubble is dropped into the losers round after his first game, which is unfortunate. Cindy and Mish up in Group O. Group O. Wow, that is a lot of groups. That is a lot of groups. Os Thomas, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Dr. Party, thank you very much. Thank you. Emsley Boy's still alive. Oh, I didn't even see Emsley. I missed that one. Krim might just be out enjoying Nola. Yeah, but you got 3 days of that, Krim. You could have... Oh, we got Mountain Dugong. Mountain Dugong actually beat me at Worlds last year. I actually threw that game pretty badly. That one, I was very jet lagged, so I'll put it down to that. But Mountain Dugong, then we team built together before my Liverpool run, which was good. So I hope he does well. Javier V20, good player, good player. Balarash, Oban. This can be a tricky. Dilap has lost. Sergio didn't turn up. Okay. See, lots of players. Casino Square, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
We're gonna do some quick maths now. We had 320 people.
We're doing quick maths.
And for day 2, we're going down to 32. That's
damn. That's 288 players that are dropping out after day 1.
Out 5 out of those 32. Starting off with How Stark.
Hasn't gone too well for Dilap this season? No, but his GBL's gone pretty well. I think Dilap's done pretty well in GBL at least.
Trainers up on stage to fight for spot number 6.
I am so excited for this.
Good evening, team. Good evening, good evening.
Edge of my seat. 2 legendary trainers in Pokemango and Marto Galde. Fantastic battles are going to be set before us. We are setting the stage. The trainers are just about ready on the stage to go ahead and get started.
What are we thinking? At some point,
and this is Marto's first time to attend a tournament in North America, and he's making a
at some point, do we need to start discussing who we think is going to win? I'm hoping that. Oh, do you know what's annoying actually? All of the guys on the Dracoviz team are probably at the event and maybe not going to give us the graphic as quickly as they would otherwise, which could be annoying. Hopefully we get our graphic soon, because I want to see which teams we're getting.
It's only once today, but it's definitely been a few times before.
Casino, I'm good. I am... what have I got? I've got a mug of cold tea now, my squash, and 2 chocolates over there. So I'm here. I should get cozy. Yeah, no, that's pretty cold. Ugh. Is Marto and Mango next? Maybe. Let's go check.
Effective damage from that Thunder Punch. It provides a lot more flexibility, and it's going to be cheaper than Grass Knot, which would be the alternative choice to.
So we've had that one. Yes, it looks like it. Group F final, Mango versus Martugalde.
To see what charged attacks trainers opt for in future tournaments. I know that in the Go Battle League, our co-caster Butters at one point was using the charged attack Draco Meteor, I'm pretty sure, and that just deals a ridiculous amount of damage, and there you see it.
Right, so let's have a look at these teams. Okay, so Mango has brought Gudra pre-Thunder Punch, right? Gudra pre-Thunder Punch, but he's got the Shadow Quag, which means he has a chance of winning the event because only Shadow Quag is going to win this event. Marta Galde has opted for Shadow Charizard. Someone asked earlier, have we seen any Zard on stream yet? We have now. Marto has Shadow Zard. He's got presumably Watergun Lantern and another Registeel. Another Registeel.
Two dominant bulky dragon types, and we see two Registeels on the field as well. We've been talking
Oh,
about
Mango also has a Registeel.
really interesting to use.
What is this?
Relies on having shields
Americans. Am I right? Americans.
store two
Wait,
charges
Marto's not even
on
American.
seal. You can only store one.
Actually, South America's America as well. Americans.
So you can land the Zap Cannon, so you can land the Focus Blast. We also have, again, on Pokemango's team, no counter user to be seen. Marto
Who do we
is
reckon?
doing that in
Should we get a prediction? I need to do a quick prediction. Game winner of game one. Mango. Damn it, they've already started. Marto. I'll give you 30 seconds if you really want to do it. You get 30 seconds. You get a little bit of a clue because you've already seen the matchup. Look at the Quag in the back. Look at the Quag in the back. That's all I'm going to say.
For Marto is going to be that Shadow Charizard.
Yes, Shadow Charizard. We haven't seen too much of it with Whiscash being that dominant Pokemon and so dominant in the meta.
Moonblast
But
hurts.
now that Whiscash has taken a step back, we might see it. What is going to take a step forward is that
Bam.
Ontario with a Moonblast connecting on the Mandibuzz for some heavy super effects.
Oh, stop it. It's Jova. Yeah, this Quag is gonna cook. Oh, he's switched out at the same time. I actually don't know how this matchup goes. The Dragon Claw is going to do a ton, but the Aqua Tail will definitely knock out. You might be able to no-shield this. Leave it for the Quag. Oh, nope, he's going to shield it. Can you Dragon Breath down without throwing a move? That would be good, but it doesn't look like you can. So you throw well. And then... Hey, this is pretty good. This is pretty good for Mango. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Oh, boo. How much? Team guess, please. How much does a Dragon Claw do to a Gudra from a Shadow Charizard? Tell me how much. You don't want to go shields down against Registeels, generally speaking. But Quag is going to be fine. Quag is so fine. Oh god, I'm going to go check. Okay, quick, guess. Keep getting your guesses in. Whoever gets it exactly correct without Googling it, I'll give you a shout out. I'm going to check it now. Don't look it up. If you look it up, you're a fraud. Charizard. Gudra. Okay, I have the answer. Who's closest? Hugo, you look like you gave the closest answer the earliest, so you can have it. Around 52%. Shout out to Hugo. But some pretty good guesses there. Anyone who said 46% and above, well done. I think that's pretty good. If you said less than 46, your Gudra would be dead. Right now. You'd think, I'll be fine, and it's now dead, so... If you said 60%, you maybe have zero respect for Gudra. Look at this. Look at this Quag laughing. Ha ha ha, says Quag. Always going to need 2 attacks from a Registeel here. So I was speaking to PvP David earlier. He said, how does Quagsire over Whiscash affect Registeel usage? Because Quagsire doesn't have Mud Bomb. Fear not, Quag lovers. Quag beats Reggie in all shield scenarios. It even wins the 1-2 shield scenarios. Shadow Quag doesn't need Mud Bomb. Aqua Tail's awesome. You're resisting the Zap Cannon, so they're forced into 2 Focus Blasts instead. It's Shadow Quag's world, that's all I'm going to say.
placed to that Aqua Tail from the Gudra, able to prevent the Sky Attack being reached by that Altaria, meant that there was just not enough there for Registeel to do.
We have a lot of people here. Katie, welcome in, welcome in. What am I missing? Calling out your 45%. Yeah, do you know what? I had to draw the line somewhere, and 45% just wasn't it. Should have stone edged. Yeah. Although game 1 BMs, I'm now of the view that game 1 BMs are too dangerous. The karmic pressure is real.
It'll be really interesting to see because there are so many.
Dudu, you would throw the Zap Cannon? Interesting. You would go Zap Cannon Focus Blast. Interesting, interesting. Gonna take notes for next time I play against Dudu.
If you get a bait against the Charizard correctly, you could outpace to a Shadow Ball and
I'm actually gonna just sim how that works out.
Really good into that Registeel. It's really good into that Annihilate. So I think Skeledirge might be something that Mango thinks about bringing in these next 2 games.
A battle of the fire type, Skeledirge or Shadow Charizard. Which one's going to take it?
Tell you what, Dudu, you're right actually. That's not a bad shout. The Zap Cannon and the Focus Blast does do enough, and if you can get the debuff first time, then you can make it slightly uncomfortable. The only concern with that approach is, if they do have a shield, and they shield the second attack, the Focus Blast, they're going to fully farm down your Reggie. This is an interesting matchup. They're going to shield it, and they're going to come out with half health and over 57 energy. So you got to be careful, I guess.
All of the audience with your voice. In comes a bait. Great call from Mango, able to pace a little bit more quicker. This would have been resisted damage.
Who's winning this game? I didn't even check my prediction from the previous one.
It's neutral hitting bait itself. Mango recognizing, I can take this. I can very comfortably no-shield a singular Dragon Claw and still make it to a Shadow Ball. However, Marto in control, actually catching not a Shadow Ball.
Would have been a good catch if it were a Shadow Ball, but only throwing the disarming voice.
Not going to be able to get to another charged attack here. The lick damage is just going to register too quickly. Here is that Gudra.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest again. You got to be careful about this Quag. The advantage Marto's got is he's got a lot of energy on that Zard. The Zard has a lot of energy. If Mango can put this Licky in mudshot down range, if he can get it perfect in mudshot down range,
Mango has absolutely no fast attack pressure once this Gudra is off.
If he, I don't even know the damage output, but if he gets this in mudshot down range, oh, it's too much. That's actually too much. One mudshot might not be enough.
But Charizard can come out. It has 2 Dragon Claws loaded.
Do you call one? I don't know if you can even afford to. Imagine if he'd got enough in that he could have. Yeah, see, this is the problem, right? Because you need to basically reach. You need to maybe reach too much against this ult. Because you need to reach three Stone Edges here, which I don't think you're going to be able to do. Unless you get a bait. But I don't think you would. I don't think as Marto you shield this, right? Maybe? Oh goodness, this is going to be close. No, you have to just shield. You're not going to reach the move anyway. You're not going to reach it. Are there any important breakpoints for Gudra? Yeah, almost certainly. Almost certainly. The one I'd always look out for immediately is see if you can you reach one against a Lickitung. Lickitung matchups versus Gudra could be close.
Sky Attack is loaded for the Altaria. However, it will not be needed to use Mango actually switching.
Hydrate. Oh, okay. Good idea. Good idea.
Trying to get a few extra Dragon Breaths in if possible, but instead it faints immediately. The Shadow Quagsire comes back in, and no.
Okay, I'll put a prediction for Game 3. You ready? Winner of Game 3.
A no-shielded Stone Edge and a
Mango.
Aqua Tail bait, but it
Marto.
still wasn't quite enough to push him to victory.
Right. Pokemango actually
Go, 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 go. Vote,
let's see
vote,
Pokemon
vote.
just
I
use
should drink
Frost
more water. I
Angels,
know, I
including
know.
this
I'm going to need to end up going to the bathroom
Skeletor
soon, though.
but that Marto Galde was able to kind of catch there, and the
And I also have
Skeletor
Squash, which gives me extra energy.
replay. We're seeing that power whip followed by just one, that mud shot. We call it a snipe.
Lorks,
Get that
Thunder
one
Punch.
energy advantage, that
You don't need Power
shot
Whip.
advantage. Mango kind of shaking his head, saying, "Good game."
You don't need Power Whip. I'd run Thunder Punch.
Going back to the drawing board, both trainers looking at
I would get a nice shiny Goodra,
trying to think about
whack Thunder Punch on it,
as I was just saying, Mango in the Los
and then
Angeles
probably
region
never bring it.
7th
But
place.
if I were to,
Skeletor's the
Thunder
Mandibuzz,
Punch.
the
Yeah,
Goodra,
David, I knew you'd be
Sally,
pleased with that
one of
Zard
those
play.
same picks that just worked so well for him in LA.
And I want to talk about that catch that Marto attempted to make onto that Lickitung. It was very safe play. If Mango throws the Shadow Ball, then great. That does no damage.
How's our prediction looking? How's our prediction looking? Ooh, we got some mango lovers. We got some mango lovers in chat.
Mango decides to prevent a catch and throw an additional Incinerate. I think the Lickitung would have been able to get the lick down.
Here we go. Here we go.
So I feel like it was a
Big Reggie.
play by Marto.
What do you do?
Unfortunately,
Straight into the Zard.
Terry does
Met by the
not want to
Goodra.
see that Registeel in
Is he going to let it go? If he lets one Dragon Claw through,
Damage this Goodra is able to
then you
do
can
further
potentially
and
fully
throw
wing
that
attack
out.
down.
And Goodra hasn't even thrown a charged attack yet, but Goodra is going to have to use a
But
protected
let's see how
attack
this.
against this
How is
Dragon
Mango going to
Claw
play it?
in the
It's going to get his
mid.
shield back.
both of these
It's
trainers
presumably.
impeccable timing right
Ooh,
before their
do you
opponent
need to
can
shield?
speak.
How much did we say it does?
Shield comes up from
We said it
Marto.
does
He's going to take
52%.
both shields away from this
You have to
Goodra
then. You have to
and
shield this and you have to fully farm it down.
so that it can get in
But
the
now
zone
you can't.
far
This is why
down
without
the
Thunder
field.
Punch, right? You've got nothing you can throw into that Altaria.
However, switch advantage isn't
So you're
everything.
just gonna.
Shield advantage can be
You're just going to be throwing Aqua Tails into this.
like Annihilate.
And then Mandibuzz is going to sweep up all of that Annihilate
First
energy.
nightmare in the back.
So
It's
Mango looks good here.
And if we look at the team sheets, Marto is running Shadow Ball, Night Slash, and all that energy is going to be walled.
Mango looks good here. Mango looks good here.
That's really interesting. This is the first time Marto has brought the Annihilate in this series, but Pokemango picking a Pokemon that completely walls it.
Second Aqua Tail coming through.
Yeah, there's no Ice Punch on that Annihilate, so the Mandibuzz is going to punish.
Really matter. It's going to be a
Marto
power
does have a
one shot
shield.
cannon range anyways. We see the immediate switch into the Annihilate.
He
and
does have a
Marto
shield.
premises, This is his worst nightmare. He's the ghost type. It's the dark type that's answering him. In comes this first aerial.
But I don't think it's going to be enough,
Shield
right?
would do a good chunk of
Reggie's
damage to this
Red
Annihilate.
Altaria. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The chip from the Dragon Breath is huge because it's put that Altaria in one Zap Cannon range. So that Goodra did everything it needed to do.
Going for that same type attack bonus is your better option, but it doesn't exactly do very much.
Yeah, this is where you really wish you had Ice Punch for slightly better coverage. The second Aerial Ace comes through. It's going to do a hefty chunk of damage to the Annihilate. Annihilate well in the yellow and is going to be able to launch a secondary Shadow Ball before the next.
Is there any way that Marto's switch clock can expire and he can catch on Altaria? Not quite, not quite.
On just barely. Marto again with the grimace, putting the phone down
And that is game.
This
That is game. So, Mango lovers, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
in Altaria. It's not the worst matchup in the world.
Zap Cannon is on the wrong side for the Reggie.
Because Dragon Breath is such a potent, fast
Or,
attack. However,
as
the
Colin
opponent's
says,
disadvantage that
the
Marto,
only way
the
you will ever
Marto
see
has
Zap
against
Cannon
the Altaria. He applauds his
on the
opponent,
right side is to
saying,
Elite TM it, so why not?
You got me beat.
Anyway.
Impeccable sparks.
ETMs. ETMs were recruiting last I saw, SJ. Did you bring anyone in the end? Let me give you your points, team. I'll give you your points. Choose outcome. Mango. There you go. Well done. Well done. Everyone that backed Mango, you've done well.
Flying and fairy charged attacks does not threaten the Steel Titan.
No. Who is a Titan today, though, is certainly Mango, who has secured
Let's say you went for the Night Slash boost.
our day 2 competition.
Would the Night Slash boost on the first attempt
Every single step of
with
the
a
way,
Shadow
really
Ball
making it kind of a signature pick,
be
the
enough
most valuable
to take out the
Pokemon.
Mandibuzz?
Definitely seemed like
Counter damage has increased, Shadow Ball damage has increased. But is it enough? I don't know.
charge attacks are
I don't know.
always either singly resisted or double resisted. So much pressure.
Do you reckon
from those
probably?
Dragon Breaths puts it
In which
the
case, he had a
right
1 in 8
position.
chance of winning if he goes for that option.
Gudra is going to have in the meta after the community day that is coming up.
SJ, if you want, if you need any help with recruitment for ETMs, I am happy to run a poll on this channel, and we can help you decide on who the most appropriate new member of ETMs should be. So you just let me know if you need any support on the recruitment side of things. I got you, boy. I got you.
Damage, and that would allow you to actually threaten more shields in future Alteri versus Gudra matchups.
Exactly. I am so excited to see where that little Goomy is going to head and where it is
We're gonna add a new redemption to this channel.
But again, those
We're gonna add a new redemption. How many channel points do we need to redeem to become another member of ETM? That is the question. What is an appropriate? What do we think would be an appropriate number of channel points?
instead picking up a different Pokemon to pair with it.
I don't get any channel points on my own channel, do I? So I can't. How many channel points do you guys have? Someone give me like a what's like a normal number of channel points to have?
As soon as Marto saw that Mandibuzz staring him down, I think he knew he was in for a rough ride.
And Mango's team is really strong into Lantern. You have Cresselia, you have that Quagsire.
0 now. I backed Marto.
Well, so many
Heartbreak.
of those really threatened the Lantern away, where Lantern would have probably been Marto's best pick into that Mandibuzz. Unable to unable to bring his own Registeel, and that Mandibuzz just kind of roamed free.
Yes, very, very tough. That's what makes Show 6 so different than the Go Battle League, because you know your opponent only has these 6 options to bring.
Should we check the bracket? How's our bracket looking? Let's refresh.
Really having to map out all the different paths that your opponent can take and putting out your best defenses.
So now we're in this situation where, because the streams are taking a while to play, the losers brackets are basically caught up. So Marto is going to go straight to his game against Richie, and they already played, and the last time they played, you can see it here, Marto won 2-0.
The England attack. Anyways, the fried liver. That's also a fun one. I love the name. But
Steinar and Teddy Bear up next.
Studied written out strategies such as ABB teams, AA teams. A lot of letters, but you know, if you're
I'm not seeing any major updates over here. So
you know, if your opponent studied your opening, it might be making yourself a little more open to predictability for your opponent to kind of read.
what is Phoebe talking about? I'm trying to zone back in, but
So again, lots of what I'm hearing from you is there's a lot of studied, tried and true strategies, but then you have to think, how can I surprise my opponent as well? How can I catch them a little bit off guard?
Right, that's a really great point, because
refresh stream. Okay.
you'll see people build.
Nope, they're still there. Sorry.
They did in game 2.
Yeah, Dunebug's out as well.
Okay, my
How long have we got for the next game? Shall I do another GBL game?
really answered my Annihilate in the back. Instead
Come on,
of
then.
game number 3, they switch out that Annihilate for like.
Okay, remember we should have won that last game, but for my not shielding the Basti. Let's go! Rank 12 battles. Rank 14? No way. Look at this up pair, guys. Big lead, big lead. This game's too easy. Go on, give me something good. Shiny Lickitung, 1491 CP, best buddied. Okay. I got quite a lot of snarl through there, I think. Motiques also Rise. Rise is out as well. Do I find it exciting when stuff like Bologna happens? What do you mean stuff like Bologna? What do we mean by stuff like Bologna? Oh no, the mic's not working on the stream. If anyone is watching the stream separately, we got no volume now. The mic is just cut out. So aren't you glad you're watching this instead? You knocked someone to losers, then they won losers finals, and you rematched them. I personally, I don't know. It's hard because let's say you've got team comp advantage versus your opponent. You use that advantage to beat them the first time you play. The next time you play, they might start playing some rogue lines, knowing that they have to in order to get around the fact that they have team comp disadvantage. So when I played Colin for the second time, he was starting to play some lines that were like quite random lines in my mind. They were ABA lines, and which is the correct thing that he has to do, right? He has to do that. But it just made it a little bit harder for me to play safer teams. And I think when we went through my Bologna recap, you saw that like I was losing leads all over the place, but then also finding it hard to work out what was in the back because the teams were ABA. So it was a little bit uncomfortable. So there are positives and negatives as with everything. Yeah. Playing against them twice is sometimes uncomfortable. Right, give me something Typhlosion can eat. They're staying in, which I assume just means they're weak to the Azu. Is that why? And then we'll flick over to Steinar and Teddy Bear. Uh-oh. When do we come in with Typhlosion? When do we come in? That's the question. Yeah, when do we catch? That's what we've got to work out. Was that a free Incinerate? Do people not know how to time against Incinerate? It's almost like Typhlosion gets you 20 energy for free. Oh my god, the switch timer, no! No, I mean the game timer. Uh-oh, I'm going to lose CMP with my Azu. I need the clock to end. I need the clock to end now. Okay, good. It's fine. We've got the CMP. Keck, wait! Yeah, honestly. We win! And now let's go back to the game. What is the timing? Look at that. We won, David. We won. We lost. Ignore what I just said. I had less HP than them. Because I didn't actually get my play rough off. Damn. I thought I clicked the play rough.
Teddy Bear's Vigoroth gets one additional counter, and Teddy Bear is actually going to shield his own Vigoroth, and cannot quite make that counter down. Is LNDS Steiner is going to get that opportunity to throw a body slam here.
One single counter, the difference between that
gets the rock slide off. That's pretty massive. That was pretty massive.
About 1/3 of the health of that Mandibuzz, and in the back is going to be a Registeel. That's a very solid positioning for Teddy Bear. It's going to be
there were 5 moves to be thrown with 20 seconds left, which is kind of annoying.
Maybe after the Dark Pulse, I don't expect Steiner to stay in this matchup.
No, this is not a good matchup for the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is able to throw a...
Teddy Bear did well recently at an event. Can anyone remember which event it was and how well did he do?
Now we Gligar. We see two pairs of those red eyes. Which one is going to take victory here in this mid matchup?
It's like you're my mirror. Oh, Gligar into Gligar. Aerial Ace into Aerial Ace. So much mirrored action here. I think it potentially could come down to the energy advantage that Steiner has built for himself.
Sure.
Yes, gotta take a look at the Gligar in the mirror.
The thing is, when you've got no Annihilate on the other team, your Vigoroth is free already, right? But Teddy Bear has the advantage because not only is his Vigoroth free, it also has the possibility of walling that Lickitung. Mute the casters? I was asked to have some of the commentary on. I can turn it down a tiny bit.
Knocks out afterwards. A single lockout does knock out and secures the KO into that Shadow Gligar. Now all that remains is the Mandibuzz.
I'll turn it down a little bit.
And a dream there. Here is the Registeel connecting that Zap Cannon into the
Big Registeel gaming. That was massive. So the situation that we had there is that the lock-on registered before the move could be thrown. So all of that energy on that Gligar was gone. The Registeel gets the lock on, and then obviously one Zap Cannon. Big damage. So, is Registeel back? Is Registeel back? Are people disrespecting Registeel? And so there's an opportunity for it to come back? Bear in mind, on Steinar's team, there is no Mudboy. There's no Mudboy. Yeah, we're seeing a few Reggies, but are we seeing it because it's an NA event and NA might have a slightly different approach to the meta than other areas of the world? Or is Reggie good? That's the question. Because, as I say, Steiner's got no real Reggie responses. The Charger Bug is soft wins at best, sometimes even soft losses, depending on IV spreads. Azu loses, Licky loses, Gligar is a good answer. Vigoroth shields down, loses, Mandibuzz loses, so Steinar's not respected Reggie at all with this team. So does that make Reggie good, or does that just mean people are getting a little bit too complacent in their team building? Here's the answer to my earlier question. 9th at Indy with Trev and Triple Flyer. I think he was running the Skarmory Shadow Gligar Altaria, I assume. Yeah, this is what I mean. If you don't have a Mudboy, you don't even have Ape, then Reggie's pretty good. This is a positive lead for Teddy as well. The Vig comes in. What do? Do you throw an attack and go in with your own Vig? Again, we're seeing the legacy move on the other side from Teddy Bear. These elite TM gamers. Crazy. Even Ape has to respect Reggie? Yeah, like, kinda. Kinda, but you can also come out with a ton of energy, right? Okay, it makes sense, right? Teddy doesn't want the Gligar up against the Azu, so he gets a shield, and he's just going to come in now with Gligar. Question is, do you do one dig and farm down? Possibly. Probably. You shouldn't be CMPing if you can avoid it, but that's fine. You should be able to land a dig and farm down before it gets to another attack. That would put Teddy in a reasonably good position, I think. Oh, but it's a shield. It's a shield. Steinar is getting that shield, that switch clock done. And now look, the Azu can come back in. And Teddy's stuck. Teddy is stuck. So that Vig still has a decent chunk of health.
Not quite yet. Azumarill's going to get quite a few bubbles. Can it bubble all the way down? And not quite. That bubble is going to register after.
What are we thinking?
Charged attack fires. So the Aerial Ace is going to fire, and then the Gligar is going to faint. Incoming the Cresselia. Cresselia being a
There's no shields left for Steinar, but the Azu has energy that it can offload into this Cress, but it doesn't reach 2. So Teddy looks like he's got this.
Shadow Gligar into that Vigoroth. But one of those Pokemon is completely gone, and the other one's still half health. The Gligar has completely disappeared. In comes the Vigoroth for Teddy Bear. However,
you can let this go because you know it's not a dig.
Pokemon is just one shield. He could shield up this aerial ace, lets it go through, knows it's not a dig, that's fine. But he's on the back foot here. The Cresselia doesn't have super effective damage into that.
Phoebe is of the view that Steinar has this. Let's see if he's right.
No, it can't. But we do see this body slam connect, and the Gligar is going
So
to
now you shield, then you over farm, or he's going for the Cress. He's going to try and sweep with Cress, which is a little bit risky because you're going to struggle to reach 2 attacks before. Is interesting. Teddy's now uncomfortable here because, yeah, that's that was a mistake. I agree, David. That was a mistake. I don't know why you would ever throw a Moonblast there. You just didn't even need to throw at all, right? Like, you could have farmed up a little bit more Grass Knotted. It had more energy to then Moonblast the Big, but I don't think Vig's even in Moonblast range. Yeah. Yeah.
Standing tall at the end. We're going to be walking into a decisive game 3 with this series tied 1-1.
I really want to dig into that middle game. I think Steiner played it really well, able to really kind of
2024 Guania. I don't know how you pronounce that. Regional champion, Sao Paulo runner-up. Can Steiner put himself in day 2 of NAIC on the winner's side? And remember, these players are actually, that's a good question. At what point do these players start making money? Because that's probably one thing that we haven't spoken about. Is it on points? Where's, like, can anyone remember where the cash prize information is? ICs. Here we go, here we go. Can you see this? Go. If you're in the... Oh, these players are already earning money at this point already, right? Maybe. Whoever wins, definitely, but you start getting your cash coming in. Got scales up very quickly, doesn't it? This is all kind of same, and then boom. Here we go. No Reggie.
This is the strength of Vigoroth. It is a counter user that has significant play into a Shadow.
This is all to play for. This is all to play for. The Cress ideally does not want to be up against a Charger Bug.
It's able to win the 0 shield matchup here. In comes the aerial ace. Steiner, no shielding. I think this makes a lot of sense. Especially
how would you play this out? If you were in this position, if you were each of these players, do you shield? He's shielding the Gligar. He's shielding the Gligar. Could have overfarmed a tiny bit more, opts not to. Wonder if Pogo Esports will ever reach really big prize money. Unlikely, right? Unlikely. I believe Fortnite World Champion last year earned 3 million in prize money. 3 million in prize money for Fortnite World Champion. No chance that's happening for Pogo. Ever. Painful farm down for Teddy. Painful farm down for Teddy. So what do you do? If he comes in with Cress, he's got a chance. Come in with Vig like he has. This could get tricky.
The unfortunate thing though is now he's paired up that Cresselia into that Charger Bug. He has no idea what that third Pokemon in the back is.
Casino says TPCI could really boost the prize money if they wanted to. Sure. But why? Why would you boost the prize money right now? We're not seeing a huge interest in the game, and I don't know if prize money increasing would massively change that.
Bus is going to be able to pace to these
Fortnite is able to fund prize money directly from game microtransactions, and the fact they have sponsorship, and the fact they had advertising. Pokemon doesn't have that. Pokemon doesn't have advertising and sponsorship on its streams. At no point during the stream will you get a pop-up saying 7-Eleven, you know, you're allowed it on your shirts if you can get it approved, but you're not getting it on the stream, and that's a lot of money that you lose out. But it's the brand decision, right? They want to protect the brand. They don't want to sell out the brand, so that's fair enough. That makes sense. Very, very well played from Steinar here. But yeah, the money in Go is never going to be like the money in these proper esports. Very well played from Steinar. Very well played.
The Shadow Gligar, a full aerial ace is loaded, going to go into that Vigoroth. Really great energy management in that end game by Steiner. Great alignment.
That was well played, wasn't it? Oh, hold it! Look at the back of his shirt. That's quite cool. That's quite cool. I like that. Is that the LNDS? Is that on all of the LNDS shirts? That the Day of the Dead thing? I like that. That was cool. Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right. As soon as the Gligar's out of there, Charger Bus is rolling. You would never recommend Pogo purely due to the way they handle limited mons and moves. Yeah. It's not the easiest game to get into. This farm down was pretty big. This farm down was pretty important. But the thing is, honestly, it's not even about getting brand new players into the game. Right? The game is already the most downloaded mobile game in history. The issue is, we have 99% of the player base play the game and don't PvP. So my question to you, chat, what do you do to get all of those players, all of the non-PvPers, the players that have dust, they have candy, they have excels, they have all the resources, because they play the game. Okay, they probably have more resources than we do. How do you get those players into PvP? How do you motivate them to take on a challenge that they've never really done probably over the last 6 years, or however long it's been? Because realistically, they're the market. They are the market that drive the decisions for this game. They are... It's not about wanting a server load, because realistically, if you've got loads of players interested in, then you might justify getting different servers. But if you've not got that interest, then why would you bother? Yeah, Casino Square, but that's slightly different, right? Someone might bring their recommended to a raid on the basis that they assume that they will get the rewards from that raid themselves anyway. So they don't need to. So how do you incentivize them? How do you... Yeah, you're right, Olim. You're right. You've got people with different objectives. But is there a way that you can incentivize them to lean more into PvP than they have done to date? What is it about PvP that puts them off enough not to bother even trying to PvP? Maybe one example is... Maxwell's going to get annoyed at this, by the way, because it's not M-E Weedle with a capital W. It's M-E capital and then Weedle lowercase. It always annoys him. Okay. It's not about incentivizing them through FOMO, right? You're not trying to say, oh, you'll miss out if you don't play PvP. Maybe the solution is to better support players that are on the fence. They're open to get into PvP, but in their mind, they don't feel that the effort is worth the reward. Or vice versa, the reward is worth the effort that they'd have to put in. And so one thing that they might look to do is introduce more guides to PvP in-game. Currently, if I said to you, go and learn how to PvP, and you're not allowed to use any external resources, okay? You're not allowed to to check PV poke. You know, don't let someone else teach you. Learn through the game itself. No way. No way. Can't. The game doesn't facilitate that. It doesn't give you a guide to PvP. It doesn't tell you what you're supposed to be doing. It doesn't even tell you that energy really exists. It doesn't tell you any of this information. It doesn't tell you why. How should you know? Here's an example. You throw an attack at the same time your opponent throws an attack, but their attack goes first. Why does that happen? Nowhere in the game does it say anything about charge attack priority. How could you possibly know what that is simply from playing the game itself? There's no rulebook. There's no advice. There's no guidance. There's no way. So the only access to PvP is using third-party resources. The only, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, you guys want to watch streamers is because it can help you learn about PvP. And that's part of the reason why we're doing it, right? Is because we know that there's nothing in-game that's helping you. But they need to do more. They need to do more. Anything that they publish, they're publishing outside of the game. They're publishing on, like, in articles and things. There's nothing. The game itself, when you click into the game, it's not helping you enough. That's what I'm saying. So that has to be the stage of the journey. Rather, you know, as much as I would love for there to be more prize money in tournaments, because that might benefit like 1% of players, that doesn't help the majority. And everything is about helping the majority of players. That's the only way we grow the game, is if you help the 99%, not helping the 1%. That's why if top players are going to complain about travel award and they're going to complain about championship points, like I don't have a huge amount of sympathy, right? Yeah, of course there are ways you're going to be able to tweak the travel award system, of course, right? But the game's not about you. You're already playing the game in the top 1%, all right? You'll be fine. You'll be okay. You want this game to grow? You want this game to really grow? Help everyone who doesn't know how to play the game. Help everyone who's open to learning how to play the game, but you're too busy focusing on your prize winnings to give them the time. Because in my mind, this game, you know, it's not going to be a forever game if you try and monopolize these tournaments with just the same players year after year. That's what I'm, you know, a top player. Let's think of a top player. Colin, for example, obviously, the third time he's won a regional. There'll come a point where he's like, hey, I've done it all. You know, Wadaj. He's like, there comes a point where I've done it all. And so these top players, they'll come in and they'll go. And they'll leave eventually. And unless you're teaching players to come in that are new, are you growing the game? How much are you growing the game? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, there's a casual playlist. Yeah. I think there are tons of ways to do it. I think there are a number of difficulties. I think Niantic is under-resourced. I think that is a huge thing that we need to remember. If you go onto Niantic's website right now, go and look at their job openings. They've got openings available. They're looking for highly skilled people to come. They're just not able to find them at the moment. So that's one thing, right? If they don't have the team and they don't have the resources, that makes it difficult. I'm interested to see how Shadow Whiscash fares against Azu now that they're not throwing Scald and they're just going Mud Bomb, by the way. Yeah, the problem is with ranked and unranked, I think on paper, genius idea, right? Everyone agrees. Everyone's like, yeah, that would make a load of sense. Do they have the facilities and the resources to implement it? That's a different question. Unfortunately here, when you come in with an Annihilate against a Whiscash, you're giving it a free opportunity to debuff you. That's always the difficulty. Look at that. Look at that. Scald nerf? Nope. Look how much damage it does. Still gets the debuff. No, Casino Square, that doesn't, I'll come on to that. I'll come on to that. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You're not a charity. Okay, I've already mentioned the primary revenue source from this game is not from PvP. So no matter how much money you have, if you don't see PvP as your key profit margin, you're not just going to funnel money into it.
Yes, we're going to see the Ice Beam go ahead and get some at least solid neutral damage against the Skarmory. Frankie opting to save the shield for later. Because look, that doesn't do a whole
You have to
lot.
remember that
Then we
Go
have
is an
Lickitung,
AR
and
game.
this
It is a
matchup generally
data
more neutral than a lot of
collating
people would
game.
put Skarmory into Lickitung, but this is looking
That
much
is
better
what
for
this game is
Lickitung now
about.
that the
Okay,
Skarmory is down under half health.
it's not a
We're going to
main
see the
series family
Brave
game.
Bird connect, and the
It is a
tables
different
turn
product.
as the Skarmory gets to another charge attack.
They're going to
It's
approach it
just
differently. You have to
after
expect that.
Lickitung is gonna throw this
But the
body
question is, how can we get the
Skarmory's
balance of both?
defenses are down, and it's
Look at how look at this. Look how much this Lickitun's doing to this Skarmory. When you start to land a Brave Bird,
Now going just for the Sky Attack, interestingly enough. I'm not sure if he can save this Skarmory. I think the Brave Bird would have been... Actually, it wouldn't have been better. He wants his Lickitung to survive. We actually see both trainers kind of slow down their tapping there. Frankie T trying to get more energy to go into this Azumarill matchup. One shield on Frankie's side, two shields on Adib's side. I think Frankie's just going to go for these aerial aces. Shield comes up from Adib. Adib either needing to reach two ice beams or a bubble down.
Yeah, and those bubbles are really starting to add up. We're going to see the Gligar fall into under half health as I am speaking. Adi throwing up another protect shield to protect against these aerial aces.
if you have thoughts, like Casino and K9, if you have thoughts, put them in chat. If you've got any thoughts on this topic, put them in the chat, and after this game I'll go through and I'll tell you my thoughts.
So it is a race between the Shadow Gligar and the Azumarill. Shadow Gligar gets to its charge attack first. And
That was well played by Frankie.
guarantee the knockout because
This is Legends United red shirt, by the way, for people that were in chat when we were discussing the different shirts, the different shirt colors of Legends United. What do we think of the red shirt? I'm a fan of red. I like red. Smartish is their sponsor. I think it's something to do with phones, maybe phone cases, I don't know. Team yellow, team blue, or team red. If you were to join Legends United today, which color shirt would you want? That's the question.
But because the skull came through, an entire wing attack down was possible and left that Shadow Gligar with a lot of health.
If anyone is also able to, SJ says none. SJ, how much would they have to pay you?
Sky attack first before the Brave Bird, but maybe after this you can dive a little bit deeper into what these trainers were hoping to achieve with that momentary pause.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Neither trainer wanted to knock each other out, but they didn't, neither of them completely
Too
stopped,
much.
but they kind of just were like, you know, tap, back off for a little bit, see what happens, tap.
Okay, who are our judges here? We've got Ilya and we've got DC Vulpix. Oh, that's not his name anymore. DC Cusco or whatever it is now. DC Cusco.
The pacing that Frankie had, and I think Adib was a few bubbles away from that final ice beam. I'm not sure if it was completely impactful, but it's great to practice those.
How do you pronounce that, Senor-Digo? Is it
different game mechanics
Disuko?
that we need to
I don't know.
in order to ensure we have
I always remember him as DC Vulpix.
possible in our matchups.
Right, so strategies like that, like knowing
Wing
when
attack
I
for
don't
life?
wanna knock out my opponent's Pokemon, I wanna
Is that a
see it so I
team?
can get an energy advantage.
Or do you just love the fast attack, wing attack?
From great
Oh, it's
kind of
Potato Bear. Oh, yeah,
defense
you're right. It's not
trainers.
Nexus Ilya, it's
But then
Potato Bear
we
now.
have in front of us those day two trainers. Those are our masters. We're gonna see which one is going to take the crown.
Just drop something.
I like that little bit of play there. Great League, Ultra League, Master League. Perfection coming from
It doesn't
Master
sound as
League.
clever when you go ahead and explain it, Alpha Beat.
Thus is life. Sometimes you have your co-casters explain your jokes for you.
Right, shall I have a quick flick through? I'm just going to have a quick flick through some of your comments, team.
Continuing on, we have our trainers.
So
locking
I like
in.
these types of
Both them really
conversations.
taking time to think about how am I going to pivot out of that last matchup. Both trainers really showing a lot of skillful play in that first matchup and really thinking about what kind of adjustments do I have to make going into game two. Definitely an adjustment you would want to make out of a lead like
Good lead for Adib.
Skarmory into Gligar. Gligar's energy goes absolutely nowhere into Skarmory. So an immediate adjustment into the mirror match. Adib
This is now a little bit uncomfortable for Adib, right? But look how fast he's tapping.
Interesting that he didn't throw Brave Bird at Brave Bird Energy and then dip. I guess it
The
makes
problem
sense.
is, now
Kind
that
of
Frankie's
forced
thrown an
something
attack
out of
first,
Frankie T. I
he
think
has got the turn that was lost, he's got that back.
Annihilate at any
So I would
point.
Brave Bird and go into Annihilate.
Brave Bird coming through. In comes the Annihilate. I think
I'd one shield, and I just
will
full
be
farm
necessary
down.
to protect the Annihilate from this next Sky attack, but it's going to be a comfortable counter down afterwards. And this isn't something like Dugong where you're going to be hit with debuffs. This Annihilate's going to come out with a ton of completely natural energy. 100% organic, grade A Shadow Ball coming into the Shadow Gligar.
I think the word you wanted was neutral. Neutral charged attack energy alpha feed. The king of math, but certainly not of language.
Okay, DeFi is absolutely roasting Thief here. I don't know if you can still hear the chat, but not the first time. She is roasting him. Try to find funny. Look at that Shadow Ball damage. That is big. That is big, and no matter what energy that Gligar gets back, you pause as a Deeb, you make sure switch clocks are fully done, you come in with Skarm, as soon as the Charger Bug comes in, you come in with Licky, you're golden.
Lickitung, a safe Pokemon if I've ever seen one. One, Steel Wing switching into the Lickitung so that Volt Switch damage does not apply, and this matchup is generally Lickitung favored. There is about a full Volt Switch worth of energy advantage for Frankie T, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to shore up the disadvantage of having a full health Skarmory in the back.
Yeah, the full health.
How can you beat a man that taps this quickly?
We're gonna see the charge, but go ahead and attempt it.
If anyone is struggling to tap their phone, get coaching from a Deeb. He's got it down to a T. He's got it down to a Frankie T.
This is the best spot for me to use it. I have to keep this charger bug healthy. I have to.
Bopper? I haven't seen.
Feel great shielding up a body slam from Lickitung, but it's what you have to do if you want this charger bug to survive long enough to be able to face that Skarmory again. I think there's a ton of energy loaded onto that Shadow Gligar, but unfortunately, no switch clock available for Frankie.
See, this is the benefit of getting that Lickitung in very early. It meant you reached that last body slam before the Charger Bug could reach the double X Scissor, which potentially could have been key. There we go, 1-1. Right, I'm going to quickly go through some of the comments that we talked about from the things earlier. So, is this the only game with an ELO system that limits how much you can play? I don't know.
After a little bit of help from Nurse Droid, if it has the fight in it left to show up to game number 3 here, it definitely has
Little sympathy for a billion-dollar company who's understaffed. Look, I don't think anyone's asking for sympathy, right? It's just from their perspective, where is the money worth being put into, I guess. Like, I think that the issue is that we as PvPers place a lot more value on PvP than shareholders do, frankly. If anything, if you have a less lucrative area as a business, you should cut it. Lux, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. And that is why it's very difficult to say, oh, just plug loads of money into PvP. Because for all we know, they could be having the exact opposite conversation. We don't know.
Certainly an S-tier Pokemon, I would say, as well. Annihilate, certainly the counter user of choice over that Poliwrath that Frankie has been keeping on the bench. I mentioned that Poliwrath might get a little more popular now.
Players that have played the game for 8 years to get new IV spreads, I don't know. A lot of these players are so set in the way that they play the game that they're not fussed about that. You have to remember that a lot of players, their first Pokemon game is Pokemon Go. And so they play as collectors, they're not interested in battling. That's the difficulty. Like, they're not interested in battling, they never have been. Remember what we said, the average player is a Singaporean grandma. Gathering data and selling it, yep, that is their main business. Exactly, exactly. AR, yeah, exactly. AR, yeah, you're right. It's an AR business. It's a geographical location business. They want us to scan the world. They want to help these maps companies be able to have AR footage of the entire world. Like, they want location data. They want all that stuff, right? There are so many different ways that they're monetizing this game that we're not discussing or giving enough weight to when we talk about PvP. IV spreads in GBL. I mean, I agree. The difficulty is that a lot of players that we're talking about only play GBL because they get a higher chance of a hundo from a reward. Okay, This looks, despite the leads being favorable to Frankie, the backline is very favorable to Adib. So if Adib can get this Whiscash down, then look at what that Lantern is going to do in the back. And I know you've been asking about Watergun Lantern. Watch what it does here. If Adib uses this correctly, Watergun Lantern's going to slay. Can we get a Martine check? He's still waiting for his opponent. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, K9, one of the things that I've thought is maybe have it based on time. So, for example, you remove IV floors during the weekends, for example. You know, little things like that. Or you introduce more research. Good catch, good catch. I think there are lots of ways you can do it. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for making lots of changes. All I'm saying is that you've got to be okay. This Lantern can come in versus the Skarmory, can farm it down after the Azu goes down. The Whiscash has no energy left. The Surf. Okay, Adib needs to be careful because if that Gligar lands a dig, that Lantern's potentially going down. So he needs to maximize energy against this Skarmory. He needs to maximize energy against the Skarmory so that he can take the Gligar out before the Gligar lands a dig on him. He then also has to try and get the Whiscash down as well. So this is a lot of... Oh wait, he's got his own Gligar as well. Oh, he's fine. Wait, he's running Spark? I didn't even notice that. Did we know that? Did we know he was running Spark Lantern? I mean, it's fine because he's just going to double surf this. That's very smart. That's very smart.
All that remains is Frankie's Gligar itself, but Adib has energy on Lantern. He's got
yeah, looks. I agree with that as well. I agree. I honestly, a lot of these ideas are really good ideas, so I completely agree with them. I'm just saying that some people are like, it's obvious they can do this because they can afford to. And all I'm saying is it's not. That's not probably what's holding them back. It's more about return on investment than it is about affordability. Well played, Adib. That is a pretty... He had Caleb in his group. That is a pretty awesome win. That is a pretty awesome win. He won his group, Group H, and Adib makes day 2. Awesome. Well played.
Going ahead to win winners Group H, because this was the winners finals. Adib will be moving forward and competing in day number 2 here of the North American International Championships.
And Stephanie, I feel extremely...
Do you want to hear some of my ideas? You've obviously, I hugely appreciate your guys' ideas. Do you want to hear some of my ideas for what they could do for PvP? Because I have thoughts on all of these things as well. Obviously, I want PvP to grow.
Adib able to hold on to his own Shadow Gligar for basically...
You need to redeem the code through Twitch, and then it takes you to a website that you can then enter the code that's connected to your Pogo account, I think. K9, do you know how much fallout that would cause if they introduce walking for GBL?
Yes, and that's not even to say the first match we casted in this round, Mango versus Marto. Those battles kept me on the edge of my seat.
Spark Lantern in day 2, David. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Battles to go ahead and cast here today.
NAIC
even then, K9, even then, if after all this time they finally allow us to play more than our GBL sets, and it's gated behind walking, I'd be upset with that, I think. I'd be upset with that.
but Adib says I'm
Did the casters just cut out? Damn, that's a shame.
Final blow. Not very often we see a Shadow Gligar beat a Skarmory, but
Wait, Tom, what are we
in that
playing now?
game, able to secure a Deeb a 2-1 hard-fought victory.
I haven't been paying attention to any football.
victory. Love getting to go ahead and take a look at that.
Oh, it's just a warm-up game. Oh, I don't care.
Again, those 3 matches we just brought up. We saw Frankie versus Adib. We saw LNDS Steiner versus Teddy Bear. We saw Mango versus Marto. NAIC full of these fantastic trainers.
Didn't we lose to Iceland, Tom, in a tournament, in an actual tournament?
We expected to win.
For anyone that hasn't yet claimed your code, your free Twitch drops, make sure to connect your Twitch account to your Pogo account. Make sure to get the main stream up on mute while you listen to me instead, and get your Twitch drops, because you do get some Stardust and TMs, etc. And worth doing it. It is free.
Not only a singular region, but the entire world, and you concentrate that down into a single location. You pressurize it. You form diamonds out of
Yeah,
these traders.
but you have to remember, Fortnite is a completely different model. It's a very, very different model game, and
Imagine where we're going from here.
people are already
We're
very resistant to the introduction of tickets, paid tickets.
who are playing best
So you start introducing
this weekend.
paid items, yes, you're going to make more money for sure, because people love cosmetics.
Matches that we just saw.
But you're still going to get a lot of pushback from everyone. There's always going to be pushback on everything.
Matches yet to come. We are facing again. We are working through our winners.
Every single thing that they introduce to the game,
Groups. We are
people
gonna- we
get annoyed
just
at.
saw winners finals for group. I believe it was
Now, I'm not saying they introduced everything well, right? Avatars, the first time that they were introduced,
However, I think,
obviously the reception was incredibly poor. I think they've improved now. Someone told me recently that you can do more now. I don't know. I never changed my avatar.
I can count to 3.
But-
you at home can count to 3.
3 is the number of incinerates that you need to get to that blast burn.
But yeah, looks exactly. There's a huge lack of overlap between player bases, which means that the wants of all the player bases are very different. And don't get me wrong, the wants of PvPers are so different from the wants of non-PvPers that we're there trying to die on a hill that is being looked on as you don't make any money. Why do we care? They want to. I'm sure they want to grow PvP, but it's just I guess for them a proportionate way of doing it to the fact that we just have way fewer players. And as I say, part of that is because I don't think that the game is currently equipped well enough to get players into the game, and so it will be a case of investment on their part to do that. Take a hit, put the money in, hopefully see growth over the next couple of years. That's the dream, right? Season pass, yeah, there are lots of things they could do. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a few things that I think they could do. I think the introduction of the battle pass research, I think that was brilliant. That was a great idea. It gives us a lot of Stardust, it gives us elite TMs as well. I think they could consider introducing legendaries via that research. I think if you can get guaranteed legendaries after a certain number of wins, that is a huge incentive to players to actually play more PvP than they've maybe played before. And you'd prioritize level 15 legendaries that are more difficult to get. So your Cresselia, Guzzlord, Buzzwole, those types of Pokemon, Tapu Fini. I think the Battle Pass research has a lot more potential, and I'm hoping they exploit it more. As well as that, I think that special research should be introduced related to PvP. We saw during previous events that they are able to give us shadow Pokemon via special research. I also think that lots of non-PvPers have a real need to complete every research that's in their special research. So if you can moderately introduce PvP into special research, you might get players playing simply because they don't like having an incomplete research. But also, it gives you the opportunity to give us some other Pokemon like Shadows, for example. But there, in the special research, maybe you could keep the IVs to 10. That way, the IV floor of 10 will satisfy what these non-PvPers may want. The stream's gone down. What these non-PvPers may want, which is higher chance of hundo.
So happy to be there.
And that gives you better opportunity to, during GBL encounters, have no IV floor, because then you got both. You got the opportunity for both. PvP rewards via special research with IV floor, and PvP GBL rewards with no IV floor. One thing that I would really like to see them do is item selection from GBL rewards. So currently, when you win your GBL sets, you click and you get a random item from a pool of items, and often I end up getting a silver peanut berry or a single rare candy that I just don't need. And I think what would be really nice, you can see me in the background there. I think what would be really nice is if you could open a pool of items. So every week, every GBL week, you have a different pool of items, with one of the items always being a TM, so that when you get that option to select an item, you can click it, and let's say it gives you 3 item options. Let's say a rare candy, a charge TM, and a whatever else some people want. Silver peanut berry, or a... Is that me? The stream's back. Okay, a silver peanut berry, or even a poffin, a rare one, or whatever you want, right? But basically, an option to pick the item that you feel is what you need. I don't see why there's any reason why they can't do that. You know, they've already introduced path selection for research. They definitely are able to open up lists like that. Similar to, think about using an elite charge TM. You know, when you click an elite charge TM and it comes up with your list of attacks, you could have something reasonably similar for items, and you just pick your item instead. In terms of rare candy, well, we're on rare candy. I think rare candy XL should be a guaranteed item drop in premium track rather than chance of item. I don't see any reason to gate rare XLs as much as they have been. I know they've introduced it through other means, but start introducing them through PvP and you get maybe more people playing PvP, more people buying premium passes, win-win. One option that they could try is scaling items at different elo ranges. I think one thing that I've seen some less experienced players complain about is that lots of more experienced players will tank, especially during GBL days and GBL weekends. They'll tank, they'll go for streaks and everything. Maybe if you tailor the elo rewards based on your rank, then you encourage the higher skilled players to stay in the higher skilled tiers. It's an option. It's an option. I'm not particularly fussed about that one. I don't know if they're going to be able to implement it in a way that seems proportionate and fair. But it is one way of encouraging players to play at the level that they maybe should be playing at. As you've said, I also completely agree that we should have an unranked mode. I think it should give you an option to play against players that are at a similar elo to what you are in the ranked GBL mode, but it's got reduced rewards, which include TMs, please. It's separate to GBL, and it always has access to Great League. One reason why I'd really like that is because there have been events that I've been going to where in the 2 weeks prior to the event, there has been no access to Great League in GBL. One example of that, if you check the season for this season, is going to be Worlds. Before Worlds, if I'm not mistaken, the 2 weeks before Worlds, there is no Great League in GBL. To me, that is ludicrous. Doesn't make any sense. Why can I not practice in the Great League 2 weeks leading up to the World Championships? Who knows? PvP encounters we've talked about in GBL. I'll just also add that I would reduce the encounter pool to more PvP relevant Pokemon and or hatched Pokemon and the current raid legendary. I would remove the IV floor for non-legendaries as well, so that the legendaries are still have IV floors, because I think that is something that they don't want to lose out on. You don't want to be able to suddenly get like a PvP IV spread Deoxys out of nowhere. That doesn't really make sense, right? But the other Pokemon, especially if you're giving options in special research with the 10 IV floor, you can maybe get rid of in GBL encounters. And a reduced pool, because I'm sick and tired of getting like a Marini or whatever they're called, or Phalanx all the time. Whatever they feel that the most popular mons are. I don't have a particular list at the moment, but I just think the pool is currently too big and too irrelevant. Big one from me is Grubbin's a good example. Big one from me is that I would love them to introduce berries. I think that berries could be introduced as a rare item accessible via PvP that can reduce the IV stat by 1. It doesn't allow you to increase IV stats, so you're not getting free hundos. You're not able to use these items to get hundos, but what you are maybe able to do is reduce the IVs of Pokemon. Counterpoint to that is it reduces the need to trade legendaries for PvP IVs, which might be something that they encourage people to do because they want people to meet friends, they want people to interact and trade, and so perhaps even the starting point for these berries is that you can only use one berry on one Pokemon and that's it, and you can't use a berry on, for example, a mythical, so that you can't force your Deoxys defense, for example, to do anything. You can't reduce IVs in any Pokemon game with an item, says Casino Square, but what you can do is reduce EVs. So if you introduce Kelpsie, Qualot, and Pomegg berries, you can reduce what you have not ever defined as IVs in this game. So you've got a little bit more wiggle room to not say exactly what it is that you are reducing. You are reducing a stat. You are not reducing necessarily an individual value. We call them IVs, the game doesn't. There are no EVs, there are no IVs in Pokemon Go. There are neither. There are only attack, defense, and HP stats. It is semantics. It's very important semantics. It's very important semantics, as you've just said. You yourself said there are no IVs in Pokemon games that you can reduce. It is important, these semantics. The other thing that I think you can do is increase shiny odds from GBL encounters. I think non-PvPers, they love their shinies. Many of you love your shinies. If you have slightly higher odds of shinies via GBL, maybe more people play, want their rewards. And then finally, one thing I'd like, before we get back into these games, I mean, I could go forever, but what about considering intertwining PvP with non-PvP play? So one example would be you finish your set, or you finish a GBL set, and within X amount of time from completing your GBL set, you have triggered a small extension to a star piece or to a lucky egg or to incense duration. And what that can do is twofold. Benefits of that are twofold. One is that PvP players might have more incentive to go out and play an event, right? Let's say Vigoroth, for example, let's say a community day. Hey, why don't I do my set first and then I get a little boost to my incense and my star piece for when I go and play this comp day. But it also means that players who like to grind, these players love their grinding. They want as much access to these resources and benefits as possible. They go, hey, I'm about to go and grind an event. I may as well just do a GBL set because I get my boost to my star piece anyway. So these are the types of things that I think are more innovative approaches to improve gameplay that I don't think are disproportionate to include. Some harder than others, but I think that if you're looking at what a lead for Skarmory. Don't play Wigglytuff, folk, but Jellicent is interesting here. Interesting one. If you swap a Shadow Feraligatr into a Shadow Whiscash, you can land one Mud Bomb as the Shadow Whiscash, and then you can fully Mudshot down. Not going to happen here because we've got normal Whiscash and we've got normal Feraligatr. Training. What I would do, you know how you currently have leader battles? You can go battle against Candela or whatever they're called. All the leaders for the respective teams. I would turn that whole thing into training. I'd turn that whole format into teaching people how to PvP, giving incentives to improving at PvP, like giving them basic mechanics, not playing it like a robot. Currently, the rocket system and the leader system is pretty bad, right? They don't even function like proper PvP. So there, in my mind, is the easiest forum to allow for training, but also it might allow you to get access to TMs. I'm going to go on about TMs for ages because I use a lot of TMs, and I know I do, and I try and do everything I can to get TMs back, but I use a ton of TMs because I build tons of Pokemon, and then I test them, and then if they're good, I tell you the IV spreads on them, right? I'm trying to help, but I build a ton because I'm not gonna recommend something without giving it a go, and I would love if there was a way to access TMs after a certain time. Right now, if I'm on 0 TMs and all the raids are done, I can't get a TM. I just cannot. So that's pretty annoying. The other option, there are two actually, two to that point, Casino Square. So one is that you, ooh, this is a big bait. This is a big bait, but you probably do need to shield it from Freezing Sun. Yeah, makes sense. It's too dangerous to not shield it, which makes it a good bait. Ominous Wind, also a bait. Gets the shield, last second shield. I like that Saber Avocado paused and had a real think about it though. That's how I would recommend doing it, right? You can get TMs from routes. If you think I'm doing a route at midnight, you got another thing coming. Iris T, I agree. I think that with a TM, you should be able to select from a list of attacks, not including legacy attacks. I also think that as we grow the number of legacy attacks in the game, they should, via event, leave legacy attacks behind. And by that, what I mean is, let's say they announce a new event. They call it, you know, IC Sparkly Stalactites event. It's a nice type event, right? And they go, during this event, Dugong will be able to learn Icy Wind, and it will no longer be a legacy attack. That's what I mean. I think that would be a really good way of trying to help the fact that we're increasing the number of legacy attacks on Pokemon, which makes PvP less accessible, right? If you're a PvPer and you're looking at these teams and you're like, oh, I want a Dugong, or, okay, look at the Registeel, for example. Registeel, I managed to get one, but I don't have Zap Cannon. So I need what? I need an Elite TM to it? Do I? Or Counter on Poliwrath, Icy Wind on Dugong, Ice Shard on Dugong. There are lots of legacy moves that you do need. Hydro Cannon on Feraligatr over there. So it would be, I think it would be quite a nice thing to do, is to slowly also remove some legacy attacks from being legacy attacks. And I think doing that via events would be a cool way to do it. Because otherwise they're forced into doing repeat events, which people could get frustrated by. But they need to do, because otherwise stuff isn't accessible.
I think that answering Wigglytuff is probably the #1 question on both of these players' minds.
I absolutely agree. And Freezeton also has a decent answer in.
And it's difficult because I know that all of you have a huge number of ideas. I think everyone has a huge number of ideas as to what would be nice for the game.
This is a completely different matchup. This is water damage on water damage here. We have to see it's going to be.
We're dreamers, you know? We're dreamers.
Going way faster than before, right as the mud bomb is ready.
Or you could say water versus water or water versus ground, right? Because the mud bombs are definitely going to be the charge attack, of choice in the Feraligatr.
Okay, so you do need 2 Hydro Cannons. It's only a normal Whiscash, so you don't need to shield this. However, let's remember that the second Mud Bomb will appear before the Feraligator's next Hydro Cannon. So, ideally you don't want to let it get caught, but also the...
Probably comfortable with it, but no going ahead and swapping into that big rock, catching the mud bomb here. It's not going to do a lot of damage, but now Saber Avocado has to wonder, do I want to get farmed down by this Whiscash, or if I'm coming in with a hard counter here? And hard counter it is, as this Jellicent comes in, and none of these counters, body slams would be doing that much. Have to go for that rock slide, and Freezing Sun knows it, goes for it right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of trainers at home are also watching how these Pokemon are lining up against each other, and you can see a really devastating outcome in the near future for Saber Avocado. So let's see if she can flip this.
Question, quiz question, quiz question. Pay attention, quiz question. How many charms? How many charms from a Wigglytuff to take out a Guzzlord? What do we reckon? 4? No, come on. No way. We've got some 5s. 5 seems to be a popular answer. We're going to find out very, very soon. Very soon. Let's count them together. Let's count them together. I feel bad. I'm looking at Saber Avocado's expression for when that... Oh. Don't throw an attack. I want to see the Wiggly. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming through. So whoever said 5, well done. 5. Now let's bear in mind that Guzzlord has around 270 HP. That means each one of those charms is doing nearly 55 damage. Right? That's kind of funny.
Great counting here. Looks like just gonna go for that complete charm down. Go ahead, shield this up. You're in a great position, Freezing Sun.
Yeah, Freezing Sun recognizes that after he KOs the Jellicent, he can just Icy Wind the 3rd Pokemon, or just go straight for the charms and try to get the job done. But it looks like Freezing Sun and his Wigglytuff will get the better of Saber Avocado.
Yeah, Guzzlord does not like defense. Well done, Freezing Sun. Not actually seen either of these players before, so congrats to them on getting to the winners finals, and congrats to Freezing Sun for making day 2 in NAIC. Earned yourself some money already. Can you go get some more?
And even though Avocado managed to get that alignment they were looking for, it just proved too costly in the end with too low of HP to handle that Wigglytuff.
Is that true, K9? A really high rank Guzzlord needs 6 charms.
Your Glygars, your Charjabug's, your Vigoroths, your Annihilapes even, and then you have your core breakers, Pokemon like Abomasnow that can straddle a Gligar and Lantern matchup, of Talonflame that can work against Steel and Grass, but when the core breakers clash, when you have Jellicent versus...
How long have I been streaming for, team, and at what point can I have my first toilet break?
Really tough position to be in because then
That's the question. That's the question.
As you can see, the Crunch barely does anything. 5 charms pick up the KO there, and Saber Avocado just had no tools left in her toolkit to try to...
Did we see the lantern at all? Tomorrow. You want me to hydrate? Cool, 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 cool.
But again, we are in a double elimination tournament, so Avocado's not out of it. It's gonna be
Okay, I finished that one.
continuing her run, seeing if we
This one's pretty much finished.
in day 2.
I just want to give her a huge compliment as well. I mean, Saber Avocado definitely a very active...
This one's pretty much finished.
The competitive scene, especially active on Twitch and certain streams.
I've run out now. I'm out. I'm out.
This stacked of a tournament. I mean,
If you want more, I'd have to go and get a new bottle, and if I'm doing that, I may as well go to the bathroom.
farther than Axon, farther than Dunebug. I mean, that is something to really hang your hat on that she should be very proud of. And like you said, still not out of it just yet, so you have to keep on fighting.
I think a lot of times players can get a little bit discouraged.
Sergio, when you say raid more than Matt, I'm not even finishing. I'm just asking if I can go to the bathroom.
And maybe you get a little bit down about yourself. It's, I think at this point, the mental fortitude...
Because it's been 5 hours.
Okay, I didn't win that last game, but that...
Empty bottle, no need for toilet. Yeah, fair enough.
myself back up, and I'm gonna
Good
play
point, well
my
made.
rounds better,
Okay, we got Mason versus Zimmy Kid.
continue on in the tournament.
Even champions, right, or former champions, you see them come
Mason
in
versus
and
Zimmy
make it
Kid.
and make it maybe to the losers finals, and they just kind of
Alright, I'm going to pop to the bathroom now, team, while we wait for this one.
same kind of confidence, that same kind of energy that they brought to
I
the
will
losers
put...
bracket. It happens, right? And that's a big test.
I'll put the
of a
volume up on the
champion.
stream slightly so that you can hear them a little bit more.
Times are good, and
I'll be
when
back.
times get rough. And I think that's definitely a challenge that a lot of these trainers on the loser side bracket are fighting for.
Absolutely.
But one trainer that really doesn't care if you're on the loser side, winner side, if you're a friend, if you're, you know, a competitor, a foe, whatever, is Magic Mason.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these next matches because I think Magic Mason is a player that everyone has been keeping their eye on throughout this whole season.
Yeah.
He's been top cutting just a lot of times. Hasn't quite made it this season to be a regional champion. Maybe he didn't get his regionals because he's going to be that international champion. And he's playing against Zimmy Kid, who has a very, very fun pick on his team. I'm looking at that Surfetch. You saw his name. You knew he was going to
Of course, yeah. If you look back at Zimmy Kid's previous teams, the Surfetch is the one constant. That Pokemon appears every single time, every single Championship Series appearance. He's got to bring his trusty Surfetch.
Yeah.
I admire the commitment.
Me too. I mean, a lot of his friends, they had been joking around saying, you know, you probably could get even farther in a tournament if you would just like pick some more meta Pokemon. But he's been saying, no, I've been doing so well. I've qualified with my favorite Pokemon. I'm going to continue to do so. And you have to respect that tenacity.
Winners Finals is really impressive. And I just want to call back to 2 years ago, 2022, right? It's Axon versus Andrew Minares in the Grand Finals in a field stacked with Metacham and the occasional Toxicroak. Andrew Minares took Surfetch to the Grand Finals at the North America International Championships. So maybe there's some precedent there.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of targets. It paces so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
It is also a fighter, so it's going to be able to use that counter damage. And there's a lot of like targets that it can be able to hit with. I mean, we'll have to see what it is running as well, because there's actually a couple different options, and it looks like it is running Leaf Blade and Brave Bird as its charge attacks, which is, I mean, pretty big attack for such a small little bird.
I mean, that is offensive firepower, right? If you need coverage, Surfetch has got your back. If you need to just absolutely Brave Bird and win neutral matchups, it can also help you there. But what I'm interested in as well is we've got a Guzzlord Gaming showdown that's about to unfold.
Okay.
The Azumarill for Magic Mason, I do think, is a bit of a wild card.
We have
because
another
that
bottle.
Pokemon can just be tossed
We're
in
good.
so many situations. However, when you look at Zimmy Kid's team,
I will redeem
there
your
are some
hydrates.
losses to Azumarill, like Skeledirge or the Guzzlord. There are also really tough wins. Look at the Abomasnow.
Zweilous to win a semis?
Yeah,
Nice.
If I'm Zimmy Kid, I'm 100% bringing Wigglytuff every single game.
I thought you
5
were
hours in
no
and
matter
2
what.
GBL games, yeah.
That is
And I
true.
lost both of
That
them as
is
well.
true. I would bring Wigglytuff if it, you know what? It's cute. It's
It
pretty.
is.
It's pretty tough. I find it very.
Surfetched?
Well,
Yeah.
but no, look
Huge.
how many good matchups
Huge.
that it has over there. I mean, Annihilate doesn't want to see it. Guzzlord doesn't want to see it. It can chunk away at everything that is on the other team. It maybe couldn't take a charge attacks as well, but it definitely puts Magic Mason in a difficult spot,
does.
trying to use some of his most like.
There's your
vital
prediction,
Pokemon.
folks.
Even Azumarill,
There's your
so
prediction.
amazing, doesn't necessarily want to be
Who do we
facing off
reckon?
against the Wigglytuff.
Mason
One of
or
those odd
Zimmy?
matchups where Wigglytuff is actually closer to par with pacing with Azumarill than you would think, right? 8 charms to that first charge attack. Azumarill is a little bit slower, 5 to the Ice Beam, 6 to the Play Rough, 7 to the Hydro Pump if it is equipped to have it. It's actually pretty close. If you give Wigglytuff a couple of charms, maybe charm down and Annihilate, it's right on track. Let's jump right into game number 1 though. Magic Mason, your 2023 Toronto Regional Champion, taking on Zimmy Kid. I would say he's the challenger with his Brave Bird, the Surfetched.
So I have to
It's a
ask you,
Brave Bird
is it
Surfetched,
gonna see the
awesome.
Wigglytuff, or is it just me, Will?
No, we're definitely going to see Wigglytuff. 100%.
Well, we're not going to see it at the beginning. We're going to have some Ice Baby going on. A Dugong versus
Okay,
a
this is
Shadow
slightly
Bombs.
favourable for
Immediate
Dugong.
swap out for a Skeletor.
So we're going to see a
Wants to get
Skeledirge
Bobby
counter swap.
ahead of
Oh, sorry,
damage.
Skeledirge swap
Very
and
confident
Azu
a
counter
wall
swap.
in that Azumarill. Azumarill can tank one Shadow Ball comfortably, but it doesn't
Thing
want
is,
to
if you
tank
start getting shields
Exactly
down,
right. Skeletor's going to aim that Shadow Ball directly across the field at Azumarill. This is the same type of attack.
then Abomasnow can put a lot of pressure.
Mason making a great call early on in this matchup to preserve his HP.
And going
Honestly,
ahead and doing that. The problem is with
this is
Azumarill
pretty good
his
for
attacks are
Zimmy,
low.
right? This is
They're
pretty good for
applying
Zimmy.
that much pressure to the Skeletors. Gonna go for that heavier hitting attack in the play rough, but it's still not gonna be that effective against it. As you can see, still in the red, able to get to a Shadow Ball. Wants to throw that off right away, just in case that bubble would end up going through and knocking out the Skeletors before it was able to go off with that Shadow Ball.
What do you do here, though? Do you come in with
Exactly, right?
Wiggly?
2 bubbles, knock out the Skeletor. So Zimmy Kid had the awareness.
Or do
to
you come
throw
back in
the
with a
charge
Abomasnow?
attack and not go for the Incinerate, because if he throws that 5-turn Incinerate, 2 bubbles come through and he never gets the Shadow Ball. That might actually be pivotal. We're going to see the
So now you want to probably
probably
CMP tie on the second Ice Beam.
Yeah, going ahead and
So you want to
protecting
throw
up
your
that
energy
first one
ball
there.
on the
Again,
second
with that
Ice Beam.
Abomasnow, it's gonna
You want to
be a tanky
maximize
attack
up until then.
hitting the Azumarill hard. If Zimmy Kid's counting, he probably will be able to throw it right before the Ice Beam or Play Rough is being reached. but
Okay,
it's
he's
still
letting it
going
go,
on aggressive, just
presumably.
More attacks. Will you want to use both shields here in this scenario? This Play Rough will connect with the Abomasnow, will knock it down to the yellow, but Zimmy Kid has a ton.
Now he can farm more and more and more. Energy ball is 55. Honestly, there, I would have just weather balled.
To be fair, I do think the weather ball would have been enough. So maybe a little bit.
I think I would have just
of
weather
an
balled there.
energy sink there. We're gonna see the Dugong coming immediately here for Magic Mason. Another energy ball is ready. Zimmy Kid gonna opt to throw it right away.
You know, throw that because once to be able to throw.
The problem now is that Abomasnow's probably...
No shield from Magic Mason. This does a ton of damage. In comes a Wiggly. Just start charming, but not quite quick enough. This Icy Wind will connect, lowering that attack from the Wigglytuff. But there is still a chance to clear the debuff later.
It's rare, but it's possible. That energy ball triggered a defense fall as well. So now we're gonna see the Gligar pivot in here against the Wigglytuff. That is a best buddy Wigglytuff, by the way. It's gonna look to land this Icy Wind, but getting the dig first. Gligar's pacing is absolutely superior.
Gligar's fine here, right? Gligar's fine.
Use the protection. He knows he needs to use at least one there. Wants to be able to get to the Icy Wind, correctly calling up that.
Notice, Wiggly lovers, that no one is running Swift Wiggly.
This ice damage is something that Gligar does not want to
No
see.
one has time for Swift Wiggly, it seems. Why is that?
It's a race, Will. It's a race to the end.
Swift is slightly quicker.
Gligar needs 2 aerial aces. It can KO the Wigglytuff here with the first one, and then it wants to throw one immediately into the Abomasnow, and it's going to try to gamble that Abomasnow.
I agree that the Abomasnow didn't get the usage you needed from it.
It already has a charge attack. It comes onto the field. It doesn't. Here comes Gligar.
Gligar coming in for the win here. First aerial ace was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Magic Mason not even bothering to charge it all.
I'm gonna turn the sound down a tiny bit.
Able to knock that out. Down goes the Abomasnow. Magic Mason taking game number 1.
You know, that was only like 10% of Gligar's power, and that's not even Gligar's final form.
You're absolutely right. That's all I got.
Yeah, Motix, I completely agree. Had to be a weather ball. What has Mason been doing that requires that cast?
Opted for Abomasnow Wigglytuff and the Skeledirge safe switch was led by Azumarill.
I agree. Got to throw the weather ball into the Azu there.
But there are definitely downsides, right? Against Abomasnow, against Lantern, it would have had a really tough time. But the safe switch Skeledirge allowed Mason to put that.
This is the tap game that doesn't even require tapping.
What I'm wondering with Simikid's playstyle here is we've kind of talked about it and alluded to it.
Did the injury happen during an earlier match? Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
It kind of signifies something to your opponent. The fact that Simikid brought the Wigglytuff game 1 shows, hey, Magic Mason, I'm willing to do this. Are you willing to gamble
Okay.
that it's not going to be there?
If you're Zimikid, what line of 3 are you running? What line of 3? Nickname says he wants to see the Lantern. What line are you running? Predict your line right now, and let's see how it does when they enter game 2.
Manipulate them into playing the Pokemon you want to see in order to gain a favorable matchup. The Bone Keeper Pokemon. Magic Mason is the only trainer to top cut with Shadow, Alola Marowak in the 2024 season, which is not.
What do we reckon? Anyone got any genius ideas? A Bomber, Fetch, Dirge, Wiggly every game?
That is one of his favorite Pokemon. Zimikid, meanwhile, a signature pick.
Zimikid has played Surfetched at every single Championship Series event, 11 straight. Wow.
11 straight events. Hopping into game number 2. Are we going to see it there, or is it going to be on the bench? Zimikid has a Lantern up against that Charjabug.
Okay, it's a Water Gun Lantern. That gives it a better matchup versus Charjabug than if it was Spark.
His Skeledirge is that Charjabug. It's on the opposing side of the field against Lantern, though. Water gun pressure adding up. Charjabug going to throw an X-Scissor to try to chip away at the Lantern.
Nickname, this is the Lantern you wanted to see.
No shield from the Lantern side. No, that can say
But no Wiggly. It's a Bomber Dirge instead.
Just Water gun away. Great timing there by Zimikid. Now throwing the Surf, which is still not enough to knock out the Charjabug, but it's going to get it very low.
Matt Beer says, Lantern, Dirge, Bomber in some order, and you got it bang on, mate. You got it bang on. Do you know what would have been really nice? Is if he caught and got the Incinerate through. So not quite as good a catch as it could have been. Because that extra Incinerate against the Charjabug would have been massive. Massive damage. And you go into this matchup with 20 more energy.
I actually don't hate this position for Zimikid, right? He brought the Lantern and the Abomasnow. 2 checks to Azumarill, but the Abomasnow also has core-breaking potential against the Dugong, as we saw in game number 1. So, honestly, this still could go either way. I think Zimikid's in a nice position.
Zimikid knows he has to shield this up, though, if he doesn't want that Skeledirge to go down.
Mason going for the play rough here.
Damage be enough, or is he willing to go ahead and sacrifice that, letting that Abomasnow or Lantern come in, just soak up everything else on the Azumarill? The problem is with the Lantern is we've seen it, since it's Water Gun, it's going to take a little
What do we
bit longer
think?
to charge to.
Do we think Zimmy can do it?
So much energy, almost just basically 2 bubbles away from the next thing. This almost looks like a repeat of game number 1. Once again, throwing this Ice Beam. Once again, getting the shield from Zimikid's Abomasnow.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. If you know that the Azumarill has stored energy and it's going to outpace
Again,
the Lantern, send in the Abomasnow. Try to get some impact out of this Pokemon. I think
this X-Scissor does a ton. Can you fully farm it down before it gets to another? That will help Zimmy a lot if you can.
This Charjabug, and then you can open up so many opportunities for yourself in the back.
If Zimikid's counting, he knows it. He can't
Huge, huge,
even though there is one shield,
huge.
there is so much energy on the Abomasnow, and where is it gonna go? It's gonna have super effective energy balls on both the Azumarill.
Can he remember how much energy the Azu is on?
It might not be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Doesn't matter. Boom. Goodbye.
So closing in on its final opponent, it's the Dugong, and the energy balls are just raining down.
One Icy Wind won't take out the Abomasnow, so he's going to get another energy ball at some point as well. If he gets debuffed before that, does he bank it and come in with Lantern? He knows he's going to win CMP against the Dugong. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. You could have taken the Icy Wind on the Abomasnow. Then when the Dugong is dry, you can get a better chance of a...
It's not enough, right? We saw in game 1, it does a heap of damage, but not enough to knock out. And these powder stones are resisted. There might still be a way for Magic Mason to win this game because Dugong is resisting all these fast attacks from Abomasnow.
Yeah.
What? Is he gonna do it?
And he's going for the Icy Wind here. Will this be enough? Zimikid's already clapping, but it's right at the time Magic Mason pumping his fist as well. It takes it down. Magic Mason takes this series 2-0.
That was a costly misplay. That was a costly misplay.
All the right tools, deployed all his resources to stop the dual water types from Magic Mason. The Azumarill and the Dugong, I thought, were totally outmatched. but Magic Mason found a way.
He did find a way, and it was a very
Go Lantern
play by
dies.
both opponents. You have to wonder, again, it's not like someone plays it wrong, but sometimes if you play it a little bit differently, I think Simi Kid potentially still had it, but he didn't want to get caught on with the Bomb Snow. He didn't want that Dugong to be just having so much energy, knocking out the Bomb Snow, and then debuffing the
Trip.
But he was 2 water guns away from being able to hit that Thunderbolt,
Maybe.
not able to hit it in time, and the pacing of that Dugong made it so he still hit that Icy Wind before he was knocked out.
But that also speaks volumes to Magic Mason's counting and awareness.
Yes, yes, it looks like Trip's up next.
Thunderbolt and threw his charge attack to
Oh, big win for Martine.
That is like the defensive
Martine has beaten Chen Yu. Martine is going to be up against Tommy W or Trainer Rem.
break those protect shields and break down
Meanwhile, Zardi is waiting for his stream match against Ashton Ash.
you prevent a safe switch. That's exactly what Magic
Zweilous and Bopper, that's a big game, isn't it?
offense and defense.
In Group
Absolutely,
M.
and with the shield to spare, knowing when he wanted to use it as well, letting that Azumarill go, recognizing, okay, that's fine. It did its job already, and as you can see, Zimika clapping, Magic Mason, wonderful display of energy counting, knowing this
Mountain
was a
Dugong and
slightly
Cedric.
frame, like you said, and taking
Oh,
the
Haydonis is in.
the
He's
winners
there.
of this group.
Yeah, that was a powerful
Wait,
fist bump there.
why did Haydonis
Magic
start
Mason's
in the
safe
losers
answers, I
bracket?
believe, today too.
Yeah, I believe
No,
so. I mean,
wait,
and again,
what?
this is a person who has been top cutting
Hey,
many
did Haydonis
times
just
in the
rock up
past.
late?
Could he do it again?
Didn't
Let me
play
know
game
in the
1
chat.
because he
He's
rocked
got
up late, but then
top
decided to just get
players
involved for a little losers bracket fun,
no longer in the tournament. This is
and is
one
now
of
just
the
going,
is
making
the
his way through
purpose
the.
of
He didn't
NAIC.
enter a team in time.
Up-and-comer who's gonna be taking this spot.
The Titans fall and
How?
the Bombers rise. Maybe that is the theme for this
Did he wait to see the meta? Was he
I'd
like,
say these
hey,
matches have been really
tell you what,
fun to watch. Back
once
to
I
back to
see
back.
the meta
I'd say
usage,
a lot of
I
people
back
don't
myself in
know.
losers.
This is, I don't know, this is like a whole semester of learning how to play competitive Pokemon Go.
I'd love to, I want to hear that story because this is he's coming up to his 4th game in losers. Imagine if you make day 2 not even entering a team for day 1. Would be funny. Javier V20 and Oburn. Big. Valarash still in here.
And with disarming voice, even though Swift pace is 1 charm faster,
It's just not worth it.
it's just not worth it. Although
Anyone else you want me to look for or mention?
being able to
How's
now reach that Swift could end up winning that matchup between Vigoroth. So it is one thing to consider. If you feel like your team is going to be weak to Vigoroth, maybe consider running it. I don't know, guys. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, you're kind of like trading matchups, right? If you
Elite
if you
still
build a
in?
team and you
Elite
go
will
spot
play
and
against
secure
one of these
Vigoroth,
two before playing
and
Zimmy
four
Kid
by six
if he
of
wins.
that Pokemon, and I really need answers for it. You can kind of, be
Mama Climb's still in.
engineer
Jangle's
solutions, right?
out.
And try to figure that out. Maybe Swift and Wigglytuff could be the answer, but a lot of trainers like to build in at least.
Tell you what, if
some
Mama
checks.
Climbs makes day
Most
2
things in the mix.
NAIC, that's
One of
pretty
my favorite,
huge for
trainers
Legends
to
United, I
go
guess.
with and talk with, Shiny Hunter Band.
Zuko is quite good though, right? And the Master Asian.
Top meta Pokemon on his team.
Iomero's.
Just
She
one
beat
thing
Iomero
will
2-0, that's
really
awesome.
save you, because then alignment matters a little too much, and if you don't get
Caleb
it,
lost to T-Wastel again!
Absolutely.
No way! Caleb lost to the same 2 players that knocked him out of the last event. The exact same 2 players in a 300 player tournament.
I have these 2 Pokemon. Is my team weak to something
And they're both his
specific?
friends.
Start filling in those gaps with a different Pokemon that kind of counter the ones that you
That's
don't
kinda
want to be
funny.
seeing against your favorites or your cores.
Exactly. Yeah, and a lot of trainers build around it. For example, when I watched Palasha's
Padaman, how you doing, dude?
first
Good to see you.
championship with Magnezone, I thought, oh my goodness, Mantine seems like she should have played something else. Like maybe there would have been a better choice. But then you think about the scheme of the team and how
Leo, well done on.
Swiss Cash
Let's look at the
is
Travel Award for Europe.
it's Gligar, it can Ice Beam
The
Victoria,
board's
it can make
updated
so
yesterday.
Annihilate as well is another
So we've got our Travel Award recipients pretty much lined up. I think the only way that this changes is if Martine or Zweilous win.
Magnezone, Shadow Magnezone.
Outside of winning,
Trainers, we have one on
I don't think either of them.
He is a player from the
Stan
Netherlands.
is
Made his way
Statistan,
across the pond,
the man with the
into
plan,
Blazers,
captain of
Buffalo.
Tea and
If he
Pizza,
wins this matchup, he will be in day 2.
pretending that he's from Great Britain just so he can be top of one of the rankings, when actually he is Dutch. He is a fraud.
This might be the first Umbreon we've seen on stream. Am I wrong?
I don't. I mean,
Right.
I'm gonna quote you. Whatever you say.
As far as
Shadow Mimikyu and Triptando. So Shadow Mimikyu beat Martine. Martine is in the losers bracket
Wigglytuff, just go ahead.
because of Shadow Mimikyu, so Triptando is there for redemption. And Trip seems to be wearing Wasted Potential merch. Is Trip part of Wasted Potential? I didn't even know that.
Yet another Skeledirge on both sides. Cresselia's on both sides as well, but that is where the similarities stop.
Sanya Digo, also shout out to you because you had a pretty sick season and it was unfortunate that you just missed out on the travel money. But you should be very proud because you had an awesome season.
Pairing Cresselia and Umbreon together. Dark and Psychic are very strong. We've seen it in Go Battle League. Deoxys defense form and Umbreon form a...
Travel money goes to the top 8 players and then a smaller amount of money, it goes to 9 to 12th. So top 8 get the full travel award. Okay, let's get a... Should we get a prediction going quick?
I mean, I wonder if he has already. We haven't really seen
This is going to be... Okay, this prediction is for winning the set. Who wins the set? And it's Mimikyu, and it's Tristiano, because he famously loves to be called Tristiano. He doesn't. Get your channel points in! Triptando or Shadow Mimikyu 20. What do we reckon? He loves to be called Triptiando, yeah. Tristiano, sorry. Here we go. Okay, neutral lead, slightly beneficial for the Altaria because it has access to the Moonblast. This is a last resort on the right side. Look at these players putting their legacy moves on the right side.
Altaria will be, but the Moonblast would do so much damage if landed. First foul play goes unshielded. Altaria still relatively healthy, still dragon breathing away. Now at the Moonblast, will he throw? Yes, he will. Will this be shielded? Is the real question. That's the real
big shield call, big shield call. You don't usually want to shield an ump, but he's going to, and it's the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do.
And meanwhile, he's already at double foul play.
Yeah, double foul play here, going for yet another one.
First ever time seeing last resort on the right side, yeah. Pataman, also shout out to you on your travel award. Looking forward to seeing you next in... Wait, Pataman, are you going to be in Madrid for the Go Fest? I don't know where exactly you live, but I assume... Pataman, why is Pataman's mum on his account? Good question, Matt. Good question. Big Moonblast. Painful. Does a lot of damage. Are you a water gun lantern? Can you get a good amount of energy here? Uh-oh, you don't want to reach the sky attack. Not ideal, but it's just a sky attack. It's okay. Look up a bit in chat. What are we talking about?
Because if you look, Lantern and Gligar can both handle that pretty well. This, I mean, we've seen it before, but Quagsire is going to have an uphill climb. Instead, coming straight in with this, going ahead and getting a lot of damage with those volt switches. But
oh yeah, that's Pataman and or Pataman's mum flirting with me. I understand. Big surf. Again, big catch. That's awesome. Again, Water Gun Lantern better into Shadow Magnezone than Spark Lantern is by a long way. Who wins CMP? Shadow Quagsire wins CMP. Good lesson learned for Mimikyu. As expected though, right? Shadow Quag is roughly 109. With a bit of attack, it usually hits around 111. Gligar tends to be 109 to 110 range. Shields are down now, so now, as you say, guys, as you say, Quag cooks.
Triptando fully in control of this matchup Shadow Mimikyu was unable to take away that final protection, which means that the Shadow Quagsire has room to maneuver. Water Gun's the only thing it needs to fear. Can it build to the Stone Edge in time? Shadow Quagsire closes the gap.
Shadow Quag cooking. Look at that. Look at that.
Even if this Lantern wasn't as low health as it is, it would still go down to it. Triptando taking game number 1.
Big game for Trip.
It had a chunking effect. When I was looking at the team, I was like, okay, Lantern is just going to go through this here. Gligar is such a wall to it, but ended up Magnezone having a lot of chip damage to both of the Pokemon.
Who is going to Madrid? Go Fest Madrid.
That's correct. There's also no ground and
Any of
water
you guys
type. There's
going?
no Whiscash, there's no
Yeah?
Swampert, there's no Quagsire.
I'll be
So
there.
any
I'll
of
be
the
there.
hard counters to the Shadow Magnezone are just not available, which
Come
really
say hello.
narrows this down and makes it easy for Triptano to say, like, oh, Skeledirge will be on the other side. I can bring my Altaria, I can bring my Quagsire, and I can find a way. It really limits Shadow
Come on,
Magnezone.
Trip.
The team
Come on,
competition
Trip.
is fully in Triptano's
I'm
court.
going to a catching event. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do a couple of Necrozma raids, I guess. I don't think there are any spawns there that I'm particularly fussed about otherwise. But I want a shiny Duskmane Necrozma because it looks frickin' cool. Looks really cool. Shiny Duskmane Necrozma? Oh baby. Stop it.
It's really, really tough there in the final
Okay, come on, Trip, you got this, dude.
at this level for a reason. This is our group K.
That Shadow Magnezone is gonna do
So Shadow Mimikyu
bits.
still has a lot of fight in him. It's gonna take just a few more seconds to
The thing
lock in
is,
the team
we
because
know
this
is okay, as we've said, right?
of his tournament.
Now, a lot of times in the past, if you've seen a
Shadow
player
Gligar's
one
not great
matchup
into Shadow Magnezone in the lead.
but that has not been a
Oh,
a lot of players nowadays. Instead, Skeletor's just hard as
Oh
ever
my
to get
goodness.
in, but Quagsire now has a much-out advantage on anything coming in. Going for an Aqua Tail, just doing a little bit of a chip. Maybe we'll
Oh
see
my
if he can
goodness.
chip and dip and see if he moves into anything else, or if he's gonna stick into this
Get
matchup,
into the
but
ult.
going into
What do you mean shiny Necrozma forms are L's? Right, we need a redemption. Can someone get Casino Square some glasses, please? We need to deal with this.
This Umbreon is firmly within single Moonblast range.
Well, but
Don't
I
need
also
to
wish
use
this.
Dark Stacks. You don't need to stress the Altaria. You can control switch advantage.
Big
on
ult, big ult, doing ult things. I told, by the way, for what it's worth, for anyone who's ever listening, I said Shadow Quag and Altaria is the core to bring to this event. Put a Shadow Magnezone in there as well. Oh baby! Shadow Magnezone Crest Core, that was the core I said would win the previous event as well. So he's putting them all together. And I also said, didn't I say, pair a Shadow Quag with an Azu? Trip's listening. Trip is my guy. Yeah, there was a debuff there, yeah.
So he's kind of forced to throw these back-to-back foul plays.
Yeah, but I mean, he is forced to do this, but it might force Triptano to use a shield here on a, because even though this attack is debuffed, he had such great alignment at the beginning. He wants to keep that. One shield, I mean, they're at shield parity here. Triptano cannot farm down the Umbreon. Gonna have to throw here if he wants to keep that switch. And Shadow Mimikyu might even use 2 shields, but I don't know if it'd be enough. Recognizes that as well, goes down, and Skeledirge or Cresselia is gonna come in, but it's still giving that alignment to Triptano. It's
Happy days, happy days. Happy days. Here we go.
Work with the information you've got. You've seen the Quagsire. You know this is going to be a tough matchup. Going to try to build up some additional energy here and avoid the Aqua Tail. But now it's Cresselia versus Magnezone. One of the worst matchups for Cresselia in the meta.
Ideally avoid a CMP.
Neither one of the attacks of the Cresselia is
Yeah,
going
you're
to be doing
fine.
that much. Moonblast is going to be hitting harder to the Shadow Magnezone.
You're fine.
Shadow Magnezone is one of the squishiest Pokemon that we've seen in the Great League. As you can see, this not very effective attack has already brought it down to the yellow. Triptano, I like this.
Now you don't have to shield the Magnezone, which is why I would have maybe considered throwing the grass, not from the crest instead,
So at this point, you can
because it meant that you might have been able to get the second attack off.
Wild Charge does drop that Shadow Magnezone's defense by 2
Now Shadow Mimikyu's going to attempt to Skeledirge sweep, but honestly,
target for the Incinerate from the Skeledirge.
Quag is too quick.
Shadow Quagsire is completely healthy virtually. I mean, you need at least 2 Shadow Balls here.
Yeah, first Aqua Tail going through is going to do so much damage. Would already be enough to knock out. Only 2 Mudshots away from the next.
look at this. You're already in the next one. Quag is OP. Quag is so good, and Triptando, Tristiano Patando has made day 2 at NAIC. What a dude. What a dude. Let's go. Yeah, be happy. Be happy. Deserve that. That's awesome. Exactly, Sanjudiga, exactly. Quagsire can do the pacing that Quagsire gets, makes it, in my mind, best Mudboy right now. Best Mudboy.
Exactly right. You have to have that confidence going into it. There's a fine line between being confident and overconfident.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Don't believe you can take down the trainer across from you, then you probably will.
Let's go quick have a look at the bracket again.
Those who believe they can and those who believe they cannot.
So we have
I like that. Look at you. Like, we're just talking about school and lectures. I feel like I'm learning so much from you every time I'm behind the desk.
It's not my wisdom, it's imported.
Oh, okay.
Still, it counts.
All right. Well, I was trying to give you a compliment.
okay. So we've got Trainer Rem versus Martine in the losers bracket
That's what I'm
on table 5. If anyone's near table 5, go tell us how that game's going.
I have been casting a lot in the European circuit. Is that his favorite Pokemon is
8 turns to a stab move is silly.
only one. There's been an NA trainer who's also been.
Yeah.
It'd be so fun to see them go
Yeah.
up against each other to see who's the true.
Do you remember when Politoed had like Weather Ball pre-nerf? And it would just spam Weather Ball constantly. And this was pre-Earthquake nerf as well.
An interesting situation because it felt like
And it was
the
just so...
team
I remember just playing against Shadow Politoads all the time, and I was like, Jesus, it's too fast.
Umbreon, Cresselia just really couldn't get the job done with only one
Yeah.
answer to the Shadow Magnezone. Shadow Mimikyu couldn't get alignment, couldn't find the right answers, and just ran out of time.
Yeah, I think it would have been much different if he was able to get that Magnezone in the lead, because then it would have been Shadow Mimikyu's game to dictate around.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful little goob of a Shadow Quagsire.
Rondo had that alignment, and we've seen time and time again the Shadow Quagsire show that is NAIC. We've seen it pace so quickly, been able to knock out so many different Pokemon. It was no surprise to me that getting that lineup ensured a win for Trip Tondo.
So there's an interesting kind of wrinkle to the strategy that I want to explore, right? This is my own theory. When we saw the Skeledirge lead in game number 2 from Shadow Mimikyu, that was playing on the tendency of Wild Charge users like Magnezone to be...
Yeah, when Quagsire only had EQ and Stone Edge.
a team of 6 and you
How
counter
things can change.
ground and water type Pokemon.
This is why you gotta keep
You can safe switch
keep
Magnezone.
Pokemon.
We saw
There
this
are I know you guys do this, right?
finals in Brazil. He was
You gotta
actually able to safe
keep
switch
things
Magnezone more often
that you think could get buffed later.
because there are just no answers.
Yeah, but Blaze, more impressive than that is Greninja, right?
Hammer that opening over and
Greninja's
over
better
again
than
to
that
break
because
the
it
door
starts pacing with 2s as well.
That door wide open. He is with Swagger on 4 and
Because
I'm very
Water
interested in what he
Shuriken
has to
is
say and how anxious he is to be in
big
day
good.
number 2.
What do I think will be buffed later?
Yeah, we are here with Trip Tondo.
Wait,
First
let's
of all,
listen to Trip first.
congratulations for going into day 2. How are you feeling right now?
I feel beyond excited. I feel very happy to have made EU proud. We are not with many, but at least we came back to NAIC, and I'm happy to show that EU can still do it.
And not only show that you can do it, you did it incredible. You played great, and have some questions for you because I was watching your matches and you used Magnezone so good because you know like every damage calculation there is. So how did you get that knowledge? How much did you practice to know your Magnezone like that?
I have practiced with Magnezone in Show 6 before and also in GPL. And the Pokemon can put in so much work versus many of the common teams. Some teams are really not prepared for it, so it really shows from the practice to know those damage ranges.
Yeah, it shows. And before we go, one more thing. I love Quagsire. I love that he's getting the love that it deserves. Why do you prefer Quagsire besides maybe Swampert?
It's really hard to say that Swampert is not the best mud boy in the current meta. I think the pacing to Aqua Tail, two-shotting the Gligar, and the coverage with Stone Edge for like the Altaria is what makes the Quack really valuable currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing really good. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow. You'll do great. And we'll be going back. Forecasters.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Our
Okay, so what was the question? What was the question?
I want to watch back the VOD and see
Thoughts on a
hype and appreciation
3,600
for Swagger.
cup?
What an incredible creator and valuable member of our community.
What do you mean?
So good. He's asking great questions.
As in
Right, like,
a
how do you
GBL
get
cup
these skills?
with a
How do you know
CP cap of
exactly how to
3,600? Is
learn
that
what to do to your
is that what you're
Magnezone?
saying?
Practice, practice, practice.
He's been taking diligent notes. He's been talking with the community. Everyone loves
What do I
to see
think will be
him.
buffed later? I would say
Everyone's like,
maybe
"Oh, Swagger, they're so excited to see
leafage.
him." We're excited to see him
I
here
would
as
say
well. And we're so excited to see so many more hype matches coming up. Once again,
Parabolic
we're showing-
Charge.
We're showing the most
Probably.
Pokemon Go matches that we've ever shown to
I would
date
say.
at NAIC.
And you know what, Amanda? In order to do that, we have to keep on schedule.
I mean, I would like to see lots of new attacks come into the game for the next update, rather than just buffing attacks. Like we might get an Astonish buff, for example. But I also think one good way of adjusting the next rotation will be introducing new attacks and nerfing quite a few things. I would nerf quite a few things, and I'd introduce some new attacks that can bring some completely new Pokemon into the meta. Personally, if I'm being honest, I'm not fussed about a discharge buff. Charge Bug is perfectly good as it is. Univan Stunfisk has kind of annoying typing that can help make team building a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not that fussed about buffing Univan Stunfisk either.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to
I wouldn't hold your breath for abilities, Blaze. I wouldn't hold your breath. But what you can do is watch me play my third game of Go Battle League. But my phone has disconnected because it has been that long. There we are. Annihilate buff with Rage Fist? Next year, yeah, next year. The league rotated? Wait, what league did I just enter? No, it's still Great League. Okay. I was gonna say. Wait, it's not Summer Cup. It just said it was GB, it was just said it was Great League. Wait, what? I don't like any of these formats. Someone want to give me a an Ultra League team? I don't want to play Vig Cup. Oh, this seems to be the team that's in. Sure. I'm playing one game. I'm going to give you one game, and then we're going back to the stream. Dragon Double Water, maybe. I'm in trouble here already. He did manage to avoid my Mandibuzz though. What are we thinking's in the back? Tapu would be bad if it's a Finny or a Coco. Alejandro, how you doing? Welcome in, dude. Just what does it matter at this point? I don't know. Look, this is the only way streamers can win games, okay? You have to appreciate that these people are helping me out. God, that makes me chuckle. Right, let's get back to it. If you've not got your Altaria yet, do your Twitch drops. It will have Moonblast. It can be shiny. Can be Shundo. Is this Nola? This is New Orleans.
Just off the shore, we are here in New Orleans.
Orleans. Wait, they say Orleans. New Orleans.
North
Okay.
America International Championship. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined by DeFi E250, aka Stephanie Christine, and we
Norlands.
are so
New
excited
New
to keep going
Wait.
through these
New
winners
Orleans.
finals.
Okay.
Yes, we are still working our way through the winners bracket. We have many trainers left who are looking to enter the day 2 of competition. We have so many trainers who have already locked in their place. Trainers like House Stark, who is looking to have a really good tournament to be able to
Orleans.
secure a Worlds
Orleans.
invite.
Yeah.
Who else really stands out to you as a trainer who's already
It's
got a
definitely not the IVs that Emmy Weedle uses, Heckmech. It definitely is not. It is, I think, research IVs. I could be wrong. It would be great if it was PV. It would be great if it was open for PvP IVs. My expectation is that it's probably raid IVs. It's research IVs.
He's my close friend, but he's also Amanda's prediction for who will
Yeah, I
make it
thought
into
so.
day 2, so we're really
Alpha
excited as
Phoebe,
we go
close friends with Martine. He says they play RuneScape together. You might see Martine occasionally streaming RuneScape.
Yes, and we have 2 trainers who are
I've never
probably
played it.
full of
I don't know how to
pride for making it
scrape
to
runes.
their winners
Don't know what it
finals.
involves.
Al, let's go ahead and
They
take
have
the
fun.
stage to look at our 2 trainers here, Zardy and Ashton Ash.
Yes,
Zardy, no
Bobbert, I agree it would be easy,
performing well at the high
but they don't
level.
like to touch upon anything to do with the stats, so they just don't do it.
Appearances in a winners finals match.
Yes, the top performance
But
for
let's
Ashton
bear in
Ash
mind that
is
Altaria can Mega
first
Evolve, so
round
if you've got a chance of a Shundo that can Mega Evolve, hey, you ain't complaining.
24. However, Zardy, number 2 at Gowan.
You escape from the runes? Oh, run escape? Nice.
And also was in
Very good.
Worlds in
Okay, we've got Zardy against Ashton Ash. What are these teams?
looking to make again in
Oh, it's a Shadow A slash.
for consistent a three-peat for Worlds performances.
You stole my line there a little bit. I was thinking about saying the word three-peat, but I can't really.
Honestly, looking at Zardy's team, if I had an Annihilate,
On that one, Ashton S.
if I had an Annihilate, I would be safe swapping Annihilate into that team
I have my dress
whenever I
on.
want. Other than into Skeledirge,
One of my 4 predicted Pokemon. We
like
see
Annihilate looks
Lantern
pretty safe
for one
first
of
set.
the first times.
So I wonder if we'll see
Is up
Annihilate
against a lantern. It's a water gun lantern though, so there's a. I
from
can't
Ashton
even say
Ash.
there's a little bit of play. There's just no play in that matchup, even if that lantern's running water gun.
Zardy not running any of my predictions. However, Skeledirge being one of my favorite Pokemon in general.
Alejandro, of course I miss you. I particularly missed you on Sunday of Bologna.
It's got an excellent matchup into that Alolan Sandslash. Pretty neutral until Lickitung can hit, knock out an Annihilate, can knock out a Charge Bug. I think it's got a pretty solid shot. to
Ooh.
succeed, but maybe not in this
Ooh.
first matchup where we're gonna
Shiny
see
Lickitung, let's go.
Lickitung. This is a pretty
14,
solid lead for
96
Ashton
CP.
Ash, who is able to use
Can't see a Best Buddy ribbon on it on Zardy's side.
to throw a power whip. Zardy looking to make a catch on his own Lickitung. However, Ashton Ash looking to conserve that energy. Just throw a body slam here to get some chip damage.
Not even looking at the bubbles he's swiping, looking up into the air to think about what he wants to do, and this is the correct play.
1481 ape.
Actually, this is very beneficial for Ashton Ash to
Have a look at how much the counter damage is doing. Always check.
face off against the Altaria. The would rather line up against that Lantern, and if Ashton Ash is able to retain
Just shield this and you can farm it down.
here, which he should be
Shield
able
it.
to, even no shielding a power whip, a counter down is imminent, and he can realign and almost come out with an entire shadow
Just
ball.
get your shadow ball off.
With the shake of the head,
You should.
hoping to be able to apply that body slam to threaten the knockout of the Annihilate, but instead that Annihilate stands strong and has a shadow
Okay,
ball
that's good.
ready
And
to
now
go.
you can throw the Whiskash on this.
Able to launch it here. This is either gonna
You can throw the
draw
Whiskash on this, so
Zardy
that's fine.
or
And Ashton looks
some
good here.
serious
Ashton looks
neutralization
good here.
of that Lantern. Lantern getting just a little bit of energy from that Annihilate, but I would say that Annihilate.
What's he riding?
This is key.
I wonder what he's riding.
Bring in. If it's that
Please
Lantern
come in with the
puts
Whiskash.
himself in a really bad spot, but no, he makes
Good.
the right call.
Don't let your attacks get caught. It's quite hard to avoid against one-turn Pokemon, but don't let it get caught.
I think maybe Ashton Ash trying to get a catch there, but don't do it, man. This is the right place for your Whiskash to be.
But unfortunately, the trainers cannot hear us. We will have to see.
Okay, good shield, good shield. Good shield.
This is a much worse situation for the Whiskash with Lantern now running.
Ashton, you're saying he thinks it's Vig, but he's left his Licky in the back. Yeah, yeah. So,
Damage compared to Spark. Ashton Ash building up to
good
as
CMP.
much energy
If that
as
is a CMP.
possible before starting to throw these charge attacks to apply pressure to Zardy, try to get Zardy to use the last of his Protect shields. And we see Ashton Ash
Uh-oh.
using the last of his.
Now we're going to have a Vig. Now we're going to have a Licky into the ult. Don't. No catch, please. Now you scald the Altaria for a chance of a debuff, and then you go into Licky. Scald it first. Good, and now get straight into the Licky and you're good. Straight into the Licky and you're good. He's praying for the debuff, praying for the debuff. 1 in 3, 1 in 3. 100% chance of debuff on Scald.
See the excitement getting that debuff. That is certainly going to make it an easier time for this Lickitung. Both Pokemon are using that one turn.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. No, but Luke, it's psychological. Right? He's now punishing him.
Second body slam coming through, going to put the Altaria deep into the red.
Look how much yellow is on our screens right now. Both players, both Pokemon. Yeah, shimmering in gold. Yeah, exactly. Dudu, I agree. I agree. It didn't hugely make sense to me why you wouldn't try and come in with the ult.
Not sure how much you would think a doctor of science would know that, Nick.
You would think so, but unfortunately for me, I'm a man of science. I like to learn.
DeFi is fully roasting Phoebe now. There's a small chance that she hates him. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Ashton Ash doing quite well, getting that debuff on the Scald, much more rare nowadays in this brand new season of competitive PvP.
It's not even like there's back and forth banter. It is purely DeFi just roasting him. Okay, if you're Ashton Ash, you're up against Zardy. Zardy's obviously a fantastic player, right? You've taken game 1. You know your Annihilate has play. What are you bringing game 2? You saw that there was a risk that your Whiskash could have been aligned to an Altaria. You know Altaria is likely to come on the basis that you're probably bringing Annihilate. Do you drop one of Annihilate or Whiskash? Maybe Whiskash? Is there anything else you can... Anything else you can bring to cover the Lantern? That Mantine is difficult to bring because there's a Lantern there, right? You want to cover the Lantern with something that isn't walled by Altaria, ideally. You don't want your Licky onto the Vigoroth, so there's a lot of things to think about for both of these players. Ashton Ash looks confident. He looks confident. He just did a little fist bump there. There we go. Look at that. Okay, watch out for this Skeledirge. Watch out for this Skeledirge. If shields go down, watch out. There's the first shield. There's the first shield.
Ashton Ash has a Shadow Alolan Sandslash back. Zardy has crafted this team so perfectly. Skeletor is going to do what it does best.
Uh-oh.
Heat up its environment and
Uh-oh.
endgame.
Yes, but that look at the Lantern's HP here. It is getting dangerously low. So Zardy is going to let the Lantern fall, which is going to make it tough to get the alignment he's looking for. The Altaria
Skeletor sweeps very easily. Yeah, you're right. There's nothing Ashnash can do here.
As its fast attack, that's even a worse matchup for the Altaria. And then we see a swap going in.
He's like, uh-oh.
Giving a nod, seems very excited to see.
No! What are you doing? No!
An entire Incinerate coming through. Night Slash going to be shielded up. This Skeletor now has 100 energy. Disarming Voice enough to threaten a knockout. Ashton Ash, if he shields this one, another Disarming Voice coming through. If he no shields, it's going to knock out the Annihilate and Incinerate. Double super effective damage into this Alolan Sand Slash. 3 Incinerates to pick up the knockout, and that is going to be the equalizer. Zardy needs to continue on in this winners finals of Group L.
We are going to be seeing a decisive game 3. Can you explain to trainers who might not know, what is it?
Think about the work. Think about the work that went into winning that game 1. Martine won? Awesome. I'll check it in a minute. Think about the work that goes into winning game 1.
At the same time that Zardy's previous
And then game 2 goes like that. And to be honest, that is Ashton Ash's fault for playing ABA weak to Skeledirge.
Animation to begin for that Incinerate, and basically the rest of the 4 turns that Incinerate.
Because then as soon as that Whiskash is gone,
And we can see it again here as the Annihilate comes in, and another Incinerate goes through, allowing
damn. Damn.
to build up.
And now he has to recompose both of them. Zardy's now got a little bit more momentum.
Get one deal when you are able to do that.
Maybe a buy one get 5 deal, honestly. Even better.
Even better than that. So
That was painful.
detrimental it can be and how
That
important
was
it is to be able to time your attacks
painful.
properly, because if you mistime it, you can hand such a deep advantage to your opponent.
It was a risky
Okay.
from Ashton Ash. I
Matt Bayer, you say you would have brought Mantine, right?
Zardy
Fair?
throw at that
So you're leading A slash.
attack tie.
You see a Vig lead.
Zardy is
What do you do?
threatened to throw at that point in time. Having 2
What do you do?
shields remaining, even if Ashton Ash throws at the same time as him, even if he doesn't.
Heck, mate, I played ABA to Basti. Yeah, but I was
You keep getting
so confident in that game that he wouldn't lead Basti.
play the way that is
And if he did lead Basti, I was just going to swap my Cress into it and let him crash.
himself. He found
I'd let him. I'd try and get Basti's health down with Cress. That was kind of my game plan. I also, in that game, planned to try and get shields down so that I could farm down a Basti with my Annihilate and sweep it in the end game if I had to. So I had plans for the ABA. It wasn't a silly ABA. Well, it was a bad ABA, but like, it wasn't a completely not thought out ABA. I had planned what I would do to sweep in the end game with Annihilate.
All of this battle is going to set us up for the backline. As these two Lickitungs
There's the Mantine, but
is superior.
which Licky's gonna win this? The difficulty with the Licky mirror here, right, is that one of the Lickies is usually left in a decent farm down range. Yeah, you're right. SJ, you're right. Ashton Ash has gone for a strong team against Skeledirge, and Zardy's like, he's going to go for a strong team against Skeledirge.
of these 2 trainers. You're talking about superior.
Can we just also appreciate this Watergun Lantern we are seeing everywhere? Now that Spark Lantern is gone, Watergun Lantern is free.
Around freely because grass types have been
Watergun Lantern has play into the whole of Ashton Ash's team.
the lead, and it's not even a grass type.
I was just going to say the only grass type pressure is going to be used up here in the lead matchup. But if you take a look at the 4
Who's gonna win CMP?
Lantern being an electric
Who's going to win
type
CMP?
definitely has the advantage over
Whoever wins
something
CMP
like
has a
Andy,
big,
and with water guns,
big
the
say on
fight
how the
actually
end game
for that
goes.
Whiskash. Azumarill also being so
Shiny power, baby.
bulky,
Shiny
it's gonna
power.
be able to withstand a lot on the side of Zardy. So going, like, it might depend here who is going to
Okay,
get
so
that
you get
farm,
this
and
farm
then it
down,
looks like it's going to
and the
be
difficulty is that energy is
this
still.
Lickitung is not going
Oh,
to
okay, that's
get
big.
the
That's
power
big.
to be able to get to a body slam. So now
Okay, this is exciting. Mantine, remember, with a wing attack breakpoint against Azu, has an advantageous matchup there.
Tie between those 2 Lickitungs.
You now...
Lifetime must have been built around having a higher attack stat so that
Ashton Ash has this, right?
Now being able to align the Whiscash against
Yeah, Ashton Ash
Lantern as opposed to the Azumarill. An immediate switch out. I like this from
looks like it has the wing attack breakpoint. Looks like it has the wing attack breakpoint. Yeah, it's an easy wing attack breakpoint. But you don't want to come out with...
I would expect to see 0 shields thrown up by Ashton Ash because you don't want the Mantine alive before that Lantern.
Yeah, you want to... Oh god, Phoebe just said alive. Don't say alive, Phoebe. You want to let the Mantine get low, and then you want Whiscash to sweep. You don't want to let this Lantern getting a huge farm on it for no reason. DeFi just said move instead of attack.
Oh, additionally, Ice Beam being thrown up shield. I'm not sure I like this because, again, like I said before, the Mantine doesn't want to see the Lantern an opportunity.
Ooh, Zardy reached for the catch there and didn't quite have the switch clock, but I don't know if you saw that. Zardy was reaching for a catch. Lantern's back now. Okay, he's banked an aerial ace. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
For this endgame matchup with the Lantern. Mudbomb is going to meet the face of that Protect Shield. Ashton Ash is going to have to use the final Protect Shield here on the Whiscash, but Zardy still has one left. Ashton Ash.
This is gonna get close. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's gonna get close!
Which water type is going to come out on top here? The Mud Bomb smacks up against the Protect Shield. No shields remaining.
No! He's no! Oh! Okay, at least it's just water gun, right? Oh god, the clock. You just throw your next wing attack. It doesn't matter if it's a catch or not. Just throw the next aerial ace. 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 Throw it. Just throw it.
We see a switch into the Azumarill.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I don't even know why I'm rooting for Ashton Ash, but like, why aren't you just throwing your attack?
There were so many close intricacies of that end game. Zardy going for the catch. Ashton Ash actually not throwing immediately, but had he, I think he could have also gotten able to get the farm down on the Azumarill was also when
my heart.
Man, if he wasn't able to farm
my
down
heart.
the Azumarill in time and the game ended before the Azumarill was knocked out, he would have lost.
It was an incredible battle. I'm so excited to see the replay of that end game. I could even stand to see it in slow motion because there's just so much to go over and how that end game played out and how the timer comes into effect.
Mantine cooked, but he almost threw because of the Mantine. He didn't need to shield the Mantine because Whiscash could have just swept.
We are going to see here. Let's take a look. We have the Lantern. We have the Mantine and then you can see the timer pop up. We're going to see again here.
Why didn't he just throw the attack? If he just thrown the attack, the timer goes out and you win on HP. Imagine if that Azu reached an Ice Beam. We would have been fuming. We would have thrown our toys out the pram. Just throw the attack. Take up 10 seconds. As soon as you're within 10 seconds, throwing the attack is win.
Incredible match. Incredible.
Jeez, my heart. My heart.
To Ashton Ash for winning. That was the winners finals for Group L, and what a final battle. A final battle going down to the final second.
Exciting though. It was exciting. I'll give them that.
But Zardy's not out of it. This is double elimination, so we're going to see Zardy again later.
Right, team, let's go have a look at the bracket. Let's have a look. How are we doing? Whew. Okay, so here we go. Martine versus Shadow Mimikyu. Let's remember Shadow Mimikyu beat Martine 2-1 here. Martine's message to me was, I will read it. It said, nah, got hard RPS'd. Next. So let's see how that game goes, because that's a big one. And it will be on stream. We are going to see Martine on stream, which is exciting.
I have to say, we've had such incredible matches throughout the day, and we have more incredible matches left. I know everyone's going to be excited to see the next two trainers up on stage. A lot of them are fan favorites of, I know, a lot of people out there in the crowd.
There are a lot of people out in the crowd. We'll tease it a little
Let's,
bit.
do you know what we should do? If we are going to support Martine,
Meta for this tournament. We have our top
maybe we should,
Shadow Whiskash. Whiskash not in this at all.
maybe we should get Martine in. Do you reckon we can get Martine in the stream? Let me see if I can do it. How would I do this?
Winning the popularity contest in day one. I like to think of day one, top 12 usage, that's a popularity contest, but day two is
Grinning to myself.
really showed their stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
You might say. Yeah, I mean, what's to say? Quagsire is just like a little bit of a derpy dude holding his hands, flippers, probably flippers out in front of him, just having a grand old time, the smile on his face, enjoying the waves, enjoying the sunshine that we have here in
Here we go.
And gosh, we've seen a good number of dragon types today. We saw Gudra from
We're ready.
earlier. We've seen Altaria's Abound today. This next trainer that we have up on stage has been a little bit known for running Guzzlord, but if I'm looking at the team sheet,
Martine is with us.
I don't quite see it. Instead, Bopper is going to be
Will
running
this be...
Altaria, the more meta staple.
This is a duo stream? Should I change my thing? Duo stream with Martine?
As soon as I saw it get finalized. This is Zeejuice.
Luke, if you can DM me that picture, I'll put that one up.
So we have another trainer coming from the Netherlands, coming over.
Can't remember where it was. Elliot, you had it. You made it.
We have an American trainer as well.
Yo, look at this game. Zweilis Bopper. Huge game. Bopper he's not brought the Guzzlord that he once was slaying with, but instead we're going to see a dragon on Zweilis' side.
These teams that these two trainers have brought. We talked about dragon types. I've mentioned
Shadow Dragonite.
I've mentioned Bopper's eventual Guzzlord that I was hoping he would bring. I've mentioned Altaria, but looking at Zweilis, and it was a Pokemon I mentioned earlier, Shadow Dragonite having that charge attack pressure against steel types, and we see a steel type. You know, Bopper's playing off against a European today, but he's stolen the European spice. He has that Shadow Magnezone on his team.
Yes, and I believe that Shadow Dragonite of Zeejuice is a
Can I
shiny
flip this?
Shadow Dragonite, so just a little bit of an extra flex going ahead there. I'm really excited to dive into these teams. This is the winners finals for Group M. The winner of this is going to move on to day 2 of competition. The loser has to fight another battle, get through the losers finals.
Yeah, Stephanie, I'm a little bit surprised
Okay.
that you haven't noticed that both of our trainers have Skeledirge. I thought you'd be shouting and screaming about how awesome it is to have a Skeledirge mirror match.
How about this now? It's so awesome we have a Skeledirge mirror match. Let's go.
It's so awesome we have a Skeledirge mirror match. Let's go.
I love this Pokemon.
Okay.
I love the sound it makes when it throws its incinerators.
We are good. We have Martine. We're going to be supporting Martine, but for now we're going to be supporting Zeejuice. These are our European compatriots. We want them to do well. Not so well that they knock me out of Travel Award, but we'll root them up until that point. Martine is joining us in stream. This is Martine on his first day of school, which is a very important moment in his life. So, Gausha, that's very kind. Thank you. Yes, I will be at Worlds. I will be at Worlds. It is possible for me to get knocked out of the Travel Award if Zeejuice comes first and Martine comes second. Then I am out of the Travel Award.
I'll also eat anything. I love food. Food's great. And also
Zeejuice reached number 1 on the global Go Battle League leaderboards. During the World of Wonder season, he reached 3506 ELO with Shadow Magnezone, Wigglytuff, and Tropius.
He's reached number 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboards
There you go.
times in the World of Wonder
There you go.
season. He's reached 3,506. That's 506.
Why are we promoting toxic teams?
That
Just play Shadow Quag.
Can say that they have climbed
Just play
that
Shadow
high
Quag.
the ladder and have been able to look down and enjoy the view.
And what that view
What does his team do?
from
Okay, tell me.
I've
What does this
actually
team do versus Typhlosion, huh?
been
What does this
top
team do
five
versus
on
Typhlosion?
The leaderboard, I think my high slot might be like 7 or something like that. So not quite as good as these wireless, but you know, halfway decent.
Sounds good. I've never made the leaderboard. I prefer grassroots tournaments and show 6
But you've made
to
the
Go
leaderboard
Battle
of
League.
Grassroots tournament.
I have done quite well in some grassroots tournaments with Show 6. It is my preferred format. However, the Go Battle League is a great place to hone your skills, and that leaderboard is very, very fun to watch trainers compete and vie for the glory.
See, Wireless isn't right. He's not writing anything, is he? Did you notice? He's just kind of looking.
Micro
He's not
you get at different ranks.
not making any notes or anything.
People know the teams of the different battlers they're
Bopper's
playing.
chair is ever so slightly too high for him.
You can get some really interesting team compositions that
That must be
do well and
distracting.
that beat those other
If I didn't
teams
have my
that
feet
other
planted
teams
on the
are
floor,
very frequently running.
I'd be
So,
distracted.
One of the more common teams is Bastidon, Wigglytuff, and Shadow Victory Bell, which is
Shadow Dragonite looks fun, but I'm not entirely convinced about how much play it has into this matchup, right? Every single Pokemon on Bopper's side can hit that Shadow Dragonite.
I do love Skeletor. Very fluid, very interesting Pokemon. And we are going to see, let's see if we can see a Skeletor in this opening matchup.
Yeah,
I do
Elliot,
see
this was
a
you and me
play
together,
there.
right? Because I took the picture and then you put it in a school.
Friends and 2 Skeletors in the back.
Okay, this is where Zwilus wants to see the Quag, okay? This is big. Look at where that crest is in the back. That crest doesn't have anywhere to go, but the Charger Bug really doesn't want to be on Bopper's Skeledirge. So that makes it a little bit tricky, because actually that ends up meaning that Zwilus is Skeledirge. If he gets the alignment he wants, ends up being up against Bopper's Skeledirge. So Bopper's Skeledirge, once this Azu goes down, has the potential to sweep. So that's what we can see. They don't know this. They're just going to play out this matchup. But once this Azu goes down, like let's say Azu wins this matchup, right? If Bopper comes in and incinerates down that Azu, what happens? What do? You almost want to lose lead so that you can come in with your Skeledirge first. Now here's a problem. Here's a problem. Bopper comes in with Skeledirge. What do you do?
Coming in against the Pokemon that it's typically weak to, doing 1 or 2 incinerates and getting a huge energy advantage. Actually matching a swap in 2 Skeletors, you're behind an entire incinerate. Bopper, knowing that
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for Zwilus.
saving a lot of energy. Even if Zwilus baits himself now, he's still gonna be behind an entire incinerate.
Yeah, so Bopper putting up a Protect Shield, playing it safe, and protecting against this disarming voice. Again, Zijwilis playing an Incinerate behind. Now Bopper free to go for the Shadow Ball comfortably and pulling away Zijwilis' final Protect Shield. Needs 2 more Incinerates.
And then
That
what?
was the
You're
first
banking on a
one.
CMP
One
win,
more
are you?
from Bopper, and
Is that what you're
Bopper will
doing?
have that Shadow Ball charge attack.
Zwilus is baited twice. Bopper went for a Shadow Ball. It's going to be out.
You don't even reach it.
Still, 1 more Incinerate was necessary from Zwilus.
Now what do you do?
The amount of energy that Incinerate generates is just massive. Going into either Azumarill or the Charge.
You lose because a crest will take you out.
The question is, can Zwilus catch that charged attack?
And we see Bopper going just for the distance.
You go.
To try to get a
Next.
little bit of damage onto
This is
Charjabug before the Cresselia is going to have to come in. Now, this is a negative matchup for Cresselia. Charjabug is up energy. However, this Cresselia is so bulky that it can withstand some.
Do you reckon Zwilus could catch the Moonblast if he does a pause mid-Volt switch?
Zwilus is going to be looking to make a catch.
It's tough though. 4-turn fast attacks are incredibly difficult to catch with because Bopper can just very comfortably throw a singular Psycho Cut and then
Never gonna make
to
that.
wait to see if he sees a catch. Instead, building up now to 2 Grass Knots. Zwilus does not have another
Bopper looked comfortable there.
charge attack on that.
Credit where it's due, right? Bopper looked very comfortable there in what could have been an uncomfortable matchup.
One more Psycho Cut in order to reach his second.
What is Bro writing at this point in the game? He's just like doing the Wordle on the side.
Against Zijwilis, the Go Battle League
He's playing Hangman against himself.
actually coming over to go from the video
Give me more suggestions as to what you think Bopper might be writing on the side at this point.
And still obviously a big fan of the video game, but also showing that Go has a
Bopper just passing flirty notes to Vanny.
well in the Pokemon Go scene.
Bopper's just doing his tax returns on this. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one.
Skeledirge had a little bit of play.
That's fantastic. Can we go back to Regulation A?
We'll have to talk to the folks at TPCI. Anyways, back into this game, we see the mirror match between the Skeledirges. Again, really great play from Bopper, knowing that...
But we called this, didn't we? We said as soon as that Azu wins, that Skeledirge will come in and sweep. And that's difficult because Zweilous couldn't get out of the Quag matchup because he was weak to Quag in the back.
Has that win comfortably in the bank. Zweilous has to reverse sweep, has to win 2 in a row.
So what does Zweilous do here?
To move on to day 2.
Not easy. Oh, got another chocolate.
This next match, he has to fight through the loser side of the bracket, which is a much tougher road ahead. We will have to see. Will we see more Skeledirge gameplay? Will we see more of that Shadow Quagsire? Bopper bringing the Shadow Magnezone as well as the Volt Switch user, in contrast to the Volt Switch user of Charjabug on the side of Zweilous.
To be fair, Sander, I can see the backlines, right? So we have an advantage that these players don't have. But what Zweilous needs to think about is that an ABB team versus Quag sets him up for that situation again. So Zweilous, he is smart. Like, he's one of the smartest players in the game. He's not going to let that happen again. So he's going to work out, what can I do to get around it? And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Vig. I wouldn't be surprised if Vig now comes.
Trainers are really thinking it through, looking at the teams, really deciding, because there is so much.
Hydrate, shower.
There's championship points, there's prize money, there's packs of cards on the line, and of course the glory. You want to be able to write your name in the history books as the winner of the North American International Championships. At least be able to go on the stage and earn that trophy. So these trainers really have to think about there's a lot on the line after this first game.
And you better hope there are no vampires around, because the stakes are so high, they're basically out of reach. This is the final tournament in the championship series.
When you consider Altaria, Shadow Magnezone, Skeledirge, and then the mirror on Bopper's side, it's hard for Zweilous to lead Cress, right? And maybe that was what made Bopper realize that Shadow Quag was a reasonably safe lead for him.
Have to lay it all out. We are here in the Big Easy, but as we've said multiple times today, that there is nothing easy about this tournament in the Big Easy. I'm trying to think, what even vampire Pokemon would there be? Gligar, maybe? But let's go ahead and see in this matchup. We have Skeletor,
Shadow Dragonite?
which I think is a really
Oh, okay. Okay, it's a shiny. It's a shiny.
because it really is only putting on pressure.
But if shields go down,
So on paper, you see fire into water, but Zweilous content to stay in this matchup because he can throw these neutral shadow balls into Azumarill and take quite a chunk
this is
out of this blue bunny Pokemon.
Azumarill able to very comfortably survive a shadow ball. Zweilous likely going to throw a second shadow ball here. Bopper with the ability to shield and farmed out in
Incinerate again. Incinerate comes through again.
a no shield and likely fight. Oh wait, no, he actually survives in a simultaneous switch out. And now we have the reverse. It's a Azumarill.
Smart.
Skeledirge again.
Yes.
But what's going to happen with that Shadow Dragonite?
More time, same as before, and we can see this.
Zweilous didn't want to allow the Incinerate damage.
This ice beam, Bopper wanting to protect the health of
Problem is,
Skeledirge.
Zweilous probably wanted the Shadow Dragonite against the Skeledirge and the Azu against the Altaria.
This matchup is going to come down to what is in the back, and
Skeledirge wins zeros against Azu.
powerful dragons in Shadow Dragonite and Altaria.
Bopper will need to retain a shield for that Altaria. Otherwise, Dragonite's quicker pacing to the Dragon Claw will be extremely threatening. Disarming Voice being thrown after an Incinerate, 2 Bubbles knock out.
Huge misplay. Bopper overtaps. He loses all of that energy.
Because this Azumarill throws the play rough, is able to get the play rough.
He overtapped. He overtapped.
Shield this up. He does.
But now what does Shadow Dragonite do?
Incredibly dangerous had he chosen
Wow.
So now the Azumarill is going to throw an ice.
You get the shield down, now Shadow Dragonite can sweep, yeah?
To be able to clear the Azumarill off the field.
There we go.
Azumarill,
Shield's down, Shadow Dragonite time, baby.
Shadow Dragonite, you can see just how much more quickly
Wow.
the Dragon Breaths from
Wow.
are knocking down the health of the Dragonite, but since there are
It gets to a claw, but bear that in mind, right? It cannot get to 2 Dragon Claws.
Dragon Claw,
So that throw from Bopper was so costly. So costly. If you missed what happened there, the Skeledirge on Bopper's side was within 2 bubbles of going down. 2 bubbles takes 6 turns, 3 seconds. He accidentally threw another Incinerate, which takes 5 turns, and then it takes another turn to throw your attack. And that means that the 2 bubbles, most of the time, will just take you out before you get to do 1 Incinerate and throw an attack. Hugely, hugely, hugely costly.
here. I'm not sure if we're going to see the replay, but what did we see? There it is. What mistake did Bopper make here?
So after the it's actually in this matchup where the Azumarill faces the Skeledirge. Of course, the previous matchup was Azumarill into the Skeledirge. Instead
Here.
of this disarming voice, he accidentally taps off the screen 2 bubbles
Interesting.
to knock
I
out
thought he
the
pressed it, yeah.
to launch the disarming voice into the
I actually thought he pressed it, to be fair, but he looked like he tried to at least. I think he knew, but he must have just tapped somewhere on the screen.
As you can, in order to
But Zweilous needed that.
charge attack, apply as much fast attack
Sometimes you need just a little bit of luck, right?
be very precise
You need a little bit of luck.
moments. So Bopper tapping a little bit off of where he needed to on the screen
He just missed that attack. He just mispressed.
cost him the match.
He likely just somewhere on the screen he mispressed.
centimeters. It's a matter of less than inches, showing that I know that centimeters are less than inches.
Math.
Kind of math with Big Phoebe. Anyway, dimensional analysis with Big Phoebe. Anyways,
If I were DeFi, I would have said feed measures in centimeters confirmed. Anyway, this is a big game. Let's get straight into it, and it is an awesome lead for Shadow Magnezone. But how much does Dragon Breath do?
looks like he's staying in it for now.
You can't switch out because he's deciding to constantly play ABA.
Damage do quite a bit.
Woohoo, baby! Oh, baby! That is the sickest catch.
And we are going to see, you can see down there, you can see that Incinerate apply.
Wait, Bopper is celebrating.
Here being able to align the Azumarill.
Bopper is celebrating,
Skeledirge again. Doesn't
but
Additionally, the attack fall did occur, so the Shadow Balls are going to be doing significantly less damage. You see the Azumarill now going to be very comfortably able to survive 2 of them. Great timing this turn around.
oh, he was celebrating the debuff. Oh, I see.
The player threads a knockout, so Zweilous, if he wants to get off a second Shadow Ball, will need to shield instead.
We didn't exactly take advantage of that, really. So,
He's gonna have to come in. He does not want to bring in that Shadow Dragonite.
oh no, this is
Azumarill on the side of Zweilous has a really big health advantage. His 50% more health.
it's 1, 2, 3,
On the side of Bopper, but Bopper
16, 32, 48, 8, 32. Okay, so the Shadow Magnezone.
that has enough health on it to probably get a Wild Charge or 2 off, and the Skeledirge in the back.
Oh god, yeah, this is really rough for Zweilous actually.
Shadow Dragonite is incredibly potent when it comes to fast attack damage. I think
Yeah.
you're saving both shields for that Dragonite, so it has the ability to. Oh, actually, no, shielding here. I think this might be a little bit of a miscue because of the 3rd Pokemon Bopper has in the back. If shields are saved for the Skeledirge, I think it's going to be able to beat the Dragonite to a charge attack, and also the Magnezone itself still has some energy. Because
Interesting.
the Wild Charge wasn't thrown; it was just a mirror shot.
So Bopper bringing in that Skeledirge. Look at how much Incinerate does. Resisted on the Dragonite. That is still a ton of damage.
Interesting.
You see the Dragon Claw get that first protect shield from Bopper. There's still a shield on both sides of the battle. Shadow Dragonite going for another charge attack. Bopper saving both shields for it.
Bopper going for a little bit of a cheeky catch here each of these times, but instead, because Zweilous has not allowed him the opportunity to get that catch going for the full farm down. Shadow Ball, these are not debuffed by a Shadow Magnus Zone's mirror shot. Will do a lot of neutral damage. Will we see Bopper switch out? Yes, we do. It's going to, the Zumro is going to outpace the Magnus Zone, but will it have enough in the tank to take out the Skeletorge in the back?
Wait.
So this is
Wait.
to use its energy to knock out the Shadow Magnezone. Now the Skeletorge can come in,
Wait.
incinerate, and then the Shadow Ball. But is the Shadow Ball going to be enough?
It's going to do a lot of neutral damage. I think it typically does about 40 to 45%, not quite enough to knock out. And the bubble down.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
We've seen Skeletorge, we've seen Azumarill all over the field.
No way! No way!
Yeah, in the end, we saw Shadow Dragonite, we saw Shadow Magnezone really being some differentiating factors.
Oh my goodness!
Crucial to whittling down the health on Bopper's Skeletorge. Had it not been that
That's the power of the bubble buff for Azu.
Those battle again.
Holy!
Behind the desk, we are getting to see high caliber battles from the best
Wow.
in the world.
Wow.
Winning there. Congratulations for moving on into day 2, but that we haven't seen the last of Bopper. Bopper is going to continue on in the losers bracket.
And I might have to have a little bit of a word with him, ask him why he keeps on disrespecting Guzzlord, but, you know, no real shade there. He played incredibly well against a very talented trainer, and really
So,
had Bopper thrown a wild
did a third bubble sneak after the one incinerate? No, I don't think so. I think 2 bubbles will always go through.
The Magnus would have been deep into the red.
Yes. So here is that Azumarill.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see. So he, yeah, okay, yeah. He came in later. I see what you mean.
At a health disadvantage. This Azumarill stays incredibly healthy throughout the match, and there was that Shadow Dragonite doing its job, getting a lot of damage in before it faints. Shadow Dragonite doesn't stay on the field very long, so
Wow.
use its impact wisely.
Just enough health
Wow.
for Azumarill to survive the Shadow Ball. Not quite enough health left on that.
Oh, it was a lag.
Secures the victory for Zweilous, and he's got to be happy. He's
I don't think it makes a difference.
all the way 2 days
It doesn't make a difference, right?
on the winner's side of the bracket.
Because 2 bubbles would have still got through before the next attack. Am I right? You see what I'm saying?
And Pedro about how it went in that.
I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it.
So Pedro, go ahead and take it away.
Does he get off? Does he? When you say he gets the other incinerate, the second bubble would have taken him out rather than the first bubble, right? Because he wouldn't have actually been able to get the incinerate and claim the attack, and he wasn't in. I don't think the Azu was in incinerate range.
Shadow Dragonite against a Magnezone and an Azumarill team.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I've been playing a lot of Shadow Dragonite. I've been playing a Shadow...
I think he lived. I think he. I don't think he was in incinerate range, and Bopper wouldn't have been able to get off the disarming voice regardless, because another bubble would have taken him out.
It has like this 5-turn duration fast attack, and I sneak the full move while catching the move. And if I didn't do that in the last game, I think I would have been toast. Like, my Shadow Dragonite had literally nowhere to go against the Magnezone and the Azumarill, but like the way it all turned out, it was a nail biter, but it was such a fun match, and I'm so happy that I made it to day 2.
Well said. Well said.
Nail biter, and I want to talk about that play, the catch that you did to the Magnezone. How do you manage to do that? Because you not only you did a catch, but you got an incinerate through. That was huge.
Yeah, so typically a lot of people catch exactly when the opponent gets to their charged attack. But if you've ever been like on the side of somebody that like if you've ever been the one that got their move caught, you know that you made the decision to throw the move like a second before you did throw it. So knowing that, you can just swap out a tiny bit earlier so that you have that one turn to trigger the fast attack and sneak it through. And with a 4-turn fast attack like World Switch or a 5-turn fast attack like Incinerate, that can really give you a head start in the secondary matchup. And
This is another reminder to anyone who's
practice, and I love
I'll refresh it. This is another reminder to anyone who isn't sure about Incinerate versus Shadow Claw Typhlosion that it's the ability to play Incinerate like that that makes Incinerate easily preferable on a Typhlosion. Because that's how you can get the most out of a Pokemon like Typhlosion, right? Is you start getting...
Just one short one. I don't know how late it is in Germany, but it's my mom's birthday today, and I just want to wish her a happy birthday, and I know she's rooting for me at home, and yeah, this one's for you.
Okay, so greetings to Mama's Violet, and we're going back to the casters. Thank you very much.
Cutie. What a cutie. Right, how's our bracket looking now? We got Martine up next.
Just the breakdown of his recipe for success.
And I love that he's able to practice those niche mechanics in the Go Battle League. It's really key to getting down.
Oh no, we'll have the Group N winners. Oh god, then the Group O winners. Then the Group P winners. Okay, J-Jan won in Group A, so J-Jan is through in the loser's side. Harjeff is through on the loser side of Group B. Sankailor. Arrow is out, Sankailor is through in Group C.
5 battles a day, that's 25 opportunities to hone your skills.
Rise is out here. Bubble Wrapper makes it through Group D, loser side. Shiny Dialga, as expected, carries on in the loser's bracket of Group E. Richie this time beats Martigalde to take Group F. In Group G, Teddy Bear beats Flying Pizza. Pretty sure they've played before. Frankie T 52 beats Beach for Group H. The Masked Asian beats Azukwu, Mama Climbs, and Saver Avocado to take Group G. No, Group I. Zimmy beats Elite to go ahead in Group J. And so we're going to do 3 more winners finals, and then maybe we get Martine versus Shadow Mimikyu in Group K. GBL? Should we GBL? Oh no, I don't want to because it's Ultra League. Unless someone's got a genius Summer Cup team that doesn't involve Vigoroth.
Plenty of time to earn that. Make sure you're reading the chat, reading the instructions on how exactly to do that so you too can maybe earn a shiny Altaria from one of those trainers we saw in the tweets before.
3, 4, 5, 6. Can someone tell me who else is streaming? Because now that I think about it, I can't do 6 more matches. Are you streaming, Whiskey? Yeah? Nice.
Yeah, we are ready up on stage, and this is going to be...
Yeah, how long have I been going for? I feel like I've been going for a while. I've been going for 6.5 hours. And it's day 1. Team, I don't know either of these players, so I am tempted to call it here. If anyone knows anyone that is streaming, let me know. Mormon Matt? Is he streaming? Mormon. Do you want me to raid Mormon Matt? Let's go do that. Let's go do that. Let's go raid Mormon Matt and for the rest of this. Team, thanks so much for joining. I will be back tomorrow, okay? I will be back tomorrow for day 2. Around a similar time for a similar length. I'm going to copy Mormon Matt's username so I don't get it wrong.
see are turned slightly to
Thank you very much for joining.
Cloudsire's going to stare you directly in.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, Martine also gets through to day 2, and we get 3 Europeans in day 2 of EUIC. I think that would be awesome. But team, thanks very much for joining. Let's go and say hi to Mormon Matt. Hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow.